Chapter 55:17 is just relatively mundane and big. Jian Wuxuang glanced at it, but it was a dust. Boom! When he arrived at Fushou Tang, he flashed directly to explode a huge breath, and the shocking space was trembling. Tear! It was clearly a step away. Jian Wuxuang had to tear the space above Fushou Tang and jumped out of it. Soon found movement below. A sixth-order emperor roared directly into the air. Who is so bold? Don't you know that this is Fushou Tang? The man has messy hair and 4 arms. The mighty air rushed to the face. After seeing the visitor clearly, he frowned, and his voice sank. Who shall I be? It turns out to be His Royal Highness Jian Wuxuang. I don't know what's going on in my Fushou Hall. There are almost no strong men who don't know Jian Wuxuang in the entire Yuan Lao Palace. Not to mention, the other party is still a sixth-order emperor, and also the deputy hall master of Fushou Tang. Although the other party was polite on the surface, he was somewhat unconvinced in his heart. It's just a Taoist monarch. The great Emperor Jueyun was probably in this situation. Although his strength is strong, he did not take that step after all. Nowadays, there are many people waiting to see his jokes. If the harmony fails, then you will lose your lord. Although it will not fall, but it will also fall into hidden dangers, and will not be able to rise again for a lifetime. Seeing the incoming person, Jian Wuxuang snorted coldly and said, Send Gong Miao out, so his master called him. This is also true, but it was the old man's palace where he brought Gong Miao to. There is a rule in the palace of the elders, the strong can bring in several servants. Gong Miao came in as a servant. Fushou Tang's vice master's face sank directly. What kind of identity is Gong Miao now? After a while, it will be their hall master's wife. Now Jian Wuxuang is calling his servants directly, just hitting them in the face. Jian Wuxuang, I know you are angry, but it's best not to mess around here, otherwise I will upset you all at once. Tianzhang's deputy hall master was also hot-tempered. Is backed by the hall lord Tai San and the palace lord of Changfeng, who would dare to come here to go wild. Even if Jian Wuxuang is against the sky, now he only has the strength of the sixth-order emperor. Really regard yourself as the master of the temple of Qixin? Jian Wuxuang's eyebrows suddenly rose with a trace of evil, and he shouted angrily. Tianzhou, are you scaring me? A powerful breath radiated from his body. It was a terrifying life force. As soon as this breath came out, Tenzhou felt something was wrong. Everyone has the power of life, but it is not as scary as Jian Wuxuang. He felt that Jian Wuxuang was not alone, but a large group of people stood in front of him. This is where the vitality is terrifying. As soon as the overwhelming aura came out, even the most powerful person could not compare to Jian Wuxuang in aura and temperament. Huh! Pretend to be a master? Tianzhang snorted coldly. Although he has a hot temper, he is not a fool. As long as Jian Wuxuang doesn't do it, he will never take the lead. As long as Jian Wuxuang dared to do something, he wouldn't care about Jian Wuxuang. He would take the opportunity to beat Jian Wuxuang, and then throw it out. Even if Wu Zui comes to ask the crime, he is not afraid. The strength of Tianzhang, among the sixth-order emperors in the Yuan Lao Palace, is not the peak, but it is also regarded as the top powerhouse. With Jian Wuxuang's current strength, he was able to fight. It's impossible to win, and it's good not to be beaten by the opponent. But he also has whole cards. The powerful life force, combined with the life universe formed by the universe of one mind, is enough to suppress the opponent. Pretend? After Jian Wuxuang had a plan, he was ready to shoot directly. At this time, he sneered and said, Do you think I need to pretend? The thick breath fills the entire space. The continent where Fushou Tang is located is shaking. Many people rose into the air and stood in the distance. It's almost done. If they are really a group of people against Jian Wuxuang alone, not only will they lose face, I am afraid that the real spirit will find them to settle accounts. Because of bullying, it is not so bullying. A cold light suddenly broke out. Zhu Yunjian made a roar, and then suddenly exploded. Million tribulation! Jian Wuxuang took the lead, cut it off with a single sword, and the eruption of power would make everyone in Tianzang stunned. This sword, he tried his best to integrate the power of mind, thought, swallowing, and all things. It is his strongest sword so far. One sword can open the sky, sink the sea, destroy and even give birth. In recent years, although my heart is uneasy, he has also created a lot of unique knowledge that suits him. Myriad Tribulation Sword is one of them. This is the pinnacle of his knowledge created by the power of life. The first sword of 1,000 tribulations. God! This sword contains the number of calamity, and it is because of his causal killing and calamity that he thought of this. As for the gods, it can be regarded as a metaphor. One sword slaughtered the gods and broke all the calamities in the world. Facing this sword, Tianzang didn't have much confidence. Although he has a high position, he is only cultivating at the pinnacle of unparalleled knowledge, and he is at the same level as Jian Wushuang. If you want to obtain the secrets of the universe, how can it be so simple? With 4 arms, he wanted to shake the sword when he started his hand. At this time, Tianzang's body turned golden, really like a god. Tianzang itself took the route of the divine body, which was relatively weak in origin, and spent a huge price to refine the 4 arms into the eternal treasure. The divine body also barely reached 59,000 times. But it is too difficult to make it 60,000 times. 60,000 times the divine body is of a supreme level. Don't look at the 1,000 times divine body. The treasures needed are probably the same as the possessions of a supreme powerhouse. Even if Tianzang is a deputy director in Fuzhou Tang and has been operating here for millions of years, he still hasn't collected enough treasures. The key is that after 59,999 times, it is even more difficult to break through the 60,000 times level. He is in the Senate Palace, Akanshu. Kam needs at least an epoch to be able to collect treasures. This is fast enough. If this is the past, there will be no 10,000 epochs, and there will be no enough treasures. Boom! The 4 arms struggled to resist the first sword of the myriad tribulation. Jian Wushuang, you dare to do it here, you must not regret it! Tianzang roared, and at the same time a powerful breath erupted from his body. That is the pinnacle of divine body flow. Although it is not an augmented divine body, it can always bless his divine body at its peak state. In this way, I am not afraid of being consumed by the source of power. The consumption of the divine body is a force faster than the original source. Give me break! Broke out again, and the first sword of the myriad tribulation broke directly. Jian Wushuang's eyes shrank suddenly, and then his figure disappeared in place. At the moment when the sword of 10,000 tribulations was broken, tens of thousands of fist shadows struck him. If he hadn't been hiding fast enough, he would have been seriously injured. The 6th Order Emperor of the Yuan Lao Palace is very different from the native Emperor of the 4 Secret Realms. If it is a top 6-tier Emperor from the outside world, he doesn't need to be so careful. Chapter 55-18. That's what you can do, Jian Wushuang calmly said. Being a janitor, I'm a little unqualified. The master of the Senate Palace watched the gate, but the ancestor of the Qing dynasty, the 6th Order Peak Emperor, although the origin is not complete, but he cultivated the swordsmanship, which can make up for the incompleteness. The violent kendo can harden the 6th Order of the Senate Palace. The Peak Emperor. Tianzang is really not enough to be able to beat the supernatant. Being so excited by him, Tianzang's expression was a little stubborn. Obviously, he didn't expect him to be so difficult. It is obvious that he only has the level of a 6th Order ordinary emperor, and he can actually be like this. There is a kind, don't hide! Tianzang yelled. This time he took the initiative. It's just too slow in speed. Jian Wushuang behind his hands jokingly said, Are you a water monkey? So slow? Turned around a bit, dodging a sharp punch, Jian Wushuang raised his hand with a sword, and Jian hit his dead hand. The opponent didn't dare to kill him, but he dared to kill him. Idiot! Jian Wushuang dropped a word and disappeared again. Although he was calm on the surface, he was a little bit ignorant in his heart. He couldn't hurt Tianzang with a single sword, but Tianzong could punch him half to death. 50,000 times the body, and 59,000 times the divine body, there is a big gap. Even if it is suppressed by its origin, it is only a Taoist after all. When appeared again, Jian Wushuang put away the Jueyuan sword, the black aura on his body also dissipated, and a green mist surrounded him. The power of life. This is his most powerful force. The strong life force is running wildly, his divine body burst out with super strength, and the origin has also been greatly increased. As long as life is present, power is eternal. Jian Wushuang suddenly clenched his fists and shouted angrily, "Tianzhou!" The sky is changing, and the surrounding sea water reverses the rapids. If the previous fight was considered a warm-up, then now it is a real killer. This breath directly made everyone in the Senate Palace clearly feel it. At this time, many people have gathered around. "Look, it's Jian Wushuang. Why did he fight with the people from Fuzhou Tang?" Someone wondered. If you don't understand, you will understand. Yuan Lao Palace is so big, some things, as long as you do, it is difficult to have an impervious wall. The key point is that the master of Fuzhou Tang did not hide it, and even put down an invitation to entertain the quartet. "You don't even know this? I heard that it was the master of Fuzhou Tang who forcibly occupied Jian Wushuang's maid." An old brother just finished speaking. He was interrupted by another better-informed person and said, "What kind of maid? That person is Gong Miaoi, the Fifth Order Peak Emperor. The strength is not weak. Jian Wushuang. How can there be such a strong? The maid must be Jian Wushuang's Taoist companion." "What? Dao couple?" There are more people watching the theater at this time. Everyone was filled with righteous indignation after hearing that the master of Fuzhou Tang had occupied Jian Wushuang's Taoist couple. This Fuzhou Tang deceives people too much. The first to support Jian Wushuang is the inheritor. Because Jian Wushuang is also an inheritor. Is natural. And it's still a creature of the universe. Fortunately, the first batch of inheritors have a high status in the four secret realms, the Senate Palace or the Temple. But as more and more inheritors follow, the Palace of the Elders does not value these inheritors. Especially after the Senate Palace has developed so many treasures and attracted many inheritors, the Senate Palace has become even more unscrupulous. Except for some individual inheritors, the rest are treated as emperors of the four secret realms. Like some treasures, the inheritors should be free to enter, but for huge benefits, there are still private charges. Like when Jian Wushuang entered the valley, the opponent opened his mouth and asked for 100 million cubes of sacred stone. Treating his own people, but not taking any money. If it is a stronger inheritor, the fee will be lower. Except for the North Watch Tower and Moying Mountain, the prices in other places are ridiculously expensive. Is obviously taking the inheritor as a fool. After all, coming out of the Tomb Mountain, the treasures on his body must be indispensable. Now the inheritors have been grudges for a long time. These things were done by Fuzhou Tang, and now Jian Wushuang has a dispute with the other side, and they are obviously on Jian Wushuang's side. Those emperors in the four secret realms did not dare to stand in disorder. These people have no background. Jian Wushuang also sensed many pairs of eyes looking at him, and a smile leaked from the bottom of his heart. This is what he wants. "Tianzhou, you deceived me so much. I cut off your dog's head today." Jian Wushuang's aura surged again. The power of that punch is enough to match the top emperor of Tier 6. This is not over yet. He still has a stronger whole card. Life Universe. One thought of the universe is the formation of thought power, then the power of devouring is lowered to condense the black hole, and finally everything condenses in the physical universe. But the universe of life contains all these forces in it. Get up! A radius of 1 million li, all wrapped in it. He is not afraid of revealing his whole cards now. As long as the harmony is successful, there will be few opponents in the Temple of Forbidding. Tianzong was stunned, and a sudden force appeared around him and started to drive him away, making his divine body art ineffective, and his power was constantly being compressed. He is not like the messenger of all things. The power of all things can be gestated in his body. In the universe of life, everything is equal except Jian Wuxuang. Even if Tianzong is an emperor, he is just a life. Tianzong, who had been suppressed, wanted to receive Jian Wuxuang's punch. It was too difficult. Boom! One punch directly pierced Tianzong's forearms, and then the huge shadow of the fist directly tore Tianzong's chest, leaking a big hole. Swallow! Jian Wuxuang's thoughts fuse, and the power of life begins to dissipate, transforming into a huge swallowing power. A violent divine power began to drain from Tianzong. How is this possible? Tenzo was completely taken aback. His divine body is losing. Is not the loss of power, but the loss of the basic divine body. Soon his divine body has dropped 100 times. At his level, 100 times the consumption of the divine body requires countless treasures. How distressed he is. The more distressed the other party, the more crazy Jian Wuxuang. Swallowed 100 times the divine body, but the opponent's 100 times the divine body could be replaced by 50,000 times the divine body. Although it only absorbed 20%, that is, 20 times the divine body. But his own divine body can actually rise 500 times. Is now 500 times. Since the consummation of the Jidao, his devouring power has become devouring everything. Can swallow everything, completely transformed into the name of the black hole, and it has also greatly improved the power he has when he masters the black hole now. There was a big gap with Emperor Wanyan and the others, but it has now made up for it. He might actually be able to reach the realm of the black hole before he joined the road. In this way, once the harmony is successful, he is the 6th order peak emperor, and I am afraid that his combat power is directly equal to that of the absolute strong. Chapter 55:19. The aspect of the divine body, he can also solve it. The swallow of the origin, he doesn't care anymore. With a strong life force, why bother to care about the origin of all things? But the devouring of the divine body, that is genuine. Although his current worth is somewhat sufficient, after he Dao, it is sufficient to exceed 60,000 times. But those treasures were prepared for Hadao, and after Hadao, he had nothing left. Devouring this road is a good choice. Just swallowed 100 times the divine body of Tianzong, absorbed 20% of it, and he increased it 500 times. How many treasures did this leave him? Haha, Tenzo, I really want to thank you for helping me improve my divine body for free. Jian Wuxuang laughed. This goes down and the other grows. Tenzo can't stop it soon. Jian Wuxuang approached the opponent directly, and a hand knife cut off Tianzong's 2 arms. It's an eyesore! Grabbing those 2 arms, Jian Wuxuang incarnates into the black hole, enveloping the sky with a terrifying aura, making the opponent immobile. Jian Wuxuang! Tianzong's stern screams spread throughout Yuanyang Lake. But now that the 3 major palace masters, one retreats and the other is absent, Emperor Lu Hua has expressed his attitude to support him again. No one will support Fu Xiaotong anymore. The divine body is constantly being swallowed, and Tianzong is on the verge of collapse. This is a collapse of the state of mind. I am afraid that after this time, if you don't go to the valley on Fenyang Island for a period of time, it is estimated that it will be difficult to alleviate. Swallowed 1,000 times. It was very difficult to swallow in the front, but the more relaxed it became as he went to the back, because the divine body was weakening. Once his divine body surpassed the opponent, he might be able to swallow all the divine body in one breath. 1,000 times the divine body, absorbed 20%, and finally transformed into himself, Jian Wuxuang raised a full 2,000 times the divine body. At this stage, it is no longer possible to improve the divine body, but with the means of swallowing it, it can also increase his divine body. 52,000 times the divine body. He is still just a Taoist. Even if Ji Dao is very powerful, he can't carry this terrifying power under normal circumstances. But he has the power of life, and he doesn't feel at all. At this time, Tenzo was like a dead dog, with his head drooping. He has collected countless treasures over the years, only to accumulate the divine body to this level. As a result, in just a quarter of an hour, he lost 1,000 times. completely collapsed. Triathlon! Now he finally admits it and starts to ask for help. The sword didn't use the palm of both hands to force it, and he lifted Tianzang's neck, incarnate in the black hole. His eyes were pitch black. Looked at the island where Fu Shou Tang was located, and shouted angrily, "If you don't show up again, he will be disabled if he doesn't die." One Tianzang is far from enough. It would be best if he could beat it hard, or scrap the Iron 3, but unfortunately his current strength is not enough. But as long as you can force the opponent out, you have to be humiliated. He is alone in every action. If he doesn't do anything, he still dare not make a move first? Jian Wushuang didn't worry at all. Fu Shou Tang. In a garden with wind. T-San is still playing chess leisurely, and the other side is the deputy director of the Law Enforcement Hall. Gong Miao is making tea on the side. Heaven Emperor Jun is not calm, pacing aside. There is the deputy head of the Law Enforcement Hall. He didn't dare to say clearly, he could only transmit the voice. "Master, the main hall of Tianzang is almost dead." Taizhan's complexion was a bit distorted, and there was no reply. He wants to stop him too. The deputy director of the Law Enforcement Hall is not a vegetarian. If he dares to do it, I'm afraid the other party will do it too. The strength of Deputy Hall Master Zhong is not weaker than him. This is one of the two giants under Wu's command. His status is high, and his power is not weak. "Hall Master Zhong, you have lost again." Tai-san barely leaked a smile. He was far better than the opponent in chess, but the opponent obviously wanted to drag him. Deputy Hall Master Zhong, still looking bold, said calmly, "Come on, continue." The chessboard was restored to its original state again. "I see, that's it for today." Tai-san stood up and said, "Tai-san, I advise you to leave it alone, for the sake of the past. I am a personal reminder." Deputy Hall Master Zhong said, "Jian Wushuang has eaten flat and Lord Wuzhua. You go to provoke him now. Yes, give your eldest brother trouble." This is a sincere advice, but he doesn't know the inside story. He is just a fish released by Wuzhua. This is also the countermeasure that Jian Wushuang and Wuzhua discussed. Taizhan's brows twisted into a knot. He is now riding a tiger. Others have hit the door of the house. If he doesn't show up, how can he lead people? If you go, I'm afraid Jian Wushuang will make things difficult for him. It will be more troublesome. The origin of everything is important, and he doesn't want to go to this muddy water. The three palace masters all hid from seeing Jian Wushuang. He is the master of Fushaotang, but he dared not join in. The key Fu Shou Tang also manages the ownership of the treasures on Yuanyang Lake. "I have to go, and you will go too," Tai-san said coldly. Deputy Hall Master Zhong smiled without a smile, and said indifferently, "It's up to you, but you'd better not do it. I came with a death order. Once you do it, everyone will be upset." In my heart, Deputy Hall Master Zhong is more inclined to these veterans. Although he is not a faction, he does not want to watch these veterans fight inwardly because of the inheritors. "I will still give you this face." Tai-san turned his head and said to Ter Tian, "Take Miaoyi to the backyard. You can't come out without my order." "Yes," Tearing the Sky respectfully said. Gong Miaoyi's complexion changed a little. She has always been a chess piece, surviving in the cracks. Originally thought it would be better to reach the heavens, but now he has fallen into the vortex again. At this time, she regrets a bit. She shouldn't be greedy for this place at the beginning, she should leave directly. Even if there is no Senate palace, with her financial resources and skills, she should be able to find her father. Now, it fell into the palm of others. When entered the backyard after Tearing the Sky, she suddenly looked back at Jian Wushuang, who was like a demon in the sky. How much she longed for Jian Wushuang to really save her. But before the smile at the corner of his mouth was drawn, his heart sank. Although he had not been with Jian Wushuang for a long time, he knew that the other party's mood was very deep and he was not a character who could easily be moved. "This time I came here, also under the name of her, and wrestled with those mighty ones." Slowly lowered his head, followed to Tear the Sky into the small courtyard. The moment the wooden door closed, a tear fell. In the air. Jian Wuxuang puts the universe of life into his palm, with the universe in one hand and the sky hidden in the other. Just waiting for Tai-san to show up. What he didn't expect was that the other party was also a ruthless character. Jian Wuxuang, can you come down for a comment? There was no anger in Tai-san's voice, but rather peaceful. Is this a peace talk? Jian Wuxuang was a bit disdainful. Chapter 55:20. S' breath remained unchanged, and he fell directly into the courtyard. Tenzo, who was indistinguishable from the dead dog in his hand, remained on his side. There was no accident when he saw Deputy Hall Master Zhong. Everything was planned. Where is Gong Miaoi? Jian Wuxuang was not polite at all. He sat down where Gong Miaoi was originally sitting, and went straight to the subject. Tai-san's expression remained unchanged, and he personally poured a cup of tea for Jian Wuxuang, and said calmly, Jian Wuxuang, a maid, there is no need to stir up the crowd like this. Ha ha! Jian Wuxuang smirked, rubbing the handle of the chair, and then suddenly forcefully shattered the armrest. The sawdust flew out, and Triathlon easily resolved it. It is easy to resolve this, but Jian Wuxuang dares to be so disrespectful in front of so many people. How to resolve it? If he bears it, what will those subordinates think? There are many people standing in the Qingfeng garden. Was originally intended to scare Jian Wuxuang, but now it is counterproductive. The other deputy hall master of Fu Shou Tang directly stood up and shouted angrily. Jian Wuxuang, don't go too far! Ha! Jian Wuxuang snorted coldly, and said with disdain, How old are you? Do you have a voice here? You! The deputy hall master had received this kind of anger, and was about to rush at the moment, but was stopped by Tai-san. Tai-san took a deep breath, held back for a while, grasped the tea-making shelf in his hand, and said calmly, Gong Miaoy's matter is indeed my negligence. Even if you don't come to this matter, I will bring a generous gift. I went to visit and I didn't expect to get to this point. Tell me about the requirements. If there are any shortcomings or requirements, I will definitely do it. Jian Wuxuang held up the teacup and shook it for a while, then his eyes contained great anger, and he poured the tea in the cup directly on Tai-san, shouting angrily, You're always confused, let me make a request? He was a little angry. I want the origin of everything in the North Tower, can you give it? Don't think it's a hall master, so you can talk nonsense, otherwise I will ruin you once. Iron Trinity's violent aura directly evaporates all the tea on his face. Just about to burst, after hearing the origin of everything, he had to suppress the anger in his heart forcibly. He has already told his elder brother Chanfeng Sword God about the things here, and even his elder brother said not to provoke Jian Wuxuang. The other party is just about to blackmail some treasures, just take the money and send it away. But Jian Wuxuang is too shameless now, this is not for the money at all, this is to humiliate him. Deputy Hall Master Zhong also saw it for a moment, and now he moved the position to the back. If it were him, I am afraid he would have done it a long time ago. He also admires the endurance of Tetsuo, which can be resisted. Isn't triathlon very prestigious before? Why are you exaggerating now? Jian Wuxuang! Tai-san's face finally pulled down, staring at Jian Wuxuang, wishing to eat him, gritted his teeth and said, If it hadn't been for my eldest brother to confess, you would have died 100 times. In the last sentence, he just talked about it. In the palace of the elders, who would dare to kill Jian Wuxuang? I really want to kill Jian Wuxuang, not to mention the real spirit. Even Wuzhou will have to fight the other side. Then I have to tell you, if it weren't for me, you wouldn't even have a place to sit and talk to me. Without your eldest brother, you wouldn't even be able to sit still. The two got up at the same time, their bodies were close together, and their faces were close to each other. Stared at each other's eyes. Today, let Gong Miaoi go with me, or you can kneel down and slap 3 heads, and I will admit this marriage. Jian Wuxuang straightened up, rubbed his eyebrows, and then said, Or give me the origin of everything. Don't say you don't give your face, ask me to finish, you can figure it out. These 3 requirements, no matter which one is enough, will ruin the opponent. It is absolutely impossible to let Gong Miao go with him. The invitations were all sent out, and the Taoist couple ran away with others, and this face was lost. As for the origin of all things, giving him 10 lives, he dare not call the shots. In the end, the only way is to kowtow. It's better to kill him directly. Deputy Hall Master Zhong couldn't stand it anymore. What a shame it was. For a woman, it's not worth it. You all get back! Tai San's face was shaking, and he waved for the people to disperse. The deputy director of Fu Shou Tang was a little moved. Let them leave. Is this really ready to compromise? If this is the case, then they will be ashamed for the rest of their lives. Was trampled on the face by a Taoist monarch. Hall Master, we. Before they could finish speaking, Tai Zhan looked like white wax, raised his head and glanced at the crowd, and shouted angrily, Go away! Everyone didn't dare to stay longer, and at the same time their hearts were cold. The Hall Master of Fu Shou Tang, who is so prestigious in normal times, is now so mixed up that he has to kneel for a Taoist monarch. After everyone retreated, only Tai Shan, Jian Wushuang and Deputy Hall Master Zhong were left. There were a lot of people just now, but now there are no outsiders. I will personally accompany you, Tai San. The treasure in this mustard seed is worth 30,000 cubic meters of cosmic crystals. It is what I have earned in my life. Please accept it. Bang to Jian Wuduanqian. Jian Wushuang's eyes flashed. 30,000 square cosmic crystals, he really looks down on it now. He has hundreds of thousands of cosmic crystals himself, which is not less than 30,000, but the other party can have 30,000 cosmic crystals. I am afraid he will not benefit from it in private. This is the accumulation of millions of years. There will be more in the future. 30,000 square cosmic crystals are not a big loss, and more will be gained in the future. But Gong Miaoi couldn't return Jian Wushuang. Others don't know, Tai San knows in his heart that Gong Miaoi's physique is very special and suitable for double cultivation. As long as he finds Gong Miaoi's father, Gong Miaoi promises to do double repairs. Now I have mastered the information of Gong Miaoi's father. After the wedding, we'll take Gong Miaoi to find the other party's father. Once the double cultivation starts, his strength can go further. Hope is extremely high, and hope is still great. By then, the two brothers will be super strong, and in this palace of the elders, there will be no fear of anyone. That's why Gong Miaoi would never let it out. The reason why he can hold it back is because of this. In case Jian Wushuang insists on Jian Wushuang, the other party will not help him if this matter is brought to Palace Master Lu Hua. He doesn't stand up to the point. If it weren't for his elder brother to raise him, he would almost get dizzy. Forbearance for a while. After he reaches the top, there is no need to be afraid of Jian Wushuang. Even if Jian Wushuang succeeds in the future, he will be an absolute powerhouse, and there is no need to look at Jian Wushuang's face. After all, this Senate Palace is the personal power of true spirit. The ultimate emperor is not without it, but which ultimate emperor is not related to them? At best it can give a little more face. No matter how big it is also potential. The ultimate emperor doesn't have much power, and he is practicing hard, so there is no time to take care of this. Chapter 55-21. This time, he didn't think of such a simple solution. He is not afraid that the other party will not do anything, he is afraid that the other party will endure it all the time. The purpose of coming here is to let outsiders know that the Yuan Lao Palace will be sentenced in the future, and that is also for a great reason. The Taoist couple was robbed, and the origin of everything was not given to him. Is also known as a teacher. Jian Wushuang's eyes gradually cooled down. Now let alone 30,000 universe crystals, even if it is 300,000, he will continue to make trouble. 30,000 universe crystals, are you sending a beggar? He directly threw away the mustard seeds in the opponent's hand. As soon as these words came out, Tai San couldn't bear it anymore, raised his head and stared at Jian Wushuang. His aura exploded at this moment, and he directly shook Jian Wushuang back. In order to create an illusion, Jian Wushuang directly retreated thousands of miles, crashing and destroying countless palaces and attics, swaying countless sword energy. From the outside world, Jian Wushuang would be seriously injured if he didn't die this time. Tai San was very surprised. He obviously just released some breath, and didn't even think about doing it. The Deputy Hall Master Zhong next to was close to him, and he could see Tai San's thoughts, so he didn't stop him. This is? The Deputy Hall Master Zhong couldn't control that much, and Wu Zui gave orders to ensure Jian Wushuang's safety. Tai San looked a little ugly, and hurriedly explained, Vice Master Zhong, you have to testify to me, I really didn't do it. Tai San, you are deceiving too much, taking my Taoist companion, robbing me of good fortune, I am incompatible with you. Jian Wushuang yelled angrily. The voice spread far away, and many people onlookers heard it. Such a big thing has happened, Dong Xing and Wan Yan are also here. Hearing Jian Wushuang's stern anger, he was a little moved and moved directly. Those in the periphery of Fu Shou Tang wanted to stop, but now Dong Xing already had the power of a Tier 6 top emperor, and it was not so easy to stop it. Now that such a big thing has happened, the emperor of Fu Shou Tang didn't dare to actually do it. He just stopped symbolically and put the two in. After all, so many heirs from the outside world are watching, if you really want to move it, I'm afraid it will arouse public anger. Brother Wushuang, we are late! Dong Xing and Wan Yan entered the ruins, and saw Jian Wushuang in ragged clothes and blood on the corners of his mouth. Were all shocked, and then angrily looked at the hall master of Fu Shou Tang in the distance. Jian Wushuang stood there with a haggard face. But my heart is full of joy. Tai San, today's humiliation, I will write it down. Jian Wushuang looked at each other unwillingly, and said coldly. The breath of hatred rose instantly. Go! Under the protection of Dong Xing and Wan Yan, Jian Wushuang left Fu Shou Tang. Only Tai Zhan and the Deputy Hall Master of the Law Enforcement Hall, who were stunned in the same place, were left. Tai San, it seems that you really offended Jian Wushuang this time. After leaving a sentence, Deputy Hall Master Zhong also left directly. Then the strong from Fu Shou Tang gathered around one after another. Hall Master, there is nothing to be afraid of. He Jian Wushuang deceives people too much. You can't help but make a move. It's normal, someone said with comfort. Tai San's face became even more gloomy, and the violent aura directly shook the person who had spoken back for several battles, and shouted angrily, Get out of here! Now he can't clean it after jumping into the Yellow River. Can't explain to his men that he didn't dare to shoot just to scare Jian Wushuang. I really want to say that, I won't be able to mix up in the future. But if you don't explain, even your own people will assume that he has beaten Jian Wushuang ruthlessly. When everyone retreated, their eyes changed a little. The image of triathlon has been preserved, and it is still as prestigious as before. But he offended Jian Wushuang, but he really sat down. Not only snatched Jian Wushuang's Taoist companion, Lian Jian Wushuang came to ask for the origin of everything, and was beaten up. This matter quickly spread throughout the Yuan Palace. Palace Master Lu Hua brought a generous gift in person, and went to find Jian Wushuang. He doesn't know anything about this, nor has he heard of any reason. The matter of the origin of all things has clearly been determined, and he will fully support Jian Wushuang, whether he can get another explanation, but he has already surfaced his position. Normally, Jian Wushuang would not go to Fu Shou Tang to ask for it. The origin of everything is very important. Although it shows that all the treasures of the Yuan Lao Palace are under the jurisdiction of Fu Shou Tang, the origin of everything is not even qualified to arrange it, let alone Fu Shou Tang. According to his speculation, it is probably because of the Taoist couple. Although Jian Wushuang was deflated this time, Lu Hua was very happy in his heart. As a result, the relationship between Jian Wushuang and the faction of Cha Feng Sword God became even more cold. They count you on a boat. At this time, Jian Wushuang was in the law enforcement hall. Emperor Lu Hua thought that Jian Wushuang was here to heal his injuries, so he came to comfort him. When I arrived there, I found that Jian Wushuang had already been in prison. It was Wu Zui who was waiting for him outside the door. Brother Wuzwa, are you confused? Take Jian Wushuang up at this time. Emperor Lu Hua was shocked. According to common sense, among the people in Jian Wushuang and Yuan Lao Gong, Wuzwa had the best relationship, so why Wuzwa even grabbed Jian Wushuang with him? Wu stood there on the left, with a fierce aura between his brows. Palace Master Lu Hua, I'm afraid you don't know something. Jian Wushuang's move in Fushaotang seriously injured one of Fushaotang's deputy hall masters. If it weren't for Tai San's action, he would have almost fallen. Wu Zui said righteously. According to the law enforcement hall regulations, Jian Wushuang committed a felony and must be detained in jail to wait for the release. When these words came out, Lu Hua was completely stunned. Suddenly, he thought of something. At this time, Tai San walked out of the hall with a smile, and said, Farewell, Palace Master Lu Hua. Emperor Lu Hua's expression became completely cold when he saw the visitor. Tai San, did you do this thing about? Lu Wadajan said coldly. If this is the case, he will have to be in the dark in the future. The last time Wuzwa proposed at another palace lord, he politely declined. Unexpectedly, Wuzwa is now completely embarking on an evil road, and actually hooks up with the sword Chang Feng. In this way, Chang Feng and Wuzwa will deal with the Blue Bull. Maybe they will abdicate at that time and give way to Wuzwa. Triathlon lost the previous anger at this time, and said very happily, The law enforcement hall handles affairs according to the regulations, and it does it very well. This has nothing to do with Fu Shou Tang. Okay. Emperor Lu Hua was so angry that he laughed and said with a big laugh, It's very good. You do it really well. After leaving this sentence, he flicked his sleeve robe and turned around to leave. But after thinking of Jian Wushuang, he stopped and didn't turn his head. He just said in a cold voice, Fighting in private and seriously hurting the elders. This matter is indeed very serious. I have to interrogate myself. Then directly tore through the space and reached the bottom of Yuanyang Lake. There is a water prison there. Jian Wushuang was suppressed here at this time. After he left Fu Shou Tang, Wuzwa personally captured him and sent him here not long after. Chapter 55-22. All this is planned. Although Tyson was furious, he was very cautious, and directly notified the eldest brother Chang Feng Sword God of everything that had happened. After the Chang Feng Sword God knew about it, he pondered for a long time, and speculated that Wuzwa wanted to borrow Jian Wushuang's hand to seek the position of the palace lord, so he asked Tai San to take the initiative to find Wuzwa and explain his intentions. As long as Jian Wushuang is pressed down, he will fully support Wuzwa as the palace lord. And he will try his best to win over the Blue Bull, and then pull Emperor Lu Hua down in one fell swoop. This is still the three palace masters, and there is no change in their interests. The key is to offend Jian Wushuang so badly, he simply made the best move, and did nothing, pulling Wuzwa together to suppress Jian Wushuang. But they didn't know that, in this way, they hit the arms of Jian Wushuang and Wuzwa. Lu Hua hurriedly arrived here. After seeing Jian Wushuang, who was suppressed in prison, he was fainted by cursing Wuzwa secretly. Jian Wushuang is now the celebrity of the Senate Palace. It is impossible for the true spirit to not know. Once the harmony is successful, it is very likely that he will be the heir to the Temple of Qixin in the future. Offended such a character, just for the position of a palace lord. A little irrational. It can only be said that the pattern of Wuzwa is getting smaller and smaller. After Lu Hua arrived, Wuzwa followed. Release people first, count as my guarantee, Emperor Lu Hua said. Wuzwa hesitated, then lowered his voice and said, It will be 10,000 years at the earliest. After Tai San's marriage, I will release Jian Wushuang. You! Lu Wadajan's face sank, and he pointed to Wuzwa and said, You let me say what you are. This Jian Wushuang is the inheritor of the ultimate way, and now the ultimate way is probably complete. You am not afraid that he will find you after he gets along. Wuzwa snorted coldly, staring at Lu Huadijuan, and said angrily, Looking forward and backward, when I chose the palace lord last time, you said the same thing. You disappointed me. I don't know whether this is to cooperate with the performance or accidentally tell the truth. The last time Palace Master Lu Hua did it was not authentic, and Wu Zhe still has a bit of resentment. Well, in this case, you can walk on your single-plank bridge. Emperor Lu Hua did not want to mention the last time, because the last time was indeed his problem. If you were tougher, maybe Wu Zhe would really become the palace lord. What a pity! Changfeng's strength is too bad, once Wu is in the top position. S combination has already broken the balance of the current Senate palace, and he knew it from the bottom of his heart, so he didn't insist on it anymore. Now that the two have joined forces, they have reached a delicate balance with Qingniu and Changfeng. But it's about to break now, and Wu Zhe won't be standing by his side this time. On the contrary, he himself fell into the lower class. Maybe because of the origin of everything, he would still be isolated. When the time comes, the position of the palace lord may be lost. It's too late to turn around now, so I can only bet on the sword Wushuang, and walk one way to the end. The more so, he has to get Jian Wushuang out now. Is the icing on the cake? It is better to send charcoal in the snow. Hall Master Wu Zhe, you can't let go of people, but I'm going to interrogate now. Let me go in and see Jian Wushuang. This doesn't break the rules. Emperor Lu Hua restored his indifferent face. This time Wu Zhe did not refute, took out the token to open the prison, and put the Palace Master Lu Hua into the prison. After entering the prison, Palace Master Lu Hua directly arranged the enchantment to prevent Wu Zhe from eavesdropping outside. Only then took a step towards Jian Wushuang. Palace Master! Jian Wushuang got up with difficulty. His breath was very weak. He didn't hide his breath, but deliberately let Wu Zhe seriously injured him, and he kept pressing down without recovering. If needed, he can restore the peak at any time, which is the terrifying place of the power of life. Diju and Lu Hua felt really, and he hurriedly stepped forward to support Jian Wushuang, and injected his own strength to help Jian Wushuang recover some strength. There are some things you should come to me. Wu Zhe has been unreliable, but I forgot to remind you. Lu Wadijin looked very annoyed. Jian Wushuang was stunned for a moment, then leaked out of anger, gritted his teeth and said, I was careless this time. I didn't expect Wu Zhe to sway me. Don't worry, he can't touch you. I will find a way to get you out, as soon as 10,000 years. Lu Wadijin comforted. 10,000 years! Jian Wushuang had a trace of anxiety in his eyes and said, Palace Master, can you get me out before Tai San's wedding? His expression was moved, his eyes were firm, and then he bowed directly, begging. Palace Master Lu Hua, I beg you, as long as you let me out, I will remember this great grace forever. Jian Wushuang, what are you doing? Emperor Lu Hua stretched out his hand to help Jian Wushuang get up, and said quickly, Don't worry, I will fish you out even if I don't take the position of the palace lord. Anyway, he won't be long enough, and he's not afraid of being caught by Changfeng and Qingniu in his pigtails, and he will simply rob him of the law enforcement hall's prison at that time. Jian Wushuang got up when he heard the other party's promise, with joy in his eyes. After that, Lu Hua left some treasures to restore his origins, and then left. Jian Wushuang looked at the other party's back, and his heart was a little moved. Although he knew that the other party had a very clear purpose, but in order to help him and be able to give up everything, he really had to write down this kindness. After he boarded the Datong, he would never treat him badly. After Emperor Lu Hua was out of prison, he didn't even glance at Wu Zhe, but he waved his sleeves and left with a cold snort. He was disappointed with Wu Zhe. The two have been friends for many years, and now they are dead. At the beginning, in ancient times, although Emperor Lu Hua was not a direct descendant of the Temple of Qixin, he came from a famous family and was a direct descendant of the Lord of the Universe. Wandering through the long river of time and space, getting to know Wu Zhe, the two have also wandered together several times as a deadly friendship. Humph, it'll be one step faster this time, Wu Zhe muttered to himself, and after a glance at Jian Wushuang in prison, he turned and left directly. News of his suppression spread quickly. Even the inheritors on the Tung Mountain know a lot. Huiqing, who was far away in the secret world, also got the news for the first time. Brother Wushuang, I can't help you this time. Hui Qing closed her eyes slightly, and she was in an extremely evil pool of water. In the dark, Long Yi looked at everything in a daze, reporting the situation here to the true spirit one by one. In the prison, Jian Wushuang sat cross-legged in the corner. His breath remained unchanged. Is just in the Sea of Origin, his origin clone is practicing the pinnacle of his creation. Dao Jun is able to create the pinnacle of unique knowledge, and he is also considered the first class. 10,000 tribulations. The first sword is still a bit rough. The sword is dead, but the power is alive. Jian Wushuang shook his head. Chapter 55-23. It was too difficult to integrate the power of life, so he could only turn to using jerkiness to transform the power of life into sword aura. Only in this way can it exert great combat power. Whether it is the extremely strong power of all things, or the power of reincarnation, it is very difficult to integrate into one's own way. The course of life is the heavens and tribulations. Jian Wushuang floated on the Sea of Origin, holding the Jiuyun sword upside down. The sword of 10,000 tribulations can also be the space of 10,000 tribulations, or the universe of 10,000 tribulations. It is the same as everything else, but in a different direction. This first tribulation is in Sword Dao. Jian Wushuang suddenly raised his hand, Jiuyun Jian came out, and the world was surging. This sword can kill the Sixth Order Emperor. The 1,000 tribulations of the Pinnacle's unique learning was created by him throughout his life, and it is related to his journey along the way. The catastrophe he has gone through is more than 10,000 catastrophes. When he was weak, the first culpa before him was Kendo. Now that he has mastered his mastery in a sword, he can be regarded as an account of Kendo and an account of himself. Although Ji Dao is strong, after all, he has been following him for a short time, and he doesn't have too many special feelings. Kendo is different. From a weak moment, to be with him, as if he was born with him. Otherwise, he would not always be distracted to explore Kendo. After having a more powerful ultimate path, why bother to develop an ultimate path? This is not to find yourself uncomfortable. When you are in harmony, you just need to abandon Kendo. But if you give it up, will he be willing? Jian Wushuang asked himself. Wan Dao's sword sovereign. Among the 10,000 ways he mastered, he only loves Kendo. He wants to carry forward Kendo and raise it to an untouchable height. Among the 10,000 Daos, the Kendo is promoted to the strongest and most perfect posture. And the killing of Kendo suits him very well. Myriad Tribulations Sword! Jian Wushuang's eyes were hot, and he looked at this sword and exclaimed excitedly. Finally succeeded! Although the ultimate Kendo has not yet stepped into the 9-level realm, the sword created today can already kill the Sixth Order Emperor. Because of the transformed life force, this sword contains too many things. A sword is not only as simple as the power of killing, but also contains the power of thought, mind, swallowing, all things and even life. Cut it out with one sword, and you can die. Let it die! Jian Wushuang murmured. Then began to practice. He has many cosmic crystals, and he has been constantly exploring the realm of space by leaps and bounds. The distance to the black hole realm is also fast. This time, his enemies are many. It was not Tai Sen alone, but the entire Senate Palace. Fortunately, among the 3 palace lords, the strongest one is in retreat. The palace lord Chang Feng is not there, and the palace lord Lu Hua fully supports him. Wu Zue is the manipulator of the plan again. Under the circumstance that there is no way out, only the peak emperors are left. Although Wu Zue would support him in secret, everything might be impossible. He has to improve his strength to the strongest state as much as possible. Otherwise, there is a risk of exposure. Their plan is in progress, and the plan of the gods is also being laid out. The supreme powerhouse hidden in the dark, some powerhouses in the veteran palace secretly manipulated. A blast of darkness is covering the entire palace of the elders. The dark part of the Senate Palace. Shadow 3, 16 and 17 are already in place, you can do it at any time. Don't be in a hurry, wait and see this time, we will all be exposed, don't be in a hurry. Jian Wushuang is in prison, and there are 14 in the law enforcement hall. There is nothing wrong with it. Hold on. This Shadow 3 is the top 3 figure in the Shadow sect, with the most powerful combat power. Time flies like a white horse. For thousands of years, a civilization was born in the mundane world, and the change of several dynasties, but for practitioners, it was just a moment or a breath. On this day, the island where Fu Shou Tang was located was very lively, and all the palaces turned red. The place originally destroyed by Jian Wushuang has long been restored to its original state. Not to mention, today is the wedding of Fu Shou Tang's chief Tai San, and the entire island has been renovated. At 10 in the morning, everyone on the island is busy. For this big wedding, Tai San even got a group of Taoists from the outside world to do it specially, because the island has a shortage of manpower and must be properly arranged. The characters who came this time are all important, and they are all high-powered in the Senate Palace. Even the temple of the enemy will have the strong come. In the main hall of Fushaotang, countless cases have been put in place at this time, and some relatively weak emperors have arrived early, and they have given enough face to Tai San. Outside the main hall, Tai San personally greeted every visitor, whether it was a 4th-order emperor or a 6th-order emperor, they talked with each other enthusiastically. Even outside the island, a number of 6th-order emperors were arranged to greet them from a distance. It's just that the guests who came this time were mostly indigenous emperors and some veterans from the 4 secret realms. As for the inheritors, very few came. Some inheritors who were with the Yuan Lao Palace had arrived, such as the Emperor Tier Heaven. Master. Tearing the Sky respectfully salutes. Apprentice, you are here to receive distinguished guests on my behalf, and I will go to the apse to have a look. Tai San smiled often and said to this disciple that he didn't. Not only in practice, but also in financial resources. The situation of Tearing the Sky is very similar to him, they are all aptly qualified, but with good luck. And Tearing the Sky has not let him down, every time it is steadily improving. He is now the 5th-order Peak Emperor, and he has also passed through the 48 floors at the North Tower. It hasn't been long before breaking through the 5th-order Emperor, and he has this strength, and he is also hopeful in the future. Tai San put down what he was holding and turned and entered the apse. The bright red silk placed in the hall is very festive. Miaoi. Tai San walked around, his face full of smiles. Gong Miaoi smiled and said, Are the arrangements made outside? Everything is ready, you are the only one left. After today. Gong Miaoi raised his head and looked at Tai San, expecting. Is my father really in the mine? Tai San nodded and said, I didn't dare to tell my eldest brother about this matter www. Mtnavel. But I asked people around him to help me investigate. That Jianxiu is very close to your father. Like. Then when do we go? Gong Miaoi said happily. After today, you can go any time. Then Tai San hesitated. It's just. Gong Miaoi looked solemnly, and said solemnly, As long as I find my father, the little girl will ask her husband in this life. Okay, I won't lose you. Triathlon was very excited. At the beginning, he was afraid that Gong Miaoi was unwilling. After all, he was a 5th-order Peak Emperor, who generally had arrogance, and she was also a woman with a very special physique. Now he thinks too much. As long as he gets Gong Miaoi, he will be Mahayana and enter the peak, so he won't treat the opponent badly. At that time, he can also help Gong Miaoi quickly break the mirror and enter the 6th-order Emperor. Chapter 55-24. Think about it and listen to it beautifully. Both husband and wife are 6th-order emperors, which can be regarded as a good story in the palace of the elders. And Gong Miaoi's potential is good, he can even arrange Gong Miaoi to go to the Tomb Mountain. It's not difficult to get a quota. All is well in the future, but there are also changes. At this time, outside the prison of the Law Enforcement Hall, two groups of people were already in place. One group was arranged by the confidant of Palace Master Lu Hua, and the other group was the shadow sect powerhouse lurking in the Palace of the Elders. Among the group of people that Emperor Lu Hua looked for, there were 3 Tier 6 peak emperors, who were enough to break the restriction here, and there were more than 10 Tier 6 emperors who were strong enough to hold the law enforcement hall. At this time, Wu Zhuo was not here at all, but went to Fuzhou Tang. Over the years, he and Tai San have been very close, so naturally they want to join in. Now in the law enforcement hall, only Deputy Hall Master Zhong and 3 Sixth Order Emperors are sitting in town. Most of the strong in the law enforcement hall are located in the north, but in the Senate Palace, there are only a few. The strong in the Palace of the Elders are like clouds, and no one dares to make a mistake here. Outside the prison, there are no guards, because there are restrictions, and there is no fear of someone daring to rob the prison. Even if you dare to come, once the prohibition is attacked, the strong of the law enforcement hall can arrive at the first time. Both groups are very patient, and seem to be waiting for an order. Do it! Do it! Emperor Lu Hua checked the time and gave the order directly. At the same time, the supremely strong man hiding in the dark also gave the order. The two groups of people appeared at the same time in different positions, but the purpose was the same. Robbery! Boom! 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 A wave of violent forces suddenly attacked the restraint outside the prison. Jian Wushuang, who was deep in the prison, suddenly opened his eyes. Although he doesn't know the situation of the outside world, someone is coming to attack. I am afraid that today is when he goes out, and it is also the most important part of the plan. Inside the law enforcement hall. With the arrival of this day, Deputy Hall Master Zhong was not surprised. He had expected that he would come to rescue Jian Wushuang, so he was also prepared. An order came out, several Sixth Order Emperors, together with hundreds of Fifth Order Peak Emperors. Follow me to catch the rebellion! The rugged Deputy Hall Master Zhong took the lead with a mountain-opening battle axe, leading hundreds of emperors and powerful men, directly toward the space to the outside of the prison. At this time, outside the prison, both parties were a little surprised. The intelligence is wrong! Who is the other party? Does the palace master have other arrangements? However, the purpose is the same, and the two sides have not had any fights, and both are doing their best to break the prohibition. But at this time, the hundreds of people brought by Deputy Hall Master Zhong had already arrived. The majestic Faxiong broke out directly, and the strength of Deputy Hall Master Zhong was comparable to that of the most powerful. His appearance still shocked many people. The mysterious person in the dark must not act rashly. He can only command the crowd and stop the strong man in the law enforcement hall first. Deputy Hall Master Zhong's image was majestic for 1,000,000 li, and he slowly raised his hand to open it with a single stroke, directly letting the lake retreat, hitting the two groups of strong men who attacked the prohibition. Let me see, who is so courageous? Boom! The violent breath directly shook back several Sixth Order Emperors. The means of hiding their breath also broke. Wang Ken, you are so brave, dare to rob prison! Deputy Hall Master Zhong recognized the Sixth Order Peak Emperor who took the lead at a glance. That was the first Titan under the Master of Palace Master Lu Hua. The Sixth Order Peak combat power is only a trace of him. Seeing that the other party recognized him, Wang Ken was not hiding it, so he rushed over immediately. Continue to attack the restraint, I will stop him! Deputy Hall Master Zhong sneered. It's up to you. Haha, although I can't beat you head-on, there are still ways to stop you. Wang Ken was very confident. Wang Ken was able to reach the 60th floor in the North Tower, and he had already reached the 6th Order consummate combat power. As for Deputy Hall Master Zhong, he reached the 61st floor. The difference between the two is just one level. Although it will be suppressed in strength, it will not be defeated in an instant. It is easy to stop the time of Deputy Hall Master Zhong. It takes 10 breaths to break the prohibition. Two groups of people from the outside fought hard. Jian Wushuang in prison was also tense. As long as the restriction is opened, he will tear the space and escape directly. Go straight to Fuzhou Tang. Wu Zhuo was already waiting there. Moreover, most of the people in the law enforcement hall were transferred to the northern border. Only the deputy head Zhong Zhong could not stop him. At that time, even if some people were killed, the inheritors and the emperors of the 4 secret realms would not stop him. Even the strong from the Senate Palace, few people dared to stop him. As soon as the source of destruction comes out, the entire Fusho Hall will probably fall. When the time comes, the strong will disperse, the most chaotic. You can take Gong Miaoi directly to the central hall, take the teleportation array, and go directly to the north. It can only be teleported to the north, from the palace of the old, and only after going to the north can it go to other big states. Boom! The fighting outside is very jiaozuo. The 2 groups of robbed prisoners had to separate the manpower to attack the restraint, while at the same time they had to stop the people from the law enforcement hall. Li Mi Kanji, it turned out to be you! Deputy Hall Master Zhong split the space with an axe, letting the supremely strong man behind him appear. Deputy Hall Master Zhong was very surprised. Li Mi Kanji is a rare 6th-order peak powerhouse in the Northern Realm. He is as famous as the Shangqing ancestors and others, but he did not expect to hide his strength all the time, and he was actually the ultimate powerhouse. And he dared to plot against such a big thing as robbing prison. There must be other secrets behind this. Wan Qian and others robbed the jail because Emperor Lu Hua, and the aboriginal emperors of the Northern Territory like Li Miyu, had nothing to do with Jian Wushuang, so how could they have the courage to rob the prison? Associate Hall Master Zhong, you shouldn't have discovered me. Li Mi Kanji's eyes shrunk and were already exposed. Now he can't take care of that much. If Jian Wushuang is not taken out, they will all be finished. The terrifying breath of extreme peaks descended instantly. Killed in the direction of Deputy Hall Master Zhong. As soon as the peak came out, the news here spread directly. Only when that breath spread thousands of miles away, it suddenly stopped, and a more terrifying breath followed. There was also a subtle magic sound mixed in that breath. Magic sound, God General! Everyone was shocked. According to common sense, in the affairs of the Yuan Lao Palace, the magic sound can't interfere with these ancient existences. But there was a fight of the highest level, and it was also related to Jian Wushuang, and the magic sound would also have to take action. Directly suppress the matter in this place. And Li Mi Kanji, who had just been exposed, was directly seriously injured. At the same time, the prohibition began to break in the wave of magic sound. Only a trace of cracks appeared. Jian Wushuang seized the opportunity instantly, and before the cracks healed, he directly tore through the gaps in the surrounding space that was not forbidden, and escaped. End of this chapter. Chapter 55-25. As Jian Wushuang went out, Moin also retreated far away. Deputy Hall Master Zhong frowned. Everyone was helping Jian Wushuang, but he was the only one to stop him. Palace Master Zhong, we will see you tomorrow. Wan Qian and others don't care about so many. After the mission is completed, they go directly to the central hall, where there is Qiu Huang's death. They can directly escape. Going to the north to avoid the storm and robbing prisoners is not big or small. If Palace Master Lu Hua couldn't stand it, they could only keep fleeing. However, Lu Hua also promised them that there would definitely be life-threatening danger. He must have been carrying some notoriety, and he would be compensated when he returned to the Senate Palace in the future. Wan Qian and the others calmly retreated. The Deputy Hall Master Zhong did not chase, but stared at the supremely strong man. Li Mi Porridge, you are really confused. Wan Qian and the others have Lu Hua's support. Who are your supporters? Vice Paul Master Zhong had killing intent in his eyes. It's okay to let Wan Qian go, with Lu Hua in front of him, but who supported Li Mi Kanji? This is hard to say, so these people must never be let go. At this time Jian Wushuang had already escaped. Li Miju and the others came to jail to take Jian Wushuang away, but now Jian Wushuang hasn't caught him, and was stopped by people from the law enforcement hall. The blow by Moin God just now, although his subordinates were merciless and did not want to kill, but it also caused Li Mi Kanji to be seriously injured. When confronted by Deputy Hall Master Zhong again, it was difficult to leave. First rush out, once the other strong come, we will be done. Li Mi Porridge's complexion was ashen. This time, they were careless about the plan. It was not counted that there would be people who would rescue Jian Wushuang. They had known it earlier, and they would have guarded outside. Boom! Jian Wushuang in the distance looked back, and found nothing wrong. I just feel that this movement is a little too big. But fortunately, some of the strong people in Fushaotang have been distracted, and he just took the opportunity to grab his relatives. A terrifying atmosphere broke out again, and a great battle directly swept all the waters within hundreds of millions of miles nearby. After Jian Wushuang flew out with difficulty, he went all out to go to Fushaotang. Fushaotang. Although it is far from the law enforcement hall, I can feel the clearly visible aura of terror. That direction is the law enforcement hall, where Jian Wushuang is still suppressed. This made many people frown. At this time the guests were already seated, and many people wanted to go out and take a look, but they were stopped by Wu Zue. Continue drinking, continue dancing. Wu Zue calmly picked up the wine glass and said coldly, "Do you guys believe in the strength of my law enforcement hall?" Hum. A breath radiated from him and directly suppressed everyone present. Those who wanted to go out to see what was going on also stopped. Although some people are equal to Wu Zue, they are all hall masters. But the strength is much worse. Wu Zue is the pinnacle of the most powerful. Even the 3 major palace masters can break their wrists. Moreover, he is the only living disciple of Qixin. Not only is his power terrifying, but he also has the secret method that the Qixin originally bestowed. It is the secret method created by the Qixin. Once activated, no one in the Palace of the Elders except the magic sound will be able to do so. Stop, Wu Zue. After stopping the place, Wu Zue leaked a sneer. The Iron San and the apes found that something was wrong, but now he is riding a tiger with difficulty. Will it be in time? You can't delay. Hall Master, I have ordered people to arrange 10 sixth-order emperors and powerful people around Fusho Hall. Even if Jian Wushuang dares to come, he will surely let him come back and forth. Tai San's eyelids throbbed, still feeling a little unstable, and he said, "Let Brother Qiu Qian sit in the portal himself, and then mobilize some native emperors from the 4 secret realms. As long as I can pass safely today, I will take out 5,000 square universe crystals. Minute!" He also had his blood capital. His own manpower was not enough, and even the native emperors were sent out. Yes. After settled down, Tai San turned and entered the boudoir in the apse. "Miao, the time is up, come with me into the hall," Tai San said softly. Gong Miao was dressed in a red attire. On this day, she was not covering her face, but showing her gracefully. The triathlon she saw was shocked. Although it wasn't the first time I saw each other, the feeling that I was about to have each other, that kind of control instantly burst. The face that can make the 6th-order peak emperor so moved can be said to be peerless. Gong Miao's face was cold, and he slowly stepped forward to hold Tai San's arm, and the two of them directly tore the space and reached the hall in an instant. The appearance of the two instantly broke the previously embarrassing scene. Where do Tai San and Gong Miao stand on the main seat? Today, Tai Mao is getting married. Thank you for coming to join us. If you need it in the future, please speak up. After speaking, the two bowed their hands. Emperor Tir Heaven was standing beside him at this time, and he was also very excited. Speaking of it, Gong Miao was the one he introduced to his master. If the two of them can form a Taoist couple, he has to remember a lot. But when the two of them just got up and were about to raise their wine glasses to toast everyone, a terrifying breath instantly fell. Triathlon! Boom! Jian Wushuang ascends to the top of the sky like a colossus, descending from the sky, directly smashing the dome above the main hall to pieces. At this time, the sky outside became a little gloomy. Tai San's expression moved, knowing that he shouldn't mess up his position at this time, and hurriedly shouted, "Come on, drive him out of me!" Huh! Jian Wushuang sneered. "Stop screaming, I've already dealt with those hillbillies outside." How is this possible? Tai San's expression sank. If the aboriginal monarchs outside can't stop them, they can still make sense. But Chiu Qian was his elder brother's right-hand man, who was even stronger than him. How could he be defeated by Jian Wushuang? He didn't know that the people he arranged outside had long been taken care of by Emperor Lu Hua himself. They are now suppressed. All this is done quietly. After all, he is the absolute strongest. How could it be discovered by others? Bakanshu. Calm. Jian Wushuang, today is a big wedding. I advise you to stop making trouble. Tai San's breath changed and he was ready to do it at any time. This time he would not bear it anymore. At the same time, he also transmitted to Wu Zue and said angrily, Brother Wu Zue, didn't you say that he will be released after today? Tai San is now increasingly suspicious that Wu Zue is playing tricks on him. Originally discussed, Jian Wushuang will be released after today. At that time, he will leave the old man with Gong Niaoyi and go to the north, so he doesn't have to worry about Jian Wushuang's trouble. Wu Zue just spoke indifferently. Don't worry, what storms can he upset as a Taoist? Besides, he is now a fugitive. You can take action against him. With my guarantee, it's okay. With this sentence, it was considered that Tai San's mood was stabilized. The origin of destruction in Jian Wushuang's body began to be released, but it fell into the hall in an instant. Chapter 55-26. Nothing to do with you, you will finally go away. Jian Wushuang glanced at the emperor sitting on both sides of the hall, and said, Otherwise, don't blame me for hurting you by mistake. As soon as the source of that horrible destruction came out, everyone was in chaos. Before he finished speaking, they left one after another. It's okay to watch the show, but it's not good to hurt yourself by mistake. Tai San's expression changed. He didn't expect Jian Wushuang to get the origin of the universe and destroy the origin. If he blew himself up in this hall, he would have to be seriously injured. Jian Wushuang, you are now a prisoner, and you can act unscrupulously on you. You'd better know and get out of here, I'll assume it never happened. Tai San stretched out his hand and said very righteous. This is because that source of destruction is too terrifying, and it is really necessary to fight. I am afraid that neither he nor Jian Wushuang will end well. The other party is an inheritor, with true spirits for the bottom, and will not fall at all. He was different, really fighting. If Jian Wushuang killed him, Jinling would not obliterate Jian Wushuang because of a veteran. On the contrary, if he killed Jian Wushuang, he would probably arouse the anger of the true spirit. Gong Miaoya's face was a little stalemate next to her. For a while, I didn't know whether Jian Wushuang was true or not, and there was a touch of emotion in my heart. At this moment, tearing the sky, just wanted to leave here, but there was a breath that kept him back, making him unable to move. The owner of this breath is naturally Wu Zue. Jian Wushuang has clearly said that he must be torn to death. The beast soldier must be snatched over. This is a great opportunity. Jian Wushuang's eyes revealed a huge killing intent. Tai San, old dog, take it to death! His whole Buddha's thought power broke out in an instant, and the straight source of destruction buzzed in an instant. Of course, the Tai San on the main hall would not wait to die, pulling Gong Niaoyi to flee. At this time, it is not the time to fight hard. Escape! Tai San had only one thought. It was a bit miserable to tear the sky, unable to move at all, was suppressed to death, and desperately shouted, Help me! At this time, the crisis was full, and Tai San didn't care about the life and death of the sky at all, just wanted to leave here quickly. Everyone must die! As soon as Jian Wushuang's voice fell, candle dragon wings instantly wrapped his body, and Wu Zue was standing in front of him at this time. Don't resist, I will do it after a breath. After Wu Zue transmitted the sound, a powerful force wrapped Jian Wushuang. Without his protection, Jian Wushuang, who was destroying the core of the source, would also fall. Boom! The source of destruction burst completely, the entire Fushaotang was razed to the ground in an instant, and then a surge of weather began to condense into a point. That is a black hole. The origin of this destruction directly condensed the continent where Fu Shou Tang was located into a black hole, and the huge swallowing power swallowed all the continent where Fu Shou Tang was located. It was useless for Tai San to struggle in it, and finally abandoned Gong Miaoyi and wanted to escape alone, but Jian Wushuang had already rushed over. Want to go? Jian Wushuang dived, first grabbed Gong Miaoyi, and then took Gong Miaoyi's hand and stopped in front of Tai San. Looking down at the other side, a high-ranking hall master of Fu Shou Tang now looks like a mourning dog. Jian Wushuang, I want you to die! Tai San was completely angry, and desperately rushed towards Jian Wushuang. Although he had been seriously injured, Triathlon tried his best when he came up, and even burned his original source to restore his strength to the top level. God-destroying palm! Tai San's pinnacle knowledge is a set of infinite destructive skills. With a palm shot, the God Destruction technique was instantly activated, and the thought power around Jian Wushuang began to weaken, and he could no longer feel the position of the opponent. Once the power of mind disappears, the practitioner is like a blind man. Wu Zhuo was in the core of the black hole in the distance, and he was still carrying the Emperor of Tier Heaven in his hand. At this time, the heart and soul were torn apart. Master Wu Zhuo, help me! Save you? Wu Zhuo sneered, and after forcibly taking the beast from the opponent, he threw the tearing sky into the vortex of the black hole. With tearing resentment on his face, he roared, No! He is not reconciled! Along the way, it was not easy for him than anyone else. In order to keep the beasts, he not only provoked Jian Wushuang and Primordial Star. When he arrived at the Tomb Mountain, he was bullied by other inheritors, and now he finally climbed to this position step by step. How could he be so willing to fall? But the huge gravitational force of the black hole behind him extinguished his mind, and his body turned into countless particles, which were deposited into the deposit. But on the surface of the black hole, there was still the last grim expression of tearing the sky imprinted. It was a cloud of mist. After solving the tearing sky, Wu Zhuo took a step and came to the core of the black hole. Jian Wushuang, do you want me to help? Now that Jian Wushuang has no thought power, he can only hear the sound. At this time, he also has a fierce energy, and he shouted, I can solve it! Originally, according to the plan, Wu Zhuo solved Tai San and Jian Wushuang solved the tearing sky. Now it's the other way around. The strongest Wu Zhuo went to kill the weakest tearing sky, and Jian Wushuang chose to chew on the hardest bone. I found you! A smile leaked from the corner of Jian Wushuang's mouth. Without the power of thought, he still has the power of life. As long as it contains the breath of life, he can feel it. The huge palm print hit. Jian Wushuang slowly pulled out the Julian sword that was behind him. At this moment, his temples were flying, his robe dancing with gravity, his eyes closed, but he drew out the Julian sword, ready to use his strongest sword. Gong Miaoyi, who stood behind Jian Wushuang, looked at Jian Wushuang, as if he had seen his father from the other side. Because at the beginning, her mother told him that his father likes to carry a long sword most. For this reason, the two came together. But when he thought of his father, he was a little moved. Tai Sanjin is going to fall. What will his father do, and who will he rely on to find his father? Rely on Jian Wushuang? Although Jian Wushuang's face is for her now, she can't guarantee that the other party will help her. What if Jian Wushuang uses her again, and then throws it aside and ignores it? At that time, Akansha, calm, because she had fallen to the Iron Three, the palace master Chang Feng would not spare her either. Hard work. Gong Miaoyi's eyes were a little rosy, but she couldn't make any choice, she had to be at the mercy of others. But at this moment, Jian was Julian's sword in both hands pointed at the giant palm, and at the same time he looked back at Gong Miaoyi, and said tenderly, Don't worry, I can help you with our father's affairs. As soon as this shameless remark came out, Jian Wushuang shot it instantly. Millions of tribulation! Julian's sword made a buzzing sound, which was the transformation of life force. The monstrous sword intent descended on the world, and a sword came out to resonate in the entire space. Just the breath of Jian Wushuang's body instantly dissipated the god-destroying technique, and then shouted angrily, "Death!" End of this chapter. Chapter 55-27. As soon as this sword came out, the entire space was instantly flattened, and all matter was dying, that was dying from the depths of life. Anyone who touches it will die. Tai-san looked at the sword in a daze and said, "How could this be? How can he be so strong?" But now he didn't give him time to shock at all, so he could only forcefully stop him. Void. A huge Dharma image rose up, and Tai-san also began to kill his life. As soon as he pointed it out, he gathered a little bit, and no matter what, he would break the sword. The power contained in the sword made him tremble. If he is not cautious, he will really fall into Jian Wushuang's hands today. Broken! The huge finger's shadow and Jueyin's sword collided with each other. This bed on Xingqian's finger, but just touched the Jueyin's sword, it began to break. Desperate. At the moment it was extinguished, Tai-san's face began to be distorted, not only the physical body, but also the divine body and origin lost their original shape, continuously distorted, and finally dissipated. Tai-san completely turned to ashes and has fallen. Jian Wushuang slowly opened his eyes, and the black hole was already shrinking. It originally covered the entire continent, but now that the continent has disappeared, the black hole has become very small. He really killed a 6th-order peak emperor. Although most of the reasons were because of the 10% destruction and Wu's was secret help, the opponent was actually dead in his hands. After picking up the other party's mustard seeds, he took Gong Miaoi and left the black hole. The black hole also completely turned into a point in the next moment, and then began to be restored by the space, and everything was restored to peace. In the air, there was still a mustard seed floating at this time, which was tearing the sky. Wu's didn't personally give him the beast magic weapon, because the plan was very important, and he couldn't tell anyone, even Gong Miaoi couldn't say it. Jian Wushuang was a little excited about this, and put it away directly. As for Wu's, he is still trapped in a black hole. An extremely secret transmission sounded in Jian Wushuang's mind. The time of 3 breaths is in order. After 3 breaths, I will break through the black hole and go out. At that time, you must take my blow. After being seriously injured, go directly into the teleportation formation and leave, and everything will proceed according to the planned route. The voice came from Wu Zue, and Jian Wushuang did not answer, pulling Gong Miaoi towards the central hall. The monarchs who were onlookers, or the powerhouses of the Elder Palace, looked at him, and no one tried to stop him. Because Triathlon is dead. With such a big movement, even the Taoist Qing Neo who was in retreat was awakened, but he did not appear. Diju and Lu Hua frowned, and he was already suspicious of what he was doing now. Jian Wushuang was robbed by him, and now he has killed Tai-san and is about to flee. I am afraid that I will be held accountable in the future. Those inheritors shouted in applause, not only did not stop them, but even gave way to Jian Wushuang. On the Mine Mountain, the Mine God will stand side by side with Yun Zhongjuan, staring at all this. How to say? Moin Shin turned his head to look at Yun Zhongjuan, and said in doubt, "What are you talking about?" "Just like that, let him run away." Yun Zhongjuan pointed to Jian Wushuang. "If not, the Senate Palace has nothing to do with the two of them, that is, because of the true spirit, it came here. They will not take care of internal struggles unless they are involved in the competition. And he is the kind of super strong with unclean details. That Zhu Dian who was dragged by Deputy Hall Master Zhong was because the details were not clear, the magic sound god general would do it. Of course, a large part of the reason was to rescue Jian Wushuang. If he really wants to stop Jian Wushuang, he will have to go back then. After all, releasing Jian Wushuang has something to do with the magic sound general. Jun Yunzhong smashed his mouth and said leisurely, "Forget it, it's just like watching a good show, this Jian Wushuang's character, I have misunderstood, this kind of thing can be done, there is mine back then demeanor." As he said, his figure disappeared. The magic sound general was a little disdainful. At the beginning, Yun Zhongjuan didn't have the courage to pursue Emperor Jiuyun with a cheeky face. He was severely injured by the slap of the great Jiuyun, and the divine body was cracked. Countless people stared at Jian Wushuang. It's time for 3 breaths. A huge centipede, tearing through the world, rushed out of the name of the black hole. Wu Zue was dressed in a pale yellow robe, standing on top of the centipede's head. At this moment, he was full of anger. A pair of purple eyes exuded the power of thunder, and a thunder of 10,000 battles burst out and went straight to Jian Wushuang. The crowd who had originally watched backed away again. But Wu's was shot. Even if it is affected, I am afraid it will fall. It's over. Jian Wushuang is really offending Wu Zue. Many people retreated quickly. The purple thunder came behind Jian Wushuang in an instant. Jian Wushuang was also prepared long ago, and he was really going to be recruited. He had to fall. This is also a bitter trick. Of course, it won't really go hard. He took out a white jade ball and threw it back. The jade ball turned frantically, and then burst out a scorching light that swept the earth in an instant. Although it blocked most of the power of purple thunder, some tiny electric snakes rushed to Jian Wushuang's side. Just when he was about to touch the electric snake, Jian Wushuang pulled Gong Miaoyi over, stopped her behind, and took the initiative to withstand the blow. What? The huge inertia caused Jian Wushuang to release Gong Miaoyi's hand, and the whole person flew out directly. A cloud of golden blood spurted out, and Jian Wushuang only felt that the entire source was trapped by the electric snake. This time it was not just a simple serious injury. If it is a simple injury, he can directly recover, and he has a powerful life source that can recover instantly. But after the electric snake entered his body, it entered his origin, and it would take 100 years at the fastest to disperse it. This time, he exerted great perseverance. At the same time, in order to ensure safety, he also has a lot of back players. If Gong Miaoyi ran away by the time, he also had a quick way to rescue him. Wu Zue had given him the antidote. But in order to test Gong Miaoyi, the eyeliner of the confused Shadow Zong cannot be easily used. Jian Wushuang clutched his chest, raised his head to see Gong Miaoyi flying over, and he breathed a sigh of relief in his heart. Not afraid of the other party running outside Ukanshu. Calm is afraid that the other party will run away now. Then lose your lord. He didn't have to run away, just let Wu Zue kill him. Without Gong Miaoyi's support, his plan would be difficult to succeed. Gong Miaoyi is used to confuse the gods. It's up to the other party to be fooled. Go! This time Gong Miaoyi pulled him directly into the teleportation formation of the central hall. Qiu Huang didn't say much, just nodded for a moment, and then directly opened the big formation. Immediately before Wu Zue descended, the two escaped smoothly. The Wu Zue who arrived here was extremely angry. I can't tell at all that it's pretending. Chapter 55-28. Qiu Huang? Wu Zue stared straight at the opponent, and shouted angrily. Come here, take him to jail! This situation occurred on his side, and a group of people from the law enforcement hall also came. After hearing Wu Zue's order, several emperors immediately took action and directly suppressed Qiu Huang. My lord, there is still a situation on the prison side, a law enforcement hall emperor said cautiously. Wu turned his head to look, his eyes could kill. When the law enforcement hall hears the order, all members of the law enforcement hall in the Northern Territory can be transmitted. Jian Wushuang must be captured. Whoever catches Jian Wushuang will reward 10,000 square cosmos crystals. As soon as this remark came out, everyone was moved. 10,000 square cosmic crystals. There are only 3 palace owners and Wu Zue in the palace of the elders. You must know that Tai San controls Fuzhou Tang, and only after so many years has he harvested 30,000 square cosmic crystals. For the 6th Order Emperor, 10,000 square cosmic crystals, that is a huge amount of wealth. For all the worth of a 6th Order Emperor, there is no 10,000 square cosmic crystal. Only some special 6th Order peak emperors have such strong financial resources. Not everyone is as lucky as Triathlon. There is a pro-elder brother who is the most powerful and one of the 3 palace masters of the Senate Palace. He himself even sat in the position of Fu Shou Tang's Hall Master. Otherwise, there would be no worth of 30,000 universe crystals. Although some inheritors were tempted, Jian Wushuang's strength was too strong, and they were not sure at all. At present, most of the inheritors are around the 5th Order Peak Emperor. Most of the powerhouses who have achieved the 6th Order Emperor in such a short time will not be in the Palace of the Elders. Now the first wave of inheritors is the 6th Order Emperor, the second wave is the 5th Order Emperor, and the third wave is the Emperor who has just joined together successfully. In the Tomb Mountain, it is common for the 4th Order Emperor to succeed in Hadao. After the second-rank Origin Dao has successfully reached the ultimate harmony, he will directly become the 4th Order Emperor. This is no surprise. The weakest group is still Dao Jun. These Dao monarchs are actually able to get along quickly, and even have a high success rate. However, with the lessons learned from the past, most Taoists want to go to Hadao after the origin of the Tao is consummated. Such a successful combination is the 4th Order Emperor, who will soon be able to reach the 5th Order Emperor. Sitting 5 and looking 6, you can even pursue the ultimate. With the support of Qishan Temple, they have no reason not to pursue the strongest. You know, those ultimate Dao monarchs, after seeing Hui Qing becoming emperor, are directly the 5th Order Peak Emperor, and their combat power is comparable to the 6th Order Peak Emperor, and even the ultimate Dao monarch has to go to completion. Go to Hadao again. But the ultimate way, the more difficult it is to go to the back. Jian Wushuang was very touching about this point. His ultimate Dao was complete, but the ultimate Kendo was still the 8th level. There is also a large part of the reason, because he has been slack in Kendo since he mastered Jidao. But at this point, after waiting for harmony, everything is returned to space, and this dilemma is gone. After Wu Zhuo made the announcement, the people dispersed. There are many people who are tempted, but there are probably not many who are qualified to catch Jian Wushuang. Some powerhouses in the Senate have this qualification. As for the 6th Order Emperors of the 4 great secret realms, most of them are not capable of this. Now Jian Wushuang's combat power is comparable to Tier 6 tops. If you face those indigenous emperors, the 6th Order Peak can also fight. As for the super strong, these people dare not move easily. Can't listen to Wu Zhuo's side words. What if Master True Spirit wants to keep Jian Wushuang? This may also be true. Said to be chasing and killing, no one is going now. But the law enforcement hall in the north has been dispatched. After Wu Zhuo returned to the law enforcement hall, he began to send orders to the law enforcement hall powerhouses everywhere to intercept Jian Wushuang. Among the strongest dispatched, the weakest must also be the 6th Order Peak Strong. Although there are many strong people in the law enforcement hall, there are only 10 strong people who have reached the peak of Tier 6. There are only 2 Deputy Hall Masters who can match the best. Deputy Hall Master Zhong, in Yanyang Lake, there is also a Deputy Hall Master in the north. The strength of that Deputy Hall Master is not weaker than that of Deputy Hall Master Zhong. Wu Zhuo directly contacted the other party and was solely responsible for arresting Jian Wushuang. At this time, Deputy Hall Master Zhong also won Li Mi Porridge and others. Inside the hall, the origin of Li Mi Porridge has been restrained, and now it is no different from a cripple. Identity, behind-the-scenes instructor, motive. Wu Zhuo's voice was cold. But at the bottom of my heart, he was very puzzled. He was very clear about Lu Hua's tricks, and Wan Can and others were also Lu Hua's confidants, and he knew this very well. However, this Li Mi Porridge was able to conceal his own strength, and even dared to go to jail. Who gave him so much courage? Li Maikan's heart was as gray as death. He fell into Wu Zhuo's hand and he was finished. Fortunately, he passed the news that Jian Wushuang had been sent out of the Senate Palace. Of course, this was all he had imagined. At this time, the gods were mobilizing the Shadow Sect powerhouses from the entire celestial realm to search for Jian Wushuang in the northern realm. How can I care about an abandoned child? It's useless if you kill me. Li Mi Kanji's mouth was very hard, and he said that he was going to die, so it's better not to say it, but still alive. Wuzwa stood up and said gloomily, "You think I can't help it unless I say it? If so, then they really underestimate their Senate palace. Without any means, how could he pull out the shadow sect in the north so clean? Fork out and send it to the criminal department to let them interrogate. If you can't come out, you don't want him to be comfortable, or I will make you uncomfortable." Wuzwa was furious and frightened everyone. Even Deputy Hall Master Zhong couldn't help but tremble. "Wuzwa, what caused you to make such a big fire?" A voice came from outside the hall, and then a wealthy man walked in. It was Emperor Lu Hua who was watching the joke. Wang Can and the others, he had already sent him away, and it is estimated that they are all in the realm now, and the old man's palace does not have that long hand to intervene in the affairs of the realm. Let alone the law enforcement hall. The White Tiger Palace in the heavens alone crushed the law enforcement hall to death, and did not give them a chance to cross the boundary at all. Unless it was Wuzwa who went to catch him personally, he couldn't catch it at all. Without a handle, he is naturally not afraid. Because of this little thing, Jinling will definitely not blame it. Not to mention that a hall master has fallen. Even if the palace owner has fallen, the true spirit will not frown. This is the pattern. Different patterns have different perspectives. The true spirit cares more about those inheritors, not those old guys who are lingering. In Lu Hua's view, this matter has reached this point. There is no problem, isn't it, that a sixth-order emperor has fallen? Need this? After Jian Wushuang escaped from the north, what else could Wuzwa do? Bai Hudian, looking at the jokes happily, wouldn't care about this kind of thing. Maybe Bai Hudian turned his head and went to find Jian Wushuang, and wooed him to join Bai Hudian. End of this chapter. Chapter 55-29. Who would take care of Wuzwa? Wuzwa saw the incoming person, his complexion recovered a bit, and then sat down on his own, and said coldly, "What are you doing here, watching me make a joke? Then dare to look at your jokes. It's just based on the brotherhood of so many years. I remind you, don't offend people who shouldn't offend for some cats and dogs." Lu Wadajan's words really came out of goodwill. At the same time, he was also buying time for Jian Wushuang. But as soon as this sentence came out, some people in the hall looked a little unsightly. Especially Deputy Hall Master Zhong. He was very unwilling, but the other party was the palace master. He could not refute, only clenched his fists. Some weak veterans will not say much. They are already weak and have little room for improvement, so they really didn't say anything wrong. It will not take long for the inheritors to replace them. Nowadays, most of the inheritors have entered the emperor, and if they have enough hands, the true spirit is more willing to use those inheritors. It's just that now is a period of radical cultivation, and they are all struggling for strength. Once they stagnate, they will come to the Senate Palace, or the White Tiger Palace, or the Azure Dragon Palace, to take on important positions. Regarding this point, Emperor Lu Hua is very open, and the future will be the world of inheritors, especially the strongest inheritors. It is unwise to offend these people. Even if Wuzwa used to be a disciple of Qishan, that was before. He was embarrassed to attack Wuzwa. Others didn't know. He knew that Wuzwa had been removed by the true spirit. Apart from his strength, Wuzwa had no one. Anything compared to the inheritor. If you talk about potential, Wuzwa was like this in the ancient times. After living for so many years, now that he has recovered his peak strength, it is not much different from the past. I guess that's it for the rest of my life. That being the case, why don't you let it go and improve your own situation? What you said is so easy! Wuzwa sneered. Jian Wushuang escaped from jail and it's all on you. Not only did you dare to plot against me, but also killed my beloved brother Tai San. There is no end to this. Lu Hua sighed. That's how you are. He disappeared after speaking. Wuzwa didn't sneer from the bottom of his heart, and secretly said, "Look, who of us has the last laugh?" Except for the person in charge, the others followed Deputy Hall Master Zhong to go to the north to capture Jian Wushuang. Even if you dig 3 feet in the ground and spend 9 days to catch the moon, you have to catch someone for me. Deputy Hall Master Zhong, that's what he was waiting for. Palace Master Lu Hua's words made him very upset. He wanted to catch Jian Wushuang to see how Jian Wushuang was better than them. Yes. After receiving the order, everyone didn't stay longer, and went straight to the central hall. Qiu Huang let Jian Wushuang go and was taken away, so naturally there were others in charge. After everything was arranged, Wu Zhuo was left in the hall. With no outsiders, Wu Zhuo was finally relieved. Sitting on the throne, began to figure out how to explain to the true spirit. He hadn't told the true spirit about the origin of all things. He was afraid that the true spirit would suddenly attack the dome and the origin of all things, and then the plan would be ruined, and the position of the palace lord would also leave him. After thinking for a long time, Wu Zhuo set off directly to the Sea of Universe. Grown-ups! Wu Zhuo stood respectfully outside the pavilion. After Zhenling glanced at him, he calmly said, "The plan has begun?" "Very smoothly. Jian Wushuang has already reached the northern border. I believe it will not be long before someone will be hooked," Wu Zhuo replied. Zhenling nodded and said, "Yes, this time the plan is successful, and the Yuan Lao Palace is yours. I removed your name at the beginning, and you must have scolded me from the bottom of your heart. In fact, the Palace of the Elders was meant to be passed on to you, but you have no great credit and no influence, and it is not good to rush into position." After hearing these words, Wu Zhuo knelt down and said in fear, "The subordinates dare not. All these are being tested by adults. I thank you for not having time." You can talk." Zhenling smiled. "There is nothing to do, just go down. There are some things you have to follow up personally. There can be no mistakes." Wu Zhuo firmly said, "Yes. The whole Palace of the Elders." This joy made him instantly forget what he was going to do. The dome and the origin of everything. Wu Zhuo swallowed and smeared. "I haven't had any trouble for so many years, so there shouldn't be any trouble on this joint. Originally planned to tell the true spirit of this matter, and then talk about the situation and the overall situation at the moment. But now Wu Zhuo, who has stunned his head with joy, intends to conceal this matter first. After he has captured Fuego, he will tell the true spirit. It will be double happiness. If you say it now, not only will it affect the plan, maybe the real spirit will blame him for not saying it in advance. The Palace of the Elders, which was about to fall, is gone." Zhenling also saw that Wu Zhuo seemed to have something on his mind, but he didn't point it out. In his opinion, Wu Zhuo's pattern is so big, it is probably not a big deal, so he didn't ask much. Wu Zhuo left the Sea of Cosmos with joy. Then there was a shocking news. Jian Wushuang rebelled and deprived the inheritor of his identity. Others don't know, but the gods who are paying attention to all this know that Wu Zhuo has gone to the Sea of Cosmos to ask the true spirit. After seeing the true spirit, he announced the news, which also meant that the true spirit gave up Jian Wushuang. For a time, countless people shocked. Deprived of the identity of the inheritor. That Jian Wushuang might be over in this life. Unless you become the Lord of the Universe, you will always be hunted down. Under the chasing of countless powerful men, Jian Wushuang, even if he was extremely talented, would be good to be able to stay in harmony with him. To become the Lord of the Universe is simply a dream. After this order was issued, the entire northern border was in chaos. Countless people went to find Jian Wushuang. The native emperors who were hesitant in the past are now completely relieved and ready to do a big job. Many Sixth-Order peak emperors have already been dispatched. Even the Sixth-Order emperors from the other halls in the Palace of the Elders were dispatched. All rushed to Jian Wushuang. 10,000 square cosmic crystals! Who is not tempted? The most powerful people have a lot of heartbeats. In the Palace of the Elders was a commotion. Tomb God Mountain was in shock. Jian Wushuang was the first inheritor to be looted by the strong before he finished his trial. Now he is the first inheritor deprived of his identity. There is nothing to do with good things. The only major event that showed his face was the rush to the North Tower, but it hadn't been a few days. The news spread quickly, and it only took a month to make the city full of storms. At this time, Jian Wushuang was also caught in a rainy night city. The northern border, Giant Gate City. It does not belong to any state, but is managed by an independent super city. End of this chapter. Chapter 5530. Because in this city, there is a sixth order peak emperor. Moreover, this emperor has something to do with the Yuan Lao Palace. Speaking of it, Jian Wushuang had seen this city lord not long ago. He was still in the North Tower, he was still the pride of the sky, and the opponent was just an ordinary sixth order emperor. The native monarchs of the four great secret realms are the ants who are inexhaustible. Let alone the inheritors, even the veterans of the Senate Palace look down on these people. But Jian Wushuang had no identity anymore, just like a dog who lost his family. Not even an aboriginal emperor can match. Inside the dilapidated courtyard, Jian Wushuang is now wearing a sackcloth, and Gong Miaoi has a new look and a lean woman with short hair. I need time. Jian Wushuang coughed a few times before continuing. I trouble you these days. Gong Miaoi squatted on the side of the threshold, looking lazy, but his mental energy had been concentrated in the outside world, always on guard. After hearing Jian Wushuang's words, she was in a daze. I don't know if it is good or bad to escape with Jian Wushuang. But the moment she went out with Jian Wushuang, she was relieved like never before. Especially Jian Wushuang told her that her father was in the mine, and even the name and portrait were drawn for him. Jian Wushuang did have several bonds with Nie Yuan at the beginning, and he noted down the other's appearance. He knew that the only way to hang Gong Miaoi was Nie Yuan. Not only drew the face of the other party, but also made up a story by the way. He had only said a few words to Nie Yuan. At that time, the identity of the other party was very embarrassing. Although he admired in his heart, he did not have deep friendship, or even not friends. But it doesn't prevent him from making a story that is so heroic and bold. Gong Miaoi listened very carefully and was fascinated. Even before she knew it, she also told her mother's life experience. In this way, Jian Wushuang was even more certain. Nie Yuan was the one who ended up in the end because of a woman. Back then, Nie Yuan asked him whether there was a means to reverse time and space on the Tomb God Mountain. I'm afraid that the other party thought that Gong Miaoi and her mother had fallen, and they would have this idea. Later, he was busy escaping for his life, and never saw him again. Later, he asked someone to inquire about it, only to know that Nie Yuan was caught in the mine by the strong man of Fu Shou Tang because of a small matter. Jian Wushuang told Gong Miaoi about this very exaggeratedly. Fu Shou Tang! Gong Miaoi's expression sank. She also almost became a Taoist companion to the chief of Fu Shou Tang. Fortunately, she and Jian Wushuang were sentenced together. It's not far from the mine. If you don't use the teleportation array, I can take you to the mine within 100 years. Jian Wushuang said this very sincerely, because he really wants to go to the mine. Not only was it to copy the kendo in Nie Yuan's body, it was more important to let the gods know that he cared about Gong Miaoi very much, and it was because he cared about Gong Miaoi that he was sentenced to Yuan Lao Gong. Once the other party believes it, someone will be arranged to rescue him. When the time comes, follow the vine. As long as the other party still needs his source of everything, he will definitely let him go to see Fuego. When the true spirit comes to the world, everything will be complete. It's just too simple. Now the gods are observing everything, not only did not come to rescue him, but also told the emperors and powerful men who came to chase him where he was. Associate Hall Master Zhong, there is news from Bobby that Jian Wushuang's hiding place has been found, and he is currently in Jimen City. The Deputy Hall Master of the Law Enforcement Hall has already arrived in the north, and has been searching for news. After hearing about the Giant Gate City, his face became cold, and he said, This thief probably has planned for a long time. I didn't know that it was destroyed by the thief before, and the people in the Central Hall have not repaired it. I am afraid it is related to Jian Wushuang. Hallmaster, do you want to inform Wu Shan's Deputy Hallmaster to cooperate with the arrest? No, we people are enough to deal with him. Let's set off now. Deputy Hall Master Zhong was very excited, and then he glanced at these people. Since there have been many traitors in the Yuan Palace, he feels that his team is not good. Dare to trust it all. Everyone, hand over all the communication tokens. You can't tell anyone about this matter, and you can also inform Barbie. I don't allow them to move. I can't do without them for 10,000 square cosmic crystals. Yes. But Deputy Hall Master Zhong, who counts as much as possible, can't be counted. His immediate boss, Wu Zue, is the biggest gangster. As soon as he left, Jian Wushuang received the news. At this time, while clearing the purple thunder from the source, he was talking about Nye Yuan with Gong Miaoi. After receiving the news, the corners of his mouth couldn't help but lifted up. It will take at least a year for Deputy Hall Master Zhong to arrive, so he doesn't rush away. For safety's sake, we will leave before the other party arrives. Gong Miaoi changed his normal at this time and said, Jian Wushuang, this time, are you really doing it for me? Looking at the other person's eyes, Jian Wushuang knew the answer she wanted. Did not say much, just nodded. According to his experience, it is useless to say more than a sincere look. Actually, I have paid attention to your father's affairs a long time ago. Since you told me, I asked Senior Chiu Huang to help me find the trace of Uncle Nye Yuan. Now I have finally found it. I will see you in 100 years. Jian Wushuang leaked a smile and looked at Gong Miaoi. Gong Miaoi stared at Jian Wushuang. Her rare Xingyan said like a flower. Then you are not afraid of having an ambush on the mine side? Now wanted in the whole territory, he will definitely investigate Jian Wushuang's motives and previous premeditated plans. It would also be speculated that Jian Wushuang would go to the mine. I am afraid that a net of heaven and earth had already been laid there at this time. What's so scary about? Have you ever seen me afraid? Jian Wushuang said indifferently. Along the way, I have not been afraid from my home universe to this mysterious temple of the gods. Gong Miaoi curiously asked. Then have you ever been afraid? After Jian Wushuang finished speaking, he seemed to have thought of something again. He looked at Gong Miaoi and said with affection. Once. There was a difficult choice once, I was afraid of, but now I am not afraid. Gong Miaoi stared at Jian Wushuang with flashing eyes, waiting for Jian Wushuang's answer. Am afraid you won't follow me. Jian Wushuang's voice was a little low, and his complexion became ruddy. He hasn't said such nasty words for a long time. Gong Miaoi wasn't embarrassed at all about this, she didn't hear it, and she turned her head and stopped looking at Jian Wushuang. It seems that I have the answer in my heart. Mind also turned to the mine, where there is her father. And outside the mine at this time, one of the two deputy masters of the Law Enforcement Hall. Deputy Hall Master Wushan is here. Following him, there are also a number of Sixth-Order Peak Emperors. Hall Master, everything is set up. End of this chapter. Chapter 5531. Wu Shan's face is very delicate, but he looks like a Confucian scholar, without the breath of any cultivator. Okay. You will guard this place, and I will lead people to continue the search. He is the commander-in-chief who arrested Jian Wushuang this time, so he can't stay here forever. After the arrangements were made, the search began based on the information obtained. There is an unknown strong in Liuzhou. 4 Fifth-Order Emperors appeared in Hanzhou, their identities are unknown. A Sixth-Order Emperor appeared in Zhangzhou in the north, who is not a local powerhouse in the north. News came in one after another. Based on this information, Wu Shan launched a search to confirm. As long as it is a powerful person above the Fifth-Order Emperor, he must check one by one, and never let go of one. The Emperor is not a Taoist. No matter where he goes, he will be eye-catching. It's just that Jian Wushuang and Gong Miaoi both have treasures in them, and even the Sixth-Order Emperor can't see the true strength of the two. Jian Wushuang was even more prepared, and now he and Gong Miaoi are a pair of ordinary Taoist masters. And it's the kind of powerhouse who can't afford to sit on the teleportation array, wandering all the way to the giant gate city. If it is a person, Jian Wushuang's hidden means, let alone the Sixth-Order Emperor, even Zhu Dian can't find him. The body of the Ten Lian can change its origin at will. Jidao contains 10,000 ways and can be switched at will. Only in this way, the gods couldn't find him. He didn't really want to escape, he just wanted to secretly attract the gods. In the giant gate city, after 80 years of hiding, the purple thunder in Jian Wushuang's body has all been repaired. It's a little too smooth. Jian Wushuang frowned. 80 years ago, he got news from Wuzhua, and Deputy Hall Master Zhong had already brought people here. According to the distribution of law enforcement halls, someone should arrive early. But at present, he did not feel the breath of any sixth-order emperor. Everything is weird. And when he left the Senate Palace, he didn't divulge any news. When he first arrived at Giant Gate City, even Wuzhua didn't know his location. It is strange that Deputy Hall Master Zhong was able to receive the news, but he underestimated the law enforcement hall. Fortunately, Wuzhua secretly informed him, so he could be prepared. The strength has returned to the peak. Jian Wushuang has nothing to fear. He hasn't come out yet, it's just some sixth-order emperors, and he can also deal with it. But Gong Miaoya's strength is a little bit worse. Are you recovered? Gong Miaoya quickly got up when he saw him walking out of the house. Jian Wushuang nodded and said indifferently, It's not a fatal injury, it's been recovered 7 or 88 over the years. If there is an accident, he can instantly recover to the peak. It's just not necessary. Now, he still couldn't make sure that Gong Miaoya was really fine. He needs to be confirmed again. Stay here long enough, we have to change place. Originally, according to his plan, he would hide here for 10,000 years, when the time came to wait for the limelight to pass before going out slowly. But now it has been exposed, he had to leave early. Gong Miaoya is very excited about this, because this time he will go directly to the mine. Clean up, we are ready to go. Jian Wushuang leaked a smile. Is about to face, countless people are chased and killed. It is also interesting. His current strength has long been different from what he used to be. Among the sixth-order emperors, except for the existence of those peaks, they are not his opponents. Especially those indigenous emperors. The two people's current identities are just Dao Jun, leaving this huge city. It is also very ordinary. There is no enough to leave Jian Wushuang and Gong Miaoya. Only in this way, they are too relaxed and too smooth. How can I believe it if it is so true? Therefore, before setting off, Jian Wushuang deliberately left a very secret aura. As long as Deputy Hall Master Zhong arrived, he would be able to discover it. This breath was the power of thunder that Wuzhua left in his body. The other party will not know. After the two left the small courtyard, that trace of thunder power was reflected in a puddle. But in that puddle, a human face appeared. Jia. Even Jian Wushuang hadn't noticed this. The two went straight to the north gate of Giant Gate City, where there are many flying treasures, which are much faster than Dao Jun flying. They need to cross at least 19 major states to go to the mines. This road is extremely dangerous, except for the Emperor and the strong, the General Taoists will go with each other. Those who dare to walk alone are ruthless. Go to Qinghen Niuzhou Taoist fellows, hurry up. If there are emperors and powerful people, it is absolutely safe all the way. Guanju. Many people yelled, attracting many Taoists to come. Brother Dao, even across 3 states, this price. A man with a fair face, who looked like a teenager, stepped forward and asked for the price. And behind him stood a chilling young girl with short hair sideways, very capable. These two people are Jian Wushuang and Gong Miaoya. The yelling Taoist strongman is not weak, it is estimated that he has half the strength of the Emperor. After looking at Jian Wushuang, and then glanced at Gong Miaoya, he also had a price in his heart. The more powerful the practitioner, the lower the fee. If it is an emperor, I am afraid they will have to pay for it, because there are strong people who can keep the journey safe. This flying treasure, but innate treasure, is not cheap. There are no ordinary emperors. When flying outside, it is rare to encounter emperors who kill people and overtake goods. If only you 60 sacred stones, the man in Jinpao said. Don't worry, this time the Blue Bird Palace has the emperor and the strong, and there is no danger along the way. He was afraid that Jian Wushuang would leave because it was too expensive, so he explained the benefits. With Jian Wushuang's current status, it was a bit expensive. Actually want 60 sacred stones. The Taoist monarchs and the casual cultivator are very ordinary, and a few thousand sacred stones are not bad, and it is indeed expensive to spend 60 sacred stones on a trip. Brother Dao, the strength of Dao Lu and I are not too bad, both have the strength of Dao Sovereign. In normal times, there are only 20 sacred stones. Why did it suddenly rise so much? Many, even if there are senior emperors in charge, you don't need so many. Jian Wushuang said very tactfully, he just wanted to lower the price. It's just that there are so many here, and his opening made the people who were watching also surround him. The man in Jin Pao frowned, fearing that Jian Wushuang would affect his voice. He shouted loudly. The emperor is walking with you, you should be proud, maybe you are lucky, and you can still get the emperor's guidance. This kind of opportunity is only accepted. Are you 60 sacred stones? As soon as the voice fell, many people cursed secretly in their hearts. The emperor pointed. What did this person treat them like, as an arrogant man or as a fool? After cultivating to the Taoist monarch, if you want to join the Tao, you need to worship the sect, but when you reach this state, the general sect does not accept it. End of this chapter. Chapter 55-32. With good aptitude, he entered those big gates a long time ago. They were all screened out, with mediocre qualifications. In the eyes of the emperor and powerful, they are just a bunch of fools, who would teach a fool to speak. Jian Wushuang showed a surprised expression, and immediately handed over 60 sacred stones. That's right, the opportunity is very rare. The man in Jin Pao accepted Jian Wushuang's sacred stone, leaked a smile, and then threw 2 jade slips to Jian Wushuang. Jian Wushuang took Gong Niai and left the city with him. According to Yu Jianshan's information, they need to go out of this city for 300,000 miles, and the Blue Bird Palace will stop there. Before leaving, Jian Wushuang did not forget to ask about the departure time. Listening to what the other party said, only 90% of the people have been gathered now, but because of the suspension of the teleportation array, many Daojun with a strong background will also come to take the flying treasure. Of course, it is because of a strong background, and it is only compared with them. Jian Wushuang has also seen Tianjiao with a strong background. Even if there is no teleportation formation, there are followers like emperors, so you need to take the flying treasure. They have it themselves. Why huddle with a group of people? 300,000 li, for Daojun only, not far away. The two slowly arrived outside the Blue Bird Palace. Hundreds of powerful people gathered here at this time. Jian Wushuang was a little surprised. A flying treasure can take at least 1,000 people, so why are they all waiting outside? After getting close, I knew that the emperor and powerful man was resting inside, and when he set off, he would let them, Dao monarchs, enter. Jian Wushuang didn't care about it, found an open space, and sat down and waited quietly. However, some sect disciples were very angry. Humph, but a second-order emperor, what kind of pretense? My ancestor third-order emperor did not put such a big spectrum. A man with the breath of the peak Daojun couldn't help but complain. The second-order emperor is the lowest emperor in the 4 secret realms. But in front of these Dao monarchs, they are still unattainable figures. Especially the casual cultivator, without any background, offended the emperor. No matter what the opponent's strength, it is impossible to escape. Forget it, I can't wait long anyway. Several sect disciples didn't care much about this. This is the advantage of having a background. Even if the opponent is an emperor, he dare not rush to make a move. In the next few days, some casual repairs came one after another. The number has reached 1,000. As usual, it's almost time to leave at this time. But now, because the teleportation array is out of service, I will wait a little longer and gather more people. Anyway, it's all one trip, and there are many people who want to come to Giant Gate City there, which means eating at both ends. Rough calculations, this time, at least you can earn 50,000 sacred stones. This is a huge profit. 50,000 sacred stones are enough to buy a flying treasure. Of course, there are still great risks involved. If half of the road is robbed, the loss will be great. Maybe everyone has to get in. And once and again, plus the waiting time, it's almost 10 years. Maintaining a high degree of vigilance over the past 10 years has not been easier. 1 month later, a group of dozens of people arrived, and these talents are expected to leave. This group of people seems to be not a casual cultivator, but a sect disciple. Wearing uniform, the breath on the body is also the same. Attention everyone, leave after a stick of incense. The person who yelled was not the previous man in brocade robe in the city. Like this kind of business, no one can take it off. There are many doorways in it. The man in brocade is just responsible for promotion. There are people behind the navigation. As everyone entered the Blue Bird Palace, they found that in addition to the main hall, there were also secret rooms separated by spaces. It's just not turned on yet. The owner of the Blue Bird Palace leaked a smile after seeing the people coming in, and then said, "Dear fellow Taoists, because of the teleportation formation, the number of people this time is a bit high, but there are only those in the secret room, not enough." "Not enough?" Someone frowned. Without a secret room, where should they stand and wait? With so many people gathered together, how can you practice without a secret room? Cultivation is an extremely private matter. Even if they are at ease, there are others who are not at ease. "Brother Blue Bird, are there people in these secret rooms?" someone asked. Blue Bird, dressed in a light blue robe, stood above the main hall and smiled. "Don't worry, there is still room in the secret room. It's just that everyone here, so many people, who goes to the secret room and who stays here, it's very difficult for me." "Do it." "Difficult?" A rough man walked out. A strong breath burst out instantly with a clenched fist, and shouted angrily, "Then speak with strength." "No!" The Blue Bird stopped this person, and the aura on his body also burst out. That was the aura that was already close to the Emperor. After the rough man felt the oppressive force, he had to step back. "I'm really going to do this. If this matter goes out, how will my Jade Bird behave?" The Jade Bird carried his hands and put on an expression that was difficult to handle. At this time, someone suggested, "Brother Blue Bird, it is better to increase the price. Those with the higher price go to the secret room, and those who don't want to bid will stay here." As soon as the voice fell, many people agreed. Originally I was disgusted with fare increases, but after hearing the first comer, 5 sacred stones could enter a secret room, those people had no time to curse secretly, and rushed over. Jian Wushuang sneered in the corner, but he admired the other party's methods in his heart. In this way, he would earn a lot of sacred stones for no reason. It can be said to be insatiable. He and Gong Niao can go anywhere, but it doesn't matter. Among a group of Taoists, there is nothing to be afraid of. Is it possible that the other party can still see that his identity is not successful? I'm afraid these people don't know about the things that offered him a reward. After all, the gap is too much. Those who dared to catch him were the strong among the 6th Order Emperors, and none of the 5th Order Emperors had this qualification. As the proposal was approved, first those sect disciples entered the secret room. These people were not the masters of poor money at all. If Akanshu Com hadn't stopped the teleportation array, they wouldn't be here. It takes years to hurry, which is a waste of time. With this time, they can go to some dangerous places, and the treasures they receive are more than dozens of sacred stones. Among these sect disciples, the weakest were bamboo emperors, and there were even a few who were comparable to emperors. It's also the proud son of heaven. With the departure of the sect disciples, the number of people in the hall soon sparsed. The powerhouses and casual cultivators are not short of a few divine stones, and some have also entered the secret room. Most of the rest are incapable of strength, or embarrassment in the pocket. Among them was an old man who was like a dry wood, tremblingly supported by a young man, and entered the secret room. After just taking a look, Jian Wushuang and Gong Niao chose to close their eyes and rest in a corner. Chapter 55-33. The strength of the old man was extraordinary, and he had injuries on his body, he was a powerful emperor. It is said that this kind of character should have the flying treasure, but I did not expect to choose the Blue Bird Palace. There are some hidden things in it, but it did not affect the two of them, and there is no need to explore. It will take 4 years at the earliest to go to Qinghe. This time was nothing to Jian Wushuang. But only for a moment. For the sake of safety, he did not immerse himself in cultivation, but always paid attention to the transformation of space and was alert to his surroundings. The Blue Bird Palace can be found in the mezzanine of the space. The speed is so fast that ordinary Taoists can't even see it from the outside world. Only when the Emperor has mastered the origin of space can he discover this Blue Bird Palace. This also prevents those interceptions. If they were able to intercept and kill them in the cracks of space, I am afraid that they are at least the Emperor and the strong, and they can only admit the plant and pay the money. When it comes to the tougher, everyone will be finished. Fortunately, in recent years, because of the great influence of the Senate Palace, few emperors dared to intercept Dao Jun. If this is in the land boundary, I am afraid that it is not far from the city, and it will have to be intercepted by those evil practitioners. The practitioners of the realm are the most crazy. Compared with the earth, the heaven is the holy land for practitioners. Gong Miaoya's thoughts have been in the outside world, and it is the first time he has seen the heavens. When he escaped with Jian Wushuang, he kept running for his life without noticing any difference. Later, he couldn't get out of the gate in German City. Now, riding in the Blue Bird Palace, she also took this opportunity to appreciate the demeanor of the heavens. In the heavens, in addition to those super cities, there are also some small cities. The super city is the pinnacle of every big state. Most of the people going there are Taoists, and there are also some Dayan immortals. It is rare for Yanxian to go to those super cities. After becoming an immortal, they usually practice in some small cities or small sections. In fact, those Taoists said they were casual cultivators, but when they were weak, they also had sections. It's just that the world is constantly getting bigger, but their sect is constantly getting smaller. Until his strength surpasses the entire sect, he will leave. After leaving, it was not so easy to enter other sects, so he began to wander and practice alone. As for the sect, only one Dharma body is left to teach the younger generation. In the heavens, there are actually more mundane sects and mundane forces. These mundanes are well protected. At a glance, countless restrictions envelop the spaces, which are filled with mundane worlds. It's easy for Yanxian to go out, but it's harder to go in again. Although the Emperor could go in at will, he did not dare to kill the commonplace at will. That was the great sacrifice of the temple and the Yuan Elder Palace. This is not a land boundary. In the realm, there are very few people who dare to sacrifice to the common world. Jian Wushuang knew this kind of thing very well, and he and King Bai were often hunted down at the beginning. Although it was a blood sacrifice in the chaotic realm, there were still some old monsters who hated blood sacrifices, especially on their territory. This will affect the Emperor's luck. The thing of luck is still very evil. Shelter the weak, you will get luck, which is why some super strong people will open up a country. Not only can we get a lot of luck, but also can continue the family. The best of both worlds. Inside the Blue Bird Hall, many people are talking about cultivators. If Jian Wushuang liked to listen to those weird things in the past, he might be able to dig out some useful information from them. Now there are too many gaps, it is useless to hear it or even guess it, because there are too few treasures. For example, a Taoist priest said that in Niuzhou, Qinghe, there is a Lingshan mountain, where the Taoist priests often get some scattered sacred stones. To these people, it was very mysterious, but to Jian Wushuang, 80% of the spiritual mountain contained a cosmic sacred stone, and the power contained in the cosmic sacred stone changed the mountain, causing some broken stones to become sacred stones. This is not a small opportunity for Dao Jun. A piece of cosmic stone, that value is not small. The Emperor will be moved, but for him, a Taoist who is worth hundreds of thousands of square meters, it is no different from rubbish. Even if he wasn't hunted down, he didn't bother to watch it. When these people talked, they stared at them. Hey, look at the guy behind the little white face, the little water spirit. The thick-faced man rubbed his open chest, revealing a row of yellow teeth. The few Dao monarchs who were talking were too boring, and they couldn't practice in this place, so they all looked over. Although Gong Miaoi deliberately concealed his true face at this time, those eyes were still fascinating. A strong linen clothes is more vividly reflected the figure. If it were mundane, these people would not be like this. After all, they are all Taoist and powerful people. In the mundane world, each is an ancestor-level person. But when you see a woman of the same rank, you will still be excited, just like ordinary times. Facing the unkind look in his eyes, Jian Wushuang turned his head and looked at the opponent's gaze. A few people were stunned by just one glance, and then hesitated for 3 breaths before they woke up. After this time, if the other party wants to do something, they will be seriously injured if they are not dead. After discovering that Jian Wushuang's strength was not weak, they did not dare to be unscrupulous anymore, and quickly moved their eyes away. "It's a hard problem, I can say it first, don't trouble me," said the leading voice transmission. They are all casual cultivators and have no background, but they dare not offend people. Very cautious, if the opponent's strength is weak and it's okay, the key opponent's strength is stronger than a few of them, so you have to pay attention. The one who took the lead nodded, apologizing to Jian Wushuang, changed positions with those few, and continued the conversation. Except for these bright eyes, there are still a pair of eyes in the dark at this moment, staring at Gong Miaoi. In the Blue Bird Palace, a secret room. A gray-haired old man has a distorted face, and his body is like dry wood. "Master, your injury!" There was a middle-aged man beside the old man. He was looking at the old man anxiously at this time, not knowing what to do. The old man's eyes were a little muddy. Speaking of which, this time in the Blue Bird Palace, there are several emperors, and each of them is very big. Jian Wushuang and Gong Miaoi didn't talk about it, just talking about the old man and the middle-aged man at the moment. They were very unusual. The two of them are big monsters in a certain area outside the Giant Gate City. They are now wanted by the Law Enforcement Hall. They were still discovered while fleeing with their disciples, and then rushed out desperately, but they were also seriously injured. 9 tongs, how long will it take to reach Xinghen? The old man's voice was very hoarse, and now he urgently needs blood to be injected into his source to relieve his injury. But he didn't dare to enter the Giant Gate City at all, and he was worried about outsiders, so he could only flee to Xinghen first to find a way. Chapter 55-34. His wanted order was not for the entire territory, but just wanted for Giant Gate City. When you arrive in Xinghen, you can do it recklessly. Holding a piece of jade slip, Jiotong directly found out its location and said, "Master, it will take another 3 years. It's too slow, since it's out of the sphere of influence of the Giant Gate City. There's no need to hide here, prepare to do it." The old man's trembling body seemed to fall at any time, but when he said this, his body the magic flames rose instantly. Unexpectedly, there is still a female Taoist with a special physique hidden here, which is a great tonic. Jiotong was stunned for a moment, and then Nianli leaned out of the secret room and entered the main hall. He also found Gong Miaoi, and said with joy, "Master has good eyesight, I haven't found her at first." The respected master is the respected master, no matter how secret the prey hides, it can be discovered. This is also a gap in strength. Jiotong is only the 3rd Order Peak Emperor, and his master is the 4th Order Emperor. There is a huge gap in strength. First, solve the 2nd Order Emperor, these righteous emperors, each of them high-sounding, a small 2nd Order Emperor. I don't know how many killed, I didn't expect that in front of these Dao monarchs, they were pretending to be immortal. The old man disdainfully smiled, that 2nd Order Emperor is indeed quite outrageous. He is a 4th Order Emperor, although he is a demon, but he has never put such a big score. Maybe it's because of living in the dark. And that 2nd Order Emperor is a righteous emperor, and it is normal to be respected. Although he would oppress those Sanshio Dao monarchs, at least he would not slaughter them at will. 9 tongs leaked a dark face, and the strong aura instantly pulled the Blue Bird Palace from the gap in the space. It is not suitable for fighting in the crevice of space. Once the Blue Bird Palace is lost, those down monarchs will also die instantly. These people are still a great supplement. Of course they can't just be wasted. The Blue Bird Palace was pulled out of the space, and the speed slowed down. Everyone in the hall suddenly stood up. Some Taoists in the secret room also rushed out. In the crevice of space, being forcibly pulled out by a powerful force, the opponent must be a powerful emperor. And it is hidden in the Blue Bird Palace. Because from the outside, if you want to pull the Blue Bird Palace out of the space, you will directly attack. But now the Blue Bird Palace is more like an initiative to go out. Blue Bird rushed out of the control room directly. Cold sweat appeared on his forehead. I don't know that the senior is in the Blue Bird Palace, and the younger has no eyes, please forgive me. He was extremely nervous at this time, and at the same time, he had secretly transmitted to the Second Order Emperor. Jiochi helped the skinny old man walk out of the secret room and said calmly, "Brother Blue Bird, don't be nervous, master, and I just can't get used to sitting and want to go down now. It's the fault of the younger generation, please forgive me, this is the 50,000 sacred stone, please accept it." The Blue Bird turned and bowed directly. Others don't know, I'm afraid he thought he was too careful. But only people like Jade Bird who often run shipping know. Once the situation emerges halfway, 80% will fall. Another 20% escaped by strength. In front of these two, he couldn't see the details. I am afraid they are all emperors. With just a gesture they can be beheaded. Here in the deep wilderness, countless wild beasts are rampant. It is too easy to kill and overwhelm. Jiotong didn't bother to deal with each other. 50,000 sacred stones were nothing in their eyes. The right way is vicissitudes, but the magic way is not bad for money. There is nothing simpler than buying and selling without making a profit. Killing all of these people, plus the Blue Bird Palace, can also produce hundreds of thousands of sacred stones. The Third Order Emperor of the right way is worth this. The Third Order Emperors of Demon Dao are worth comparable to those Fourth Order Emperors. That's why I look down on them. Killing these people, everything belongs to them. When these people are dead, no one will be able to see how ugly they are, so why bother to lose their prestige in front of these ants? Want to escape? Jiotong snorted coldly and shot instantly. With his arms extended for thousands of miles, he directly grabbed the Second Order Emperor who was hiding in the largest secret room. I was almost run away by the opponent just now. Senior, forgive me. I have followed Venerable Blaze. Venerable Burning Fire? Jiotong sneered. Even if the great Lord of Burning Fire does not fall, I will take you down. I don't know how far it is from Liuzhou. Even if Venerable Burning Fire did not fall, he would not be afraid. The key is that Venerable Fire has fallen, and the temple has disappeared from the northern border. This is the world of the Senate Palace. If it is a person from the Law Enforcement Hall, he might still be worried, but the name of a dead person can't scare him. Call! A huge suction directly melted the Second Order Emperor instantly, turned into blood and entered the old man's body. With this blood, the old man's face also recovered a little, but it was far from enough. Want to completely recover, unless you swallow the blood of a Fourth Order Emperor. But in front of these Dao monarchs, he casually killed a Second Order Emperor, which immediately caused panic. Many people began to report their homes. I Wang Kuan, the son-in-law of the Dingtian Shao family, the ancestor is the Fourth Order Peak Emperor, please forgive me. Junior Qinglan sect chief disciple, please. King Neo's face turned pale, and it was amused to look at the Taoists who reported themselves. Speaking of it, his background is also very strong. If he encounters a professional interception team, it is still useful to report his name. But these two are obviously different. 90% of them are big monsters. It's impossible to survive, especially the practice of reporting one's identity. Maybe it's faster to die. Jiotong glanced at the crowd, nodded and smiled. You are so cute. You can even say that you are all beautiful. If you have one set after another, keeping it is a waste of resources. Huh! The hundreds of people who had stood up and reported their identities instantly turned into blood mist and finally condensed a drop of blood. Jian Wushuang, who was sitting in the corner, called the good guys, these two were more professional than he thought. It seems that the old man has done nothing less. The practitioner can instantly transform into essence and blood, and it is estimated that the body possesses a unique knowledge. And it's also about the origin of blood. Jian Wushuang's eyes were strange. He knows very little about the blood path, and he has obtained the secret method of the blood path from the gods, but it is not a complete secret method. Although it is only a beginner level, the power contained therein is not weak at all. This kind of secret method is a demon way, and most people don't know how to practice it. Unless it is the kind of heavenly demon cultivation method, which is both righteous and evil, it is said to be demon Tao cultivation method, but it does not threaten anyone, but the inheritor was once a heavenly demon. The blood path is different. As long as you practice, you will definitely go to the magic path. Jian Wushuang was not disgusted with this kind of magical behavior, and it was completely impossible for him to compete with natural selection. Chapter 55-35. There is no limit at all, even if the heaven is very stable. There are few big demon among the emperors, but there are still some people who dare to try. Just like those casual cultivators who wander at the bottom, if they can't continue their cultivation, their potential is not good, and they don't have a backing, they can only choose to walk on the path of blood. After all, the improvement is fast. Few people can resist this temptation, unless it is an excellent talent and a good background. Oh! Jian Wushuang sighed. According to the plan, he should have taken the Blue Bird Palace to Qinghenyozhou, but now it seems that the plan still cannot keep up with the changes. If he knew it earlier, he had settled these two people ahead of time. The road is difficult, and it is not easy for anyone. He is not soft. Whose way is easy? It's not easy. Regardless of good or evil, he only looks at the essence. There is no right or wrong, but each excuses for themselves. The old man Kuchai recovered a trace of blood, and was not in a hurry to deal with those casual repairs. There is too much difference in strength to threaten him at all. There is no need to be so anxious. His goal is Gong Miao in the corner. Little girl! The skinny old man squinted his eyes. His voice was very soft, but the light in his eyes was full of killing intent. Gong Miao did not resist, but glanced at Jian Wushuang. Get ready to do it. This is a wilderness, and the hands of the Senate Palace can't reach this far. Jian Wushuang calmly transmitted the voice. I cleaned up these people, changed their identities in a big deal, and flew over directly. Or continue to use the Blue Bird Palace as a cover, but these saint cultivators can't stay. Little girl, get ready to dedicate yourself to your master. The skinny old man took out a scepter and held up his hands, as if doing some kind of ritual. Although Gong Miao's eyes were close in apathy, but the bottom of his heart was like Ming Jing. Killing these people is too simple, but in order not to expose yourself, it is better to hide the means and use other power to kill these people. For example, relying solely on the body. When walking slowly in front of the old man Kuchai, everyone held their breath. If they were still skeptical just now, then it is now certain that these two are definitely the Emperor of the Magic Road. They are really over. The Blue Bird Palace Lord knelt aside. The cold sweat on his forehead had already seeped out, and he was unwilling to fall like that. Just as the old man Kuchai was holding the ceremony, he slipped out a trace of thought power quietly, preparing to separate a trace of origin, abandoning the physical body and the divine body, and also escape here. Even if he died in the wilderness, he didn't want to be ravaged to death by the Emperor of the Demon Tao. Call! That trace of thought power is very weak, and the average Emperor may not really find it, but the 9-pass Emperor, but the third-order peak exists. When the Blue Bird had just reached out that trace of thought power, he discovered it. Thanks, Brother Blue Bird, you are too dishonest! As soon as the tone of the 9 calls fell, a ray of light lit up on the dark fingertips, directly piercing the origin of the Blue Bird Hall Master. Fallen instantly. That trace of thought power that protruded from the Blue Bird Palace also dissipated. Those casual cultivators are already desperate, and originally wanted to fight for it. Now there is no chance at all. It is too easy to solve them. Jiutong looked at those desperate casual repairs playfully, leaking a disdainful smile. But at this moment, his master's eyes suddenly shrank, and a burst of hot blood spurted out of his mouth. The black blood ran down the corners of the mouth, and his voice hoarsely said, "You!" The arm pointed stiffly at Gong Miao, and then crashed to the end. This time it was 9 Past's turn to despair. He hadn't reacted yet, just turned his head to see that the master had fallen. Then he saw a casual cultivator that he had never seen directly, standing next to his master's corpse, his hands covered with blood. Thump! Jiutong knelt down in shock, begging for mercy. "Senior, forgive me, he threatened me to do this, it has nothing to do with me." This is how the practitioner of the magic way does not care about anything in order to survive. As soon as master was killed, he immediately turned back. At this time, the casual repairs also reacted, backing one after another. All this is so exciting, one wave after another has not settled. This time, they really responded to that sentence. They couldn't suffer, and they had gained insights. Several hidden emperors appeared one after another. And now 2 emperors have fallen. Where to look at this kind of scene? This time, even if it fell, it was worth it. "Mie!" Jian Wushuang just said one word. As if he spoke with the usual method, Jiutong's body began to dissipate, and then turned into a phantom. Jiutong watched as his body shattered, followed by the rupture of the divine body and the depletion of the source. Before he fell, he understood what kind of powerhouse he had just faced. That is the legendary Peak Emperor. Although it was a wrong guess, Jian Wushuang's life force, killing emperors of this level, was indeed comparable to the methods that existed in the extreme. But really want to deal with Zhu Dian, his method is somewhat stretched. The power of the absolute emperor is so terrifying, even if the power of life is special, it is impossible to go beyond the ranks to fight with the extreme. Moreover, the most powerful thing is not only power, but also the perception of space, which exceeds that of ordinary emperors too much. In the black hole realm, reaching the 6th order emperor, and the 6th order emperor wants to step into the extreme state, he needs space to rise to the level of the universe. Or he created his own cosmic secret method. Do one of them and you will be able to reach the ultimate state. As for the indigenous emperors of the 4 great secret realms, their origins are flawed and the space origins are very weak, and it is difficult to reach the universe realm. Therefore, most of the 4 great secret realms have created the secrets of the universe, and the realm of the space origin has been stuck in the realm of black holes. It is extremely difficult to even raise the realm of black holes to the top. Also, these inheritors, their origins were born from the primitive universe. No matter how strong or weak, they are at least complete. But even so, it is still difficult to raise the space to the level of cosmic space. In terms of training time, compared with the emperors of the 4 secret realms, also suffers a lot, so there are very few superpowers. As a result, the primordial universe didn't have a strong person, not even a 6th order emperor. In the time and space of Hanoi, 6th order emperors are rare, most of them are 5th order emperors. That is to say, when the Temple of Qixin appeared, so many powerhouses would suddenly emerge. However, as time goes by, even if there is no Temple of Qixin, countless powerhouses will be born in the future. The arrival of Temple of Qixin only speeds up the process of this long river of time and space. For example, Shang, before he entered the Temple of Qixin, the space had reached the universe realm, and he also created the prototype of the universe secret law. It is very easy to enter the 6th order emperor, and it can even quickly enter the ranks of the top powerhouses. It's just that no one taught, and after taking some side roads, there is a real spirit who personally pointed out behind him. Now that the cosmic secret method is Mahayana, the cosmic space is also perfected, and the Lord of the Cosmos is left. End of this chapter. Chapter 55-36. If there is no real spirit's guidance, this process will probably be very long. Jian Wushuang himself did the same. Without the appearance of the Temple of Qixin, there would be no skeletal army, and when the heart's strength was not grasped, he accidentally entered the starry sky, and then mastered the extreme way. That is the road that is groped out from the heart. In normal times, even if you throw it to you, you won't be able to cultivate. Among them, there are external reasons and their own efforts, but more people are pushing all this. Push an immature river of time and space to its peak. Can be regarded as encouraging. In the Temple of Chishan, after growing up to the top, there is nowhere to go. There are not even a few tops in the outside world, and the inheritance and chance are very common. This will make them no longer have a sense of crisis when they reach that level, and then stagnate. I don't know if it is good or bad. Jian Wushuang's heart moved, but he was a little prepared for a rainy day. At the moment, the plan is still at the core. It is still far away to master things like the Temple of Chishan. Gong Miao on the side spotted Jian Wushuang's distraction and asked, "Go straight?" Gong Miao turned his head and glanced at the saintly monks. Jian Wushuang nodded and said, "I never kill the weak. Don't forget that this place is far-fetched. Even if you can go out alive, it may take tens of thousands of years. The core of the Blue Bird Palace has been destroyed. They have no Blue Bird Palace. Protection, it would be nice to survive." But as soon as his words fell, a huge black dragon appeared in the distant sky, rushing towards the two people's position without a single sight. The Blue Bird Palace, compared with the dragon, was like a grain of sand, and disappeared in an instant. Ancient desolate beast? Jian Wushuang frowned. They shouldn't be so unlucky. First, there was a problem with the Blue Bird Palace, and then encountered an ancient barren beast of this level. Some places in the heavens where there are no practitioners are deep wilderness. It is said that it is a deep wilderness, and there is only a wilderness, and there are very few desolate beasts, especially the powerful desolate beasts. Like this barren ancient flood dragon, it has the combat power of a sixth-order emperor, and it is even rarer. Once it appears, I'm afraid it will soon attract a large number of strong people to come and besiege. This is a gluttonous feast. A wild ancient flood dragon, I am afraid it is worth 10,000 cosmic crystals. The Mahan body flood dragon in the mature stage. If it were normal, Jian Wushuang would feel that he was the chosen of heaven, and he would be able to encounter this kind of genius treasure in the great wilderness. But now it's different. He was hunted down, but he didn't have time to enjoy this. Its goal is us. Gong Niao frowned. Her strength was only the fifth-order peak, and if it were the sixth-order emperor of the four secret realms, she could still fight. But the wild ancient flood dragon in front of him is not only better than the practitioners of the four great secret realms, but even stronger than some of the sixth-order emperors among the inheritors. According to the strength of the North Tower, this flood dragon probably already has the top level of Tier 6. Similar to Jian Wushuang's current strength. Once entangled, it may be difficult to get out. But if you want to go, it's not that easy. Since you have encountered it, kill it! Jian Wushuang leaked a trace of murderous aura. Sword Chi came instantaneously, and the breath that had been ingested burst out instantly. The desolate ancient dragon screamed upwards, hovering in the sky, covering the sky and the sun. Little Dao Jun, dare to be presumptuous in front of this seat! Huang Gu Jiaolong vomited, his huge eyes staring at Jian Wushuang. Jian Wushuang sneered. It's a beast, do you really think I can't kill you? The Jiuyan sword was pulled out in an instant. He didn't want to waste time, he would fight if he fought, and leave as soon as he failed. The appearance of this barren ancient flood dragon was unexpected, and it was even more strange to see that he was a Taoist monarch. Although he actively leaked his breath, the fierce sword aura was comparable to a sixth-order emperor, and the other party was not surprised at all. There may be some conspiracy in this. It's just that Wu Zue has never heard from him, and he doesn't know who is planning behind this. Maybe it's the gods, maybe it's the other powerhouses in the Law Enforcement Hall. But if someone from the Law Enforcement Hall found him, Wu Zue must have known it. Jian Wushuang, who was holding the Jiuyan sword, took one step, and he had already reached the side of the ancient giant beast. Dead? As soon as he came up, he didn't have any hands left, and if a sword was opened, it would be dead. This sword pierced through the body of the ancient flood dragon. The opponent's size was too large, and the speed was so slow that there was no way to hide. But then Jian Wuxuang was stunned. He only knew that the strength of the desolate beast was very strong, and it was not clear which aspect was the specific strength. Now he understands. His strongest sword actually only broke some of the opponent's soft armor, not even a slight injury. This terrifying defensive power, the level of the physical body is probably not lost to the supergrade physical body, and the divine body is even comparable to the Emperor, who can be 60,000 times the divine body. You! After feeling the wounds on his body, the ancient flood dragon threw up to the sky and roared. You can break through the scales of this seat, Yuet! A pitch-black mist sprayed from the opponent's mouth, and the originally dim sky plunged into darkness. In the darkness, the Jiaolong was swimming, and the claws of the Jiaolong suddenly grabbed Jian Wuxuang directly. The sharp claws made Jian Wuxuang's heart palpitations. In a daze, he saw the claws that used to tear the sky. Then I was overjoyed. This Jiaolong has a relationship with the candle dragon. It is the power of blood. This wild ancient flood dragon must have the blood of the candle dragon, and there are some innate inheritance in the blood, and that inheritance is the claw technique of the candle dragon. At first I thought it was very tricky, and I was going to give up fighting with this dragon. It was better to leave directly, and at his speed, he would be able to get rid of it soon. But this is no longer necessary. It has a blood relationship with the beast god candle dragon. If you can kill it, you may be able to restore the beast god weapon by using the blood and flesh of the opponent. Thinking of this, Jian Wuxuang, in order to stimulate the opponent, revealed his body and the beasts and soldiers who had lost their power. Hum! The candle dragon's wings trembled suddenly, and Ukanshu calm directly removed the black fog. Then the wings shook behind her back, and she instantly arrived in Gong Miao's figure and hugged her directly. She could no longer get involved in this level of battle. You leave first, hand it to me here. Jian Wuxuang put down Gong Miao, handed him a token, and said, Take it and go north, I will find you soon. Gong Miao is not an indecisive person either. After nodding, he still said, Be careful. Then quickly left here. The wild ancient flood dragon poked out a huge head from the black mist, and black mist was billowing from its rough nostrils, staring at the candle dragon wings on Jian Wuxuang's body. Jian Wuxuang also noticed the opponent's gaze, and then the candle dragon's inner armor also came out. And this! Jian Wuxuang shouted angrily. Chapter 55-37. Hum! The candle dragon's wings opened instantly. His left arm suddenly clenched his fist, and a striped road appeared on the dark red arm, which contained the power of the beast god. It's just that these lines and wings cannot be linked. At the center of his eyebrows, the eye of the candle dragon also leaked out. The wild ancient Jiaolong became more and more angry as it looked at it, but that was something from its ancestor. But before it was angry, Jian Wuxuang first started to move, imitating the claw of the dragon, and the palm of his hand instantly turned into the claw of the candle dragon. Hiss! In the sky, the black mist was swallowed by 5 spatial cracks. The crack was caused by Jian Wuxuang's claws of the beast god. Although it did not have the power of the beast god, it had sufficient life force. This claw, although the other party did not receive any substantial harm, but the insult was great. Practitioner, you angered this seat, I want you to die! Jian Wuxuang sneered. Aren't you angry at the beginning? Although the opponent was already a 6th-order emperor, from the perspective of the dialogue, his wisdom was average. It is no wonder that it will be called a desolate beast, not a monster. The ones he encountered in Shihai were Yaozu. It is strange to say that some strong monsters even want to call themselves wild beasts. However, the IQ of Desolate Beast was very low, and it could not be compared with Yaozu at all. The only thing that is strong is his own strength. The monster race is the same as the human race, with a huge ability to multiply, and the understanding is not low, and the speed of multiplying is also very fast. In some primitive universes in the long river of time and space, the situation of all the monster races in the universe has already appeared. Natural selection. In some primitive universes, there are certain errors, and there will be a certain kind of single ethnic common people who are unbalanced in air luck. He was in the same primitive universe, with the human race as the leading one, and there were few monsters who were strong. This is also the drawback of the primitive universe. It was the same when I was in the divine power universe. It's not good to be too single. Divine power and virtual power can actually coexist. If there is a master of the universe, you can directly refine the two into one. It's a pity that they don't have the master of the universe in this long river of time and space. Jian Wuxuang was very easy to fight against the ancient flood dragon. Although he could not severely injure the opponent, it was also difficult for the opponent to injure him. Can't even touch him at all. The speed difference is too much. He had walked a long way in the space, and he was able to grasp the realm of the black hole immediately. But this barren ancient flood dragon, even entering the gap of space, must first use brute force to break the void. Very clumsy. Farming! Jian Wuxuang appeared behind Jialong. His mouth moved, and a huge Dharma photo appeared behind him. That is a symbol of origin. Jian Wuxuang looked kind and good-looking with the huge pale green face. That is the source of life. The wild ancient Jialong hooked his head, staring at Jian Wuxuang with his huge eyes, revealing a trace of panic. That breath, he thought it was the first ancestor who had come. That is the oppressive power of blood. How is it possible? The wild ancient flood dragon couldn't continue, and roared. A trivial human race, how can it suppress the blood of this seat? After fighting for so long, the opponent has been playing the game of cat and mouse. But he was groping. Explore the other's weaknesses. It is not easy to kill this wild ancient flood dragon. Frontal confrontation is disadvantageous. Can only seek the side by side. In the end, he discovered that it was still related to the power of life, and he was dizzy for a while, or the other party was too stupid, which affected his judgment. This level of barren ancient behemoth is most afraid of bloodline suppression. The force of life is the most overwhelming opponent. You idiot, I have met my ancestors, but I still don't pay him a visit. Jian Wuxuang merged with the FA, his body changed in an instant, and he suddenly turned into a candle dragon the size of hundreds of thousands of miles. The arrogance is still rising, and the breath of the candle dragon is also very similar. The ancient flood dragon was shocked again. Ancestor! It couldn't tell the truth from the false for a while. It is a barren ancient flood dragon of the 6th order monarch level, but it has the power of a candle dragon's bloodline. It has never seen a real candle dragon, and it has only been vaguely felt in the bloodline inheritor. Kneel down! Jian Wuxuang turned into a candle dragon with incredibly violent arrogance. There is really a kind of king's breath from the sky. The natural beast gods are all the masters of the pinnacle universe, but they are not kings. When the ancient Jialong heard the word kneeling, his 4 claws were so soft that he almost lay on the ground, and then came over clearly, roaring and rushing towards Jian Wuxuang, going desperately. Do you dare to fool me? The wild ancient flood dragon was very annoyed. Jian Wuxuang shook his head. It was really boring. It felt like fighting with a child. Life universe! Hum! The withered vines and rotten leaves in the deep wilderness began to explode with powerful vitality. After a civet cat struggling in the mire felt the strong vitality, originally only one paw leaked outside, and instantly broke free from the mire. The weak little monster beast that had just died of old age, after receiving the power of life, also began to recover and exploded with huge life potential. Sit up in shock from dying illness. It's just that. Within the hundreds of millions of miles shrouded in the universe of life, everything is revived. A weak gasp for Jian Wuxuang also gathered in his body. This move can not only kill the enemy, but also plunder luck. Rescuing the weak, and the weak will get the original Qi luck from the Qixin temple. Although it is a little trivial, if you use the life universe in some mundane worlds, I am afraid you will get a huge amount of Qi luck. However, he has not yet become an emperor, and luck is a bit of a taste for him, not much help. Moreover, he does not have the leisurely elegance to gather luck. 1 does not refining alchemy, and 2 does not create a clan or power. It is useless to have so much luck, so it is better to improve your strength. It's different in the outside world. Just like Jin Wuyang in the past, gathering Qi luck, it was because he was already invincible in the Sea domain. There was no room for improvement, and he could only play with Qi luck. After coming to the Temple of Qixin, it was a thrilling inheritance all day long. How can I have time to play this? It's too low level. All beings shrouded in the universe of life are undergoing transformation, but the ancient flood dragon is constantly weakening. The life force was suppressed, and the blood began to dissipate. Without the blood of the candle dragon, the life level was also suppressed, and all abilities were weakening except for the physical body. The divine body declined rapidly. Although the physical body did not have much impact, it also began to lose a lot of vitality. There is no healing power like in the past. In other words, every time he attacked, it would be a huge trauma, which still cannot be healed. Desperate! Jian Wushuang held the Juyin sword upside down, staring at the ancient flood dragon. He didn't disperse the way of the candle dragon, he just stood in the sky and stared at the barren ancient flood dragon, and his body rushed out. Ready to slaughter! The time for the two to fight is not too fast, and it has been deadlocked for an hour. Chapter 55-38. At this hour of time, the huge aura tilted, and it has attracted many emperors and powerful men roaming in the wilderness. These people are far away, they can feel that powerful aura, and they don't dare to come forward to check, but they have already notified the family or the powerhouse of the sect. Most of those strong men were in the Senate Palace or met the emperors in the Senate Palace, and this matter quickly spread. In the deep wilderness outside Qinghenliuzhou, there is a sixth-order emperor fighting, and the opponent is still a sixth-order emperor-level desolate beast. Deputy Hall Master Zhong, who has the most intelligence, received the news soon. Now the whole realm arrests Jian Wushuang. As long as it is about the fifth-order or sixth-order emperor, it will be reported continuously. He was not surprised to receive this news. Qinghenliuzhou? Deputy Hall Master Zhong looked cold, took out a piece of jade slip, and began to look at the map of the entire northern border. From Jumen City to Qinghenliuzhou, it happened to pass through the wilderness here. It seems that 80% of them are Jian Wushuang. Deputy Hall Master Zhong leaked a smile. Leaving the 8-gate teleportation array, the goal is Qinghenliuzhou. Deputy Hall Master Zhong said coldly. We have to hurry up in front of him and go to Qinghenliuzhou first. Everyone will hide their breath when they reach the place. Who should dare expose a trace of breath and exempt the salary of 10 epochs? Yes. Deputy Hall Master Zhong guessed very accurately. This is actually nothing. There are only a few sixth-order emperors. Just ask them one by one to understand. Since it is an unfamiliar sixth-order emperor, the chance of breaking through is very small. Even if the fifth-order emperor breaks through, there will be news. The appearance of a sixth-order emperor is a major event in the north. Of this kind of strong, not to mention the need for comprehensive surveillance, at least to be prepared, tell the details of oneself, and then go to verify it. What if the other party is inserted by the Shadow Zone? Not to mention the sixth-order emperor, that is, many third-order emperors are in the archives of the Yuan Lao Palace. Only in this way can we monitor the world, monitor and control the entire northern border. Otherwise, it would have become the back garden of the gods. Just like the realm, except for the middle domain controlled by the temple, the other 4 domains are almost the back garden of the Kimin, which can be said to be everywhere. In Daxia, where Jian Wushuang was originally located, almost the top-level powerhouses have something to do with Kimin. In the entire realm, in terms of comprehensive strength, Kimin even surpassed the influence of the White Tiger Palace. In the celestial realm, especially in the North Realm now, it is rare to hear about shadow sect forces similar to Kimin. Also, the mundane world is deeply ingrained and difficult to eradicate. Almost all of the people above the gods have been pulled up, and they are still pulled out. For example, if the emperor of a certain sect is related to the shadow sect, then the emperor of the entire sect will suffer. The severe ones are directly obliterated, and the marginal figures need to be suppressed in prison. It doesn't matter, it will be escorted to the mine for mining, and will be released after digging enough ore. That is a long time. It is not that the law enforcement hall is too cruel, only this kind of iron blood suppression can be effective. But even so, there are still some that have not been eradicated. The group of people who rescued Jian Wushuang was the emperor whose gods were planted in the palace of the old men. Even the base camp of the Senate Palace can penetrate, and I have to say that the methods of the gods are exaggerated. For rebels, the methods of the law enforcement hall have always been harsh. Especially the deputy master Zhong, one of the two major deputy masters. He couldn't wait for Jian Wushuang to cast himself into the net. After arranging the countermeasures, they directly transmitted to the supercontinent, Dongzhou continent, in Niuzhou, Qinghe. Their figures are like ghosts and enchantments. On the East State continent, there is a supremely strong man, and even that supremely strong man has not found him. After everything was set up, the deputy hall master Zhong waited for Jian Wushuang's arrival. And he also reported the news to Wu Zue. After receiving the news, Wu Zue said with satisfaction, "Yes, you must wait for Jian Wushuang to arrive. I will deploy my strength in secret to help you. Remember to save your life and not let the second person know about this plan." "Yes." Deputy Hall Master Zhong was also very excited. He couldn't wait to catch Jian Wushuang a long time ago. Grasping Jian Wushuang is not for those cosmic crystals, but to prove oneself. Also has the last trace of dignity as a veteran. But he didn't know, just after telling Wu Zue the good news, Wu Zue turned his head and informed Jian Wushuang. In the abyss, Jian Wushuang was standing on a huge skeleton. The candle dragon's claws penetrated into the skeleton's skull, and then the astonishing swallowing power directly swallowed all the certain power contained in the skeleton into his body. Then he sealed the power in a jade bottle. Jian Wushuang opened his hands, 3 jade bottles and a small box. The jade bottle contained the blood, bone marrow, and divine body of the ancient dragon, while the box contained the inner alchemy of the ancient dragon, which was equivalent to the origin of the practitioner. These things are all treasures, and if they are sold out, they are all priceless treasures, and only the strongest can afford them. This barren ancient flood dragon, I am afraid that the entire northern border is only one end, and the barrier has been encountered by him. After receiving the news from Wu Zue, he was not so anxious, and he left to the north to chase Gong Miaoyi after everything was prepared. With his speed, he can catch up very quickly. Now Deputy Hall Master Zhong, waiting for him in Dongzhou continent, the core area of Qinghe, is indeed a trouble. He originally wanted to go to Dongzhou to devote himself to mining, and then get into the mine to rescue Gong Miaoyi's father. Now it seems that it is not that easy. Since this method does not work, try another method. If Dongzhou is not available, he will go to Qingzhou. However, he has now exposed his position and must find a way to get past it. Jian Wushuang thought a little bit in his heart, and the two groups of huge life force broke away from his origin, and then rushed in one direction. These two groups of life force turned into two figures during the flight. One is Jian Wushuang and the other is Gong Miaoyi. They are all clones. Run away? He is professional. Bakanshu. Calm. Even if Zhu Dian appeared, he could still escape. After the deity caught up with Gong Miaoyi, the two took out an ordinary flying treasure, and then disguised as the Blue Bird Palace, heading towards the mainland of Qingzhou. The clone has reached the East Continent at an extremely fast speed. Let's go to Qingzhou! Although there is a slight change in the plan, it has nothing to do with the overall situation. Qingzhou mainland. It is a deserted ancient continent with few practitioners living in it. Zonemen and families are even less pitiful. The entire Qingzhou mainland is larger than Liuzhou, but there is only one medium-sized city. Chapter 5539. There is only one fourth-order emperor sitting inside. After Jian Wushuang and Gong Miaoyi entered the city, they went straight to the mine team. The Mine Mountain Range covers 10 major states. According to the route, the Qingzhou mainland is much closer than the Dongzhou mainland. In several large states near the mines, there are locations for recruiting miners. Every moment never stopped. After all, it is not enough to capture the emperor alone, but it is very difficult to recruit emperor-level absenteeism, and often pay some sky-high rewards, and there are not many. Behind the old palace came up with a way. Any emperor wanted by the law enforcement hall can be revoked as long as he signs up to go to the mine for mining for an era, and he will be paid. Because of this kind of behavior, many emperors have been attracted over the years. And Jian Wushuang and Gong Miao came in this way. Before going, Jian Wushuang specially selected a pair of black and white double evil spirits. These black and white double evil spirits were both Tier 4 top emperors. The two had cultivated a very special skill, and together they could burst out the power of Tier 4 peak. It is very famous in the north. Jian Wushuang got news of the two from Wuzhou, and they were lurking in a barren land in the Qingzhou mainland. If you want to replace the identity of the two, you have to get rid of the other party first, and then search for the soul of the other party to ingest the memory of the other party to be able to better disguise. That's it, Jian Wushuang said indifferently. These two people will pick a place. There are no barren beasts here, and almost no one will come here. Gong Miao took a picture, and the surrounding space was sealed off. Don't leave any traces. Gong Miao's eyes had a light that was more cautious than Jian Wushuang. After all, it has something to do with the rescue of her father. The change of space immediately led to the black and white double evil spirits. The two of them looked shocked, they both hid here, and they were still found. It can only be said that they were unlucky. The female emperor in the black and white double evil spirits was bright and white, and saw the two unfamiliar emperors in front of her, and said loudly, "Two seniors, can you bypass me and my husband? We are willing to enter the mine. The reason why I chose to hide here is not only because it is more concealed, but also because it is very close to the mine. If it doesn't work, I turn around and enter the mine. It's a pity that I made the wrong idea." Jian Wushuang raised his hand, and the sword energy shuttled through the two directly, destroying all the physical and divine bodies, leaving only the origin of rushing away. "Why do seniors rush to kill them? It's better to kill the two of me and be willing to serve for life." The white evil female emperor had a strong desire to survive and kept begging for mercy. But Gong Miao was already full of killing intent at this time, and no one could stop it. These two are perfect substitutes, using their identities to enter the mine, and then look for their father. Not only can the people in the law enforcement hall be unable to detect them, they can also further save people through this identity. "She will leave it to you." Jian Wushuang then left, and went directly in front of the black evil spirit. The opponent's face has an iron face. Although the opponent's body has been destroyed, the iron face has not disappeared, and the original face has not been revealed. Jian Wushuang's empty big hand directly squeezed Haisha, then reached out his other hand, grabbed the iron face, and tugged hard. Puff! The opponent fell completely. Jian Wushuang was very surprised. He fell instantly after losing his mask? He was caught off guard, taking advantage of the fact that the opponent's origin had not completely disappeared. Jian Wushuang urged the swallowing power to swallow all the broken origins into the Sea of Origins. "Hey, how? This is Haisha's real name, it's just that the origin is broken, the consciousness has also collapsed, and the memories he gets are all incomplete. Can only guess a rough idea? Hey Hao's life can be said to be very exciting. When Dao Jun, he was a peerless Tianjiao of a certain sect, and the body of Dao Jun was comparable to that of a second-tier emperor. Jian Wushuang was puzzled by such a proud man of heaven, but fell into the devil's way. It is a pity that the memories obtained are all incomplete, and many important memories are shattered and cannot be seen at all. People of the human world! Jian Wushuang's eyes sank. The identity of this black evil spirit is very strange. From the secret world of the human world. The memories of the Taoist monarchs were fairly complete. They were all in a sect in the secret realm of the human world. After becoming an emperor, they were directly the memory of the heavens, and they also inherited the unique knowledge of the black and white divine palace and became the black evil spirit. It took a total of 100,000 years to become an emperor, and he had cultivated to the top emperor of Tier 4. This speed shocked Jian Wushuang. Really a peerless Tianjiao. Dao Jun can be comparable to the second-order emperor, and Hidao is almost the third-order emperor. From the third-order emperor to the fourth-order top in 100,000 years, this is already comparable to ordinary inheritors. Although the memory in the back is a bit broken and the secret things are lost, some people still know what happened. This is enough. Enough to deal with the interrogation of the Yuan Elder Palace. Gong Miaoya's side is smooth after all. There is no mask or foreign treasure on Baisha's face. After searching the other party's memory, Gong Miaoya's hand is rising. The power of Xiaolua wiped out the opponent instantly. Jian Wushuang curiously said, "In the other party's memory, there are not many memories of Haisha's life experience." He still held the iron face in his hand. The material of this mask was very special. It was by no means an ordinary treasure, and the material was stronger than the eternal treasure. It just can't stimulate and recognize the Lord. Holding it in the hand is no different from an ordinary mask. But it can be linked to the origin of Haisha, and there must be some secrets in it. Gong Miaoy looked at Jian Wushuang in surprise, and replied, "This white evil spirit seems to be a disciple of the black evil spirit. 100,000 years ago, the white evil spirit was still ordinary. It was the black evil spirit who saved her life. Entering the ruins of the black and white shrine, gaining the inheritance of the black and white Shuangsha, and behind them are the two who harm the common people together. There is nothing special. Maybe I thought too much." Jian Wushuang shook his head. No problem can be seen on the surface of this iron face, but there is definitely some unknown power hidden inside. After his life force enters, there is a slight movement. Although the movement of Akansha Calm was small, he could still feel it. It's just that now, he doesn't have the leisurely elegance to explore the real purpose of this mask or hide the strange things of life. He had to clean up the traces of this place with Gong Miaoy, and then head to the only city in the Qinzhou mainland. "Let's go!" Gong Miaoy nodded, followed behind Jian Wushuang, and headed to the only city on the Qinzhou mainland. Only through the residence of the Senate Palace can you go to the mine. The speed of the two is very fast, although they pretended to be the top emperor of Tier 4, but at the speed of the emperor of Tier 4, it took less than 3 days to reach that city. Qinzhou City! One black and one white, without any disguise, he entered the city blatantly. End of this chapter. Chapter 55-40. Someone soon recognized the identities of the two. "It's black and white double evil! Go away, don't get caught up! What are you afraid of? There is a strong man in the old palace here, and you are still afraid of the Emperor of the Magic Road?" An emperor who understands black and white double evil said in a low voice. "You may not understand these two people. These two ruthless people are even the people of the Senate Palace who dare to kill. There is only one strong man stationed in the Senate Palace in Qinzhou City. Being a Tier 4 peak emperor, I can't hold these two people at all. Once the black and white double evil skills are displayed, they have the strength of the fourth order peak. It is true that he is not afraid of a fourth order emperor in the Yuan Elder Palace. In the Northern Territory, there are very few true senators. Most of them are emperors recruited from the Northern Territory by the Senator's Palace, with the status of deacon in the Outer Palace. The Fifth Order Emperor is the identity of the Elder. The real veterans of the Senate Palace, but there are more than 2,000, and half of them are very high-ranking. They don't need to go to the northern border at all. Just stay in the Senate Palace. Unless there is something important, they will go to the northern border, otherwise half. Do not go out. Yuanam Lake, so many treasures of cultivation, who would go to the north to suffer? Jian Wushuang and Gong Miaoy came to the main hall where the Senate Palace is stationed in this city. There is no teleportation formation here, so it is very remote. It is very good to be able to arrange a fourth-order peak emperor to sit in the town. If there is not a city, the Senate Palace I didn't bother to be stationed. When they entered the city, the fourth-order pinnacle emperor who was sitting here received the news, and then opened the formation in shock, and sent a call to the law enforcement hall. At this time, I found that the black and white Shuangsha did not do anything, but stood calmly in the temple, without any intention to do it, and then dared to come forward. Black and white Shuangsha, why are you here? Don't you know the law enforcement hall is looking for you? Bai Sha disguised as Gong Miao said indifferently. We are going to the mine. I don't know if you can do it. Hearing that he was going to the mine, the fourth-order emperor immediately changed his face, and the formation was withdrawn. He leaked an amiable face, and laughed. Come on, please inside, everything is easy to talk about, and also easy to handle. Jian Wushuang's disguised Haisha usually didn't speak, but the iron face on his face was an imitation that he made casually, and he didn't want to take it rashly. Before he could figure out the situation, he had thrown the mask into the Guantian chessboard, using time and space to completely suppress the mask in time. Jian Wushuang was not surprised by the enthusiasm of the other party. He had known the mine in advance. It is difficult to recruit monarch-level absenteeism. Suddenly, 2 Tier 4 emperors came to take the initiative to mine, and they were still rushing to eliminate the wanted warrant. Not only did they help the law enforcement hall lighten the burden, but they also recruited a suitable miner. It was a double happiness. At least the emperor stationed here can stay away for a while. The deacons in the outer palace of the Senate Palace all have tasks. Not only the original salary is gone, but he has to get in. But even so, there are still people who want to have a mess in the Senate Palace. They are mainly backed by the Senate Palace. There will be no shortage of resources in all aspects. No one pays attention to the salary. For example, the fourth-order emperor stationed here, he is the Earth Emperor of the Qingzhou mainland. As long as it is a practitioner who comes here, not only doing business, he can't get around him. After Jian Wushuang explained the situation, they waited for the wanted order from the law enforcement hall to arrive. Along with the wanted, there was a notice from Fu Shou Tang. A fifth-order emperor came to receive the two in person. Although there was no teleportation array, but it didn't take long. The fifth-order emperor had a flying palace that was eternally treasured. It's almost a year's time. After destroying the wanted warrant, they left Donglo with the two of them, and went directly to a large state nearby that linked the mine. Northern Hanzhou! As soon as he entered, Jian Wushuang felt a chill. If the Qingzhou continent is like a hot summer day, with fire burning the earth, then Hanzhou is in an icebound world. There is almost no dust on the ground where it touches, only extremely ice and thick snow. Snow is floating in the sky for many years. Here, you two take the token and follow these people to the mine. Remember not to disobey your orders. In the mine, there are many sixth-order emperors, and there is no freedom anywhere. Fu Xiaotang's fifth-order emperor, it was very easy to talk, and after explaining to them both, he left. Under the mine. In the continuous team, there are hundreds of emperors alone, and both of them are fourth-order emperors, but they are also conspicuous, because most of them are third-order emperors here. More Daojun. The emperor is responsible for mining, and the Taoist is responsible for carrying. The ore that is dug is not simple. Space fire Mingshi! Jian Wushuang's eyes were hot. The space fire stone that rarely circulates in the four secret realms, but one day's mining here is enough. You know, in the outside world, a nail-sized fire stone can sell hundreds of millions of square meters of sacred stone. There are already a lot of mines in one day. This is just one of the 3 big mines in the space Huimingshan. And this place is just a hole in the space Huiming Mountain. The infinite space Huiming Mountain has many cave openings. It's just that Hanzhou has only such a hole. A cave entrance, the daily amount of mining is one side. Countless years have passed. No one knows how many spatial fire stones have been mined. This is the key treasure for refining and enhancing the divine body and the physical body. No matter how much it consumes, the amount of mining for so many years is enough to supply and demand the entire 4 secret realms. Jian Wushuang didn't know that the 3 mines in the 4 great secret realms were once plundered by the gods from the secret realms in the starry sky. In order to these mines, Qixin successively beheaded several universe masters. Even a special life bred from the starry sky has fallen. It's a pity that when these 3 mines were transported, the gods were about to fall, and they didn't come to rush to mine. It's cheaper than their inheritance. In the Senate Palace and the Tomb Mountain, as long as they are inheritors, they can buy space fire stones at very low prices. The refining of beasts, especially the refining of the space beasts, candle dragons, is in great need of the space fire stone. This time, if there is a chance, he can plunder it. Anyway, it is for the true spirit to do something, and then the other party will never let him vomit it again. You know, the Palace of the Elders, since controlling the mines, has been embezzling it. Jinling opened one eye and closed one eye. He ignored it. He should be fine with a bit. Only those people like them dared to pay attention to the space and fire mingxue. The native emperor didn't even dare to look. After being mined, it will be handed in. Who dares to sneak it into the body? Once discovered, it is not as simple as a temporary execution. End of this chapter. Chapter 55-41. That was a felony. Not only will all those who have a relationship with him be put to death, but his origin will also be thrown into a prison of 10,000 fires and tortured for a lifetime. That kind of taste can be said to be extremely terrifying. Only this kind of iron-blooded means can be able to hold back those who have the idea of mining. When the temple controlled the northern territory, the management here was even stricter. The few people at the core of the White Tiger Palace are all puppets, but they want to satiate their own pockets. The people below don't even dare to be greedy. Only when the Senate Palace controls this place can they take advantage. It is the entrance of the 2 halls of the Senate Palace in charge of the mine. They are Fushaotang, which collects ore, and Zhenshintang, which is responsible for mining. Not only responsible for mining, but also responsible for guarding. Although there would not be a fool who was so courageous to rush to grab the mine, for safety reasons, especially for storing the mined ores, there are still several 6th-order emperors sitting here. And on the 3 major mines, there are 3 palace masters' law bodies, and each of them has the most powerful magic body sitting on the ground. Once something happens, there is also a special teleportation array that can let the deity descend at any time. The security is very high. Space Firestone is not an ordinary ore. The volume is too large, ordinary mustard seeds cannot be stored, and can only be placed in some treasured containers. Moreover, it cannot be transmitted through the teleportation array, and every requires a palace owner to him personally. It is shipped almost every 100,000 years. Jian Wushuang roughly calculated how many squares it would take in 100,000 years. There are millions of square space firestones at a time, and the value is probably more than 100,000 square cosmic crystals. Such a valuable treasure must be escorted by the most powerful person in person. The value of 100,000 square cosmic crystals, and if they are sold in batches, they may be more valuable. The most powerful among the indigenous people are worth a try. And this time, the pinnacle who escorted the space fire mingxue was the pro-big brother of the Iron Three, the sword of Chao Feng, one of the 3 palace masters. The status is extremely high, although the strength is at the end of the 3 major palace masters. The secrets of the universe have also been created by the Hinayana, and the strength cannot be underestimated. The indigenous people in the 4 secret realms have very few opponents. Now the other party may have left long ago. Jian Wushuang didn't have anything to worry about either. The law bodies of those absolute peaks were all on the top of the mountain, and he would not pay attention to him as a 4th-order emperor. Gong Niao followed the team and began to enter the mine. Outside the cave, 4 teams of powerhouses patrolled day and night, and the 4 great 6th-tier emperors led dozens of 5th-tier peak emperors. With this configuration, the indigenous powerhouses in the cold state could not be broken together. Even if it is a powerful shadow sect who wants to infiltrate, I am afraid that they will be discovered by the people in the law enforcement hall before they reach Hanzhou. Hey Sha, this is your mining tool, as well as this cloth bag. Put all the humiliation stones in the mining space. It will automatically record the ore you mine. Your goal is 10 squares. If you have enough, you can leave. Jian Wushuang nodded, did not say anything. Holding a very straight stick-shaped treasure and a small cloth bag, he entered the mine. I will live here in the days to come. If you want to go out, you need to mine enough space for the firestone. The wanted order sent by the law enforcement hall at the time calculated that he had to mine the space firestone in 10 directions to cancel the wanted order. This is Jian Wushuang giving up the mining reward. If you want to get that reward, you need 15 squares of space firestone. Naturally, he didn't pay attention to that reward. He came here mainly to rescue Nie Yuan. He passed Wu's rotation behind his back, and the mine the two arrived at was the mine where Nie Yuan was located. Saving people is only part of the plan. He wasn't to the point where he had to be saved. If the people of the Shadow Sect found him and wanted to take him to see Fuego, he would just quit and just follow them. Unfortunately, for so long, he also left a lot of clues, but there is still no one who has waited for the Shadow Sect. When he was in Giant Gate City, he left some clues, and when he killed that ridiculous ancient flood dragon, he left behind a very heavy power of all things. According to the means of the gods, he should be able to be found. Follow the mine, all the way down. The top of the mountain has long been mined, and now only square ore is left unmined. And the top is only 10%, the real core of the mine is underground. The figure was straight down, about a distance of hundreds of thousands of miles, before he sank down. The material here is very dense, even if the Emperor wants to destroy it, he still spends a lot of effort. As for mining, it is not simple. Otherwise, there will be no treasures specially mined. That stick is used to ingest the space firestone. You need to use your own power to mobilize the treasure, and then ingest it. This process is easy to say, but it is like a big battle every day if it is to be mined. This is also the reason why few emperors come to mine mines. The consumption of consciousness and power is too serious, and it will last for hundreds of millions of years, without any help to oneself, and the whole person is still drained. Although the rewards are very generous, it is too trivial to look back at a mine of infinite value every day, and many people will feel unbalanced in their hearts. So over time, fewer and fewer people came. Here, this is where we usually rest. Gong Niao walked in the forefront and stopped. Jian Wushuang followed her gaze, and in front of her was an extremely empty place with a simple dojo. The origin contained in the above is very profound, and it should be the method that was set up here to specifically help them in their cultivation. Jian Wushuang glanced intently, and this image had a blue dragon beast head. Longyi? This was very surprised. He didn't expect to see the face of the Azure Dragon Palace master here. This may be the dojo where the temple was once set up here, otherwise it would not be so deducted and use one's own law. If it were the rich and powerful veteran palace, it would be possible to directly obtain a master of the universe in order to recruit the emperor of the mining mountain. Dharma images are very easy to refine. Yu reads www.bakanshu.com and then obtains the origin of the universe, and then it can create a simple dojo at the master level of the universe. It's not like it is now, so shabby. Below the law, there are countless futons. On both sides of the dojo, there are some simple palaces with trading places. Another advantage here is that it is very convenient to buy any treasure. In order to give these people some motivation, the ore mined every year has a goal. In 1 year, everyone needs to mine a pound of space flint, and the extra can be exchanged for credit points, and it can also be accumulated in their mission goals. In one side is 100,000 caddies. If Jian Wushuang reached the goal every year, it would take 1,000,000 years before he could go out. But it is too difficult to mine 1 caddy a year. End of this chapter. Chapter 5542. Below the Fifth Order Emperor. If you want to complete it, some are not possible, some are unlucky, and you won't be able to mine a caddy in 100 years. In the later stage, the strength will weaken, let alone a caddy a year. A caddy for 1,000 years has become a huge goal. Most of those transactions are exchanged for treasures with their own pockets. Don't deliberately inquire about the news, let's explore here for a while, Jian Wushuang whispered quietly. He saw the change in Gong Miaoya's expression, worried that the other party would leak his feat. If it is recognized at this time, it will be troublesome. Gong Miaoya recovered a trace of coldness and nodded. The two first took the tokens, and after they received a secret room of their own, they began mining. Starting from the dojo, they can move freely. In order to find out the situation here as quickly as possible, the two chose to move separately. Jian Wushuang entered a small and dark mine. There are many such small mines here, all of which are left by predecessors who have mined countless epochs. Jian Wushuang plunged in. After a few glances, no one was seen. Then continued to move forward. This place is like a maze, where an intersection will appear from time to time, and Jian Wushuang walked for an hour before he reached the end. At the end, there were 3 people who were manipulating the treasure to mine ore, and their brows rose. Jian Wushuang glanced at them. They were all Tier 4 emperors, but the gods were extremely thin and their flesh was sallow. That's a bit more human. Just as Jian Wushuang sighed, a palm appeared on his shoulder. It's you? Haisha! The visitor recognized his identity. Jian Wushuang was shocked. Many of Haisha's memories were broken. He was worried about revealing his identity and did not answer. When he turned his head and saw the face of the opponent, his heart was relieved. It's good to know. Brother Shangyang! Jian Wushuang pretended to be surprised. Why are you here too? Haha, you are here, why can't I come? Shangyang smiled and said, Walk, this is not a place to talk, don't worry about mining, there is time, I will introduce a few good brothers to you. This Shangyang Taoist is very enthusiastic. The two can be regarded as acquaintances, and they have joined forces several times when they were besieged by the right way. They are all devil's practitioners. It's just black and white double evil spirits, gathering evil spirits, cutting all directions. The Shangyang Taoist was once a disciple of the Hehuan Gate. The Hehuan Gate in the back was broken, and he became a casual cultivator. Because he had been plundering the best furnace, he was quickly spotted by the righteous masters. In a siege, black and white Shuangsha also rescued him once. Shangyang took Jian Wushuang to a relatively open place, where several people were mining, and among them there were 2 fifth-order emperors. Come on, Haisha, let me introduce to you, this is the Lord of the Wind City. While introducing him, he boasted. The Lord of the Wind City came earlier than us, but the mining mines are about to come out. The Lord of the Wind City is a handsome man with sword eyebrows and stars. The younger generation is straight and heroic. Hey Sha, I have seen the Lord of Wind City. Jian Wushuang also understood very well. This is to bring him to the dock. It seems that this place is not that simple. Where there are people, there will be fights. And there will be rivers and lakes. Invisible, although there is no fighting, but there is a sense of worldliness. You need to make friends wherever you go. There are more roads when you have friends. Well, I've heard of you, so follow me in the future. There is still a place here, and you can mine with Shangyang. The Lord Feng nodded, and then ignored Jian Wushuang. Shangyang hurriedly helped Jian Wushuang thank him, and then took Jian Wushuang to the corner to start mining the mine. Brother Haisha, there are some things that you don't know yet. In a mine, if you want to quickly mine ores, you need to occupy a favorable terrain. You see, this place is at least 3 times more than where you were just now. Your mining speed will also be faster, Shangyang explained. Jian Wushuang also understood. No wonder he brought him to visit the dock and recognize his eldest brother. It turned out to be for this reason. In the mine, the ore content is not uniform, there are more in some places, and less in some places. The place he just saw belongs to the lowest level mine. This is considered to be a medium level. As for the upper level, it was occupied by those fifth-order emperors. Want to go to that place, at least have the fighting power of a fifth-order emperor. Someone needs to be introduced. Jian Wushuang didn't really care about it, But since it's here, the secret rules still have to be observed. It's better to get into trouble, and there is a risk of exposure. Work hard, we are just here, we will mine a caddy in a year. Shanyang is full of enthusiasm. He is not easy with Jian Wushuang. He was arrested, and he needed to mine the firestone in 20 square space, and the fastest speed would take tens of thousands of years. Compared with some practitioners who have been sentenced to 100 or even 10,000 directions, there are very few practitioners. As for Jian Wushuang's Shifang, it is even less pitiful. Jian Wushuang injected a trace of the dark way into the supreme treasure, and then he felt the power of a spatial fire dark stone began to enter this supreme treasure. It's interesting. Jian Wushuang raised his eyebrows. He instantly discovered the principle of this. This treasure is called a mining soldier. It is really the best choice for mining. There is actually the power of a black hole inside, which can swallow all matter, and can also wipe out all matter. It can be seen by the naked eye that all the space firestone and other substances on the stone wall are swallowed, and then the debris is removed, leaving only the space firestone particles. Those particles are very small. As for the power consumed by oneself, if calculated according to the ordinary fourth-order emperors of the four great secret realms, it would indeed take a year to devour a pound of space firestone. But that is in a state of not resting. At the beginning, it can indeed be swallowed continuously, let alone a year, it will be fine without stopping for 100 years, but in the later stage, it will take a few years to cultivate for a period of time. A lot of time will be wasted in the middle. This also caused many emperors to wear down their consciousness, and even a pound of space firestone could not be mined in 100 years. According to the news he got from Wuzhou, Nie Yuan has been here for 50,000 years. Nie Yuan was sent to the mine because he offended the Shao family in Hanzhou. Akayanashu. The Shao family is a superpower that has emerged in recent years, and the reason is still because of a son-in-law of the Shao family. This son-in-law's background is not small. Jian Wushuang was surprised when he knew it. Wu Shan's deputy hall master, a deputy head of the law enforcement hall, was actually willing to join an aboriginal emperor family. The Shao family was originally a famous sect, but it could only be regarded as a superpower in Hanzhou. With Wu Shan's influence behind, it could become a superpower in the Northern Territory. With this level of relationship, the Shao family can walk sideways across the entire northern border. Nie Yuan was also unlucky. He brought his disciples to Hanzhou for meditation. The enchantment disciple provokes a child of the Shao family, who is regarded as Wu Shan's brother-in-law. The other party saw Nie Yuan's disciple, Qing Luo, at a glance. Chapter 55-43. With Nie Yuan's nature, it would be good if he didn't kill the other party. If he really wanted to kill, I'm afraid he would also fall away now. He just abolished the other party's cultivation base and let Wu Shan's brother-in-law leave. People from the law enforcement hall personally arrested Nie Yuan, and the disciple was sent to Shao's house. Hearing that, Nie Yuan is now even more melancholy. In the early years, the Taoist couple fell pregnant while pregnant, and the disciple was looted by the stubborn ones, and he was trapped in the mine. Moreover, Nie Yuan's mission is a 10,000 square meter space firestone, and it is difficult to get out in a few eras. However, Nie Yuan's perseverance is very strong. Now he has dug a party for 50,000 years. Hard work. Jian Wushuang couldn't help sighing. Fortunately, his daughter is still alive, and there is no need to reverse time and space. And Dong Miaoya's strength is very good. After this time, he can recommend it to the Tomb Mountain. Although he hadn't been there himself, as long as Fuego's scourge was solved, Zhenling should give him face. Moreover, the future Temple of the Gods, all belong to him, a place in the Tomb God Mountain, nothing more, a trivial matter. While digging, Jian Wushuang had a relationship with the two fifth-order emperors, mentioning the fifth-order emperors in the mine from time to time. Seeing that Jian Wushuang was very on the road, Fengqing Master deliberately handed some spatial fire mingxure into his hand. He was happy in his heart, and he was willing to talk about it. The mine we are in is called Qianquan Cave. There used to be a big man, the second ancestor of the Shao family, the ancestor of the Taoist named Qianquan. In the Temple era, he once was here to supervise the mining of mining mountains. It took 3 epochs to open up this universe cave mansion. The Lord of the Wind City looked yearning. To be able to open up a mine, it is a great achievement. No wonder the Shao family can dominate Hanzhou. This is only the second ancestor. That first ancestor can pay it off. In addition, Wushan is a big backer, and it is comparable to the Naylan family of the land boundary, a digital 6-level land boundary, and the supreme ancestor. It's a pity that the Naylan family was too rampant, and was destroyed by the palace master Qinglong. The Shao family can always be safe. With the great Buddha of Wushan, no one dares to move the Shao family. The Northern Territory, speaking of it, is the back garden of the Law Enforcement Hall, with too much power. The entrances of the Senate's halls only rob treasures, but don't care about the chassis, so the Law Enforcement Hall is dominated. Anyone or things that are in contact with the Law Enforcement Hall can walk sideways. Many inheritors are also willing to accept some of the missions of the Law Enforcement Hall. Even if they cannot be completed, there will be no danger. Those demon Dao monarchs dared to kill the external deacons of the Senate Palace, but did not dare to kill some of the deacons in the Law Enforcement Hall. Once they were killed, they would be on the kill list. If it is a 4th Order Emperor, the 5th Order Emperor will be dispatched to chase and kill, and the 5th Order Emperor will dispatch a 6th Order Emperor. If it is a 6th Order Emperor, Wu Zhuo will personally take action. With this kind of iron and blood, no one dared to offend people in the Law Enforcement Hall. The Shao family is indeed not simple, its own strength is not weak, and even on the big ship of the deputy head of the Law Enforcement Hall, it will not fall at all. After chatting with that Fengqing master for a while, Jian Wushuang began to mention the Shao family intentionally or unintentionally. The Lord of the Wind City sighed. People in the world say that we are practitioners of the magic way, but those righteous way families are clean? I can't see it. That, Jian Wushuang said. It's just the reason for standing in line. If there is some relationship with the Law Enforcement Hall, I'm afraid I won't be in such a place. Thanks, it's good to understand early. If the water in the north is not deep or shallow, I will leave the north when I get out of the mine. This place is not suitable for trespassing. The family is the only one, and there is no chance for me to wait. The Shao family went to be a dog with the Law Enforcement Hall like that. The Lord of the Wind City had unwillingness in his voice. In the area where the temple is located, there is at least a balance between righteousness and evil. There is no such overwhelming power, and the temple is relatively fair. But the north is different. Jian Wushuang pretended not to open his mouth and asked, "How can you see the words of the city lord? Shao family?" Feng City Master sneered. "If it was before, I still admire it a little, but now, I've already caused anger and resentment. You should know that the eldest lady of the Shao family, she is the eldest lady of Hall Master Wushan, one of the 2 deputy Hall Masters of the Law Enforcement Hall?" Jian Wushuang nodded and replied, "I know this, but it doesn't seem to be the direct line of the Shao family. It is indeed not a direct line, but after Wushan is on the list, it is not a direct line but also a direct line. Even her family has become a direct line. What her younger brother does is no different from the magic way, but has always been at large," said and shook his head. The things that the Shao family did, even the cultivators of the magic way couldn't stand it anymore. It was indeed outrageous. The Lord of the Wind City seemed a little tired, put away the mining soldiers, found a clean place to sit down, and then took out a strange stick that was rolled up with good fruit leaves. His nails raised a ball of flames, and directly blasted it. "Ignite. Call!" After taking a sharp sip, Feng City Lord handed Jian Wushuang and said, "Let's take a couple of mouthfuls." Jian Wushuang waved his hand. He had never been interested in this special hobby, but took out a small square table and made a pot of tea. The 2 were at ease when they tasted tea. Under his constant temptation, City Lord Wind finally talked about Nie Yuan. Although he already knows the general idea, he still knows very little about the details. It turned out that at the beginning, Nie Yuan not only abolished the brother-in-law of the deputy hall master of Wushan, but also fought against the contemporary family of the Shao family. The contemporary family of the Shao family is also a highly prestigious fifth-order peak emperor, who fought with Nie Yuan quite a bit. Although his family was abolished, the Shao family had long been unable to pass it, so they didn't embarrass Nie Yuan and let them go. However, Shao Feng was reluctant and unforgiving. Okanshu. Kam went to the sister's side to complain, and used the power of the law enforcement hall to suppress Nie Yuan. Nie Yuan's disciples were also taken away. It's sad to say that the patriarch of his own family didn't want to take care of this matter. If it weren't for Wu Shan's reasons, he wouldn't even make a move, and Nie Yuan was let go afterwards. Helplessly, the power of the law enforcement hall was too strong, and directly dispatched a sixth-order emperor to suppress Nie Yuan. It was precisely because of this incident that the master of the Wind City was completely disappointed in the north, and he was ready to leave after leaving the mine. Jian Wushuang sighed, and said, Nie Yuan and the contemporary patriarch of the Shao family are worthy of the right way, and I admire them very much. Haha, I also admire it very much. I heard that Nie Yuan is still very young and used to be the sword chief of the Shangqing Palace. It's just a pity. If the Shangqing Palace is still there, I'm afraid it won't be like this. The Lord of the Wind City continued. By the way, Nie Yuan will often practice in front of the dragon, and I will recommend it for you when I have time. He is not too hostile to our demon cultivators. Chapter 55-44. Oh! Jian Wushuang raised his eyebrows and said excitedly. Then thank you, City Lord. Small things. The two got up and continued mining. Jian Wushuang didn't leave in a hurry to find Nie Yuan. The place was huge, and the small hole was like a hornet's nest. It was not easy to find Nie Yuan, and going to Nie Yuan at this time will definitely reveal his identity. His two clones have been discovered, and Deputy Hall Master Zhong is probably looking for him frantically at this time. And this place is the chassis of Wu Shan's Deputy Hall Master. I am afraid that a net of heaven and earth has long been laid. If there is a suspicious person around Nie Yuan, he will definitely think of him. He had already told Gong Miao about this. Don't worry. Be patient. At least wait for the gods to contact him secretly before breaking the jar. Only with the help of the gods can we fight against the strong who sit here. The deity of the three major palace masters can come at any time, and the gods really want to take him, unless Fuego is allowed to come in person. At that time, everything was handed over to the true spirit, and he was considered to have completed the task. Unfortunately, everything is not that simple. Hangzhou, Jingguang City. Inside a mansion of the Shao family. Haha, Brother Zhong, I heard that you took the air in Dongzhou. Wu Shan was sitting in the main seat, and there was a beautiful woman beside her. She was overwhelmed by her every move. It was the Shao family who made Wu Shan's family. Mississippi Deputy Hall Master Zhong, his expression unchanged when he heard Wu Shan's ridicule, he just took a sip of tea and said calmly, Wu Shan, don't talk cold words, I am different from you, Jian Wushuang, I must catch it. Thanks Tusk, it sounds like I didn't work hard. Wu Shan sneered and shook his head. Although the two have never circumvented anyone, the relationship is not usually subtle. Wu Shan's original companion, the elder sister of the Deputy Hall Master Zhong, was just that the older sister died because of the construction of the Temple of Qixin in ancient times. Otherwise, Wu Shan dared to marry his little wife, he would have to smash the other's head. Even if my sister is gone now, it is very uncomfortable to see that Wu Shan has a new love. In the mine, how is it now? Deputy Hall Master Zhong turned to the topic. In his opinion, Jian Wushuang had entered the mine 80%, and it was probably the Huaming Mountain in Hanse's space. Wu Shan took out a jade slip from the mustard seeds, handed it over, and said, This is the list of personnel who have just entered the mine recently. I am going to take them all, not one. In the 10 years or so, about tens of thousands of people entered the Huaming Mountain in space, among which there were 1,242 emperors. Almost all the rest are Taoists. Although Deputy Hall Master Zhong has very hard means, his heart is ruthless. But because Jian Wushuang directly killed all these people, he still had some scruples. It is not because of soft heart, but because of the honor of the Law Enforcement Hall. He is a little different from Wu Shan, that is, he will never humiliate the reputation of the Law Enforcement Hall. All these people were killed, how should I explain? We can't announce to the public. I would rather kill 10,000 by mistake than let one go. At that time, I am afraid that some people with ulterior motives will follow the gourd to draw a scoop, and all of them have done this. What is the difference between their Law Enforcement Hall and the Magic Way? Let's watch the tide in secret. Deputy Hall Master Zhong stood up, walked straight out, and said as he walked, "Don't underestimate Jian Wushuang. His body is very special. Maybe he has changed his identity." Sitting on the main seat, Wu Shan froze for a moment, and said in surprise, "It's not so evil, right? There is the origin of the universe in the mind that is monitoring everything. Can he block this? Nothing is impossible, don't forget, he is just a Taoist." Deputy Hall Master Zhong left this sentence, and then left Jingguang's city with someone. He is not as leisurely as Wu Shan. Since it can't be found, then kill the chicken to get the eggs, and first go to control Nieyuan. After receiving Tai San's fall, the sword Chang Feng learned that Jian Wushuang had also taken Gong Miao away, so he guessed that Jian Wushuang would definitely go to the mine to rescue Gong Miao's father. He directly notified Deputy Hall Master Zhong. It's just that this matter is under the supervision of the Law Enforcement Hall. Even if he is the palace owner, he can't intervene. The younger brother was killed and the Taoist companion was robbed. This is an unshakable hatred. I can bear it without committing suicide. Inside the mine, Deputy Hall Master Zhong guessed very accurately. Jian Wushuang really planned to change his identity at this time. That Wind Castle Master is very suitable. He confided a lot of words from the opponent, and now he was short of a chance to obliterate the opponent in an instant. This place has a very strong power of rules, and Jian Wushuang is not easy to start for a while. In a blink of an eye 10 years passed, and these people began to return, ready to go back and fix it, and continuous mining is too much to bear. The master of the Wind City received the goods very well this time, with a total of tens of kilograms. Not only did he complete the target task, he also got some credit. Now Jian Wushuang could be regarded as following the other party, and naturally left together. At the same time, he also transmitted to Gong Miao and asked her to come together. At this time, you can't go to Nieyuan to recognize his father, or he will be found out by the Law Enforcement Hall and everything will be over. Gong Miao was waiting there when he returned to the Longxiang dojo. Wind City Lord, let me introduce to you, this is my Taoist companion, Bai Sha. Jian Wushuang walked in front, pulled Gong Miao over, and introduced her to the Wind City Lord. The Lord of the Wind City leaked a smile and exclaimed, "Well, yes, no wonder you two can make some famous names in the northwest area, and you are almost reaching the top of Tier 4 in strength. Work hard." The two thanked them, and then followed Fengqing Master to hand in the Space Wumingshi. The place where the Space Fire Underworld Stone is delivered is a weak black hole. You only need to throw the Mind Space Underworld Stone into it, and then the amount will appear on your token. This black hole can only be thrown in but cannot be taken out in one direction. No one knows where the black hole is connected, only that some emperors who can't stand it will jump in when they want to escape from here. Second, the corpse of the sky will hang next to the dragon. Jian Wushuang, who was still paying attention to Space Wumingshi, also gave up. It's impossible at all. His little tricks are not enough. What he thought was too simple. This is not the treasure house of Xianyuan family. This is one of the most important treasures of the 4 secret realms. How could it be so easy to get in? After delivering all the space fire stones, the few people dispersed separately, agreed on the time for the next mining, and returned to their own secret rooms. In fact, it is relatively free here. You can also choose not to mine, but not to mine means that you will never be able to go out. Jian Wushuang and Gong Niao entered the same secret room, and then set up an enchantment. This was not over yet. Jian Wushuang's thought power penetrated into Gong Niao's origin. The two sat opposite each other in the source, and began to talk about what they had inquired about. End of this chapter. Chapter 55-45. I saw my father! Gong Niao's complexion was a little pale, and when he said this, there was no trace of excitement, but rather depressed. Jian Wushuang didn't ask about Nie Yuan's affairs, but cared. What's wrong? Speaking of holding the opponent's hand, his eyes were very gentle. Those bastards, they actually made things difficult for my father. Gong Niao's eyes instantly turned red. When she saw Nie Yuan, she felt sad. The ore that Nie Yuan needs to mine in order to go out is an astronomical number, and it can't be done without a few epochs. But even so, there are still some people who deliberately make things difficult for Nie Yuan. According to common sense, Nie Yuan is also the fifth-order peak emperor, and few people dare to fight Nie Yuan's attention. Except for those emperors who mine ores, the rest are those guards. Since Jian Wushuang came in, he had only seen a few guards from a distance. All of them were Tier 4 monarchs, but they had special spirit rings in their hands, linked to some vicious emperors, and could subdue each other at any time. Like the black and white Shuangsha, the demon cultivator who came in on the initiative would not be brought into the spirit ring. But those who are caught are not so lucky. Not only will they have the balance of spirit ring, they will even be forced to mine ores. But even so, as long as the mining is honest, the general guards will not suppress these people at will. It seems that someone behind the scenes made a move deliberately to make things difficult for Nie Yuan. Jian Wushuang patted Gong Niao on the shoulder and comforted. Don't worry, it won't be long before we can go out together. To say so, he is not sure at all in his heart. The gods have been slow to contact him, and don't know if the other party didn't care about him at all, or didn't worry about him. His power has undergone a qualitative change, and the power of life has been formed. This power is known to the dome. If he is connected with the dome, he must know his special place. He is now completely able to help Fuego recover to the top. This is a huge temptation. There is only this opportunity. Once he succeeds in harmony, he will soon be able to enter the ranks of the top. At that time, it will be difficult to catch him. Too much. Jian Wushuang sighed in his heart. Still worried? His journey has indeed gone smoothly. He had known it a long time ago, and deliberately had a battle with Deputy Hall Master Zhong and others. But in that case, if he was not careful, he would have finished playing, and he would be escorted to the Senate Palace again. When he was suppressed by the Law Enforcement Hall, it was just a small fight. This time he was caught back, but it was not a small fight. I am afraid that even acting, he will be sent to prison in a certain time and space. Otherwise, the gods will definitely be suspicious. If that were the case, the plan would have failed. He doesn't know what the gods are doing now, but the Law Enforcement Hall has already begun to work in the mine. There was news from Wuzhua just now that Wu Shan had passed up the list of personnel who had entered the mine for nearly 10 years, and was requesting that all these people be killed. Wuzhua meant to change his status. These people must be killed. Reluctant to bear children, can't catch wolves. At that time, he will arrange for an unwarranted charge to be executed in secret. It will not be announced directly to the outside world, but it will let the gods know about it. After all, this is also for the other person. After comforting Gong Niao, Jian Wushuang announced his plan to change his status. The target is those people of Wind Castle Master. Gong Niao has no opinion on this. Now, as long as it is the father who can rescue her, anything is fine. Then Jian Wushuang left Gong Niao's secret room. After returning to his secret room, Jian Wushuang began to talk to Wu Zhua about Nie Yuan. See if you can find some breakthrough points from the opponent. Killing a group of emperors and princes who have just arrived in the mine, this bargaining chip is a bit small. Nie Yuan was a good bargaining chip, but Jian Wushuang emphasized that he wanted to save the opponent's life. Can't unload the mill and kill the donkey. Although he was only acting with Gong Miaoi, he didn't want to use the other party and killed her father. This matter is too wicked. Even if he doesn't value the luck of becoming an emperor, but for the sake of his reputation, he still has a bottom line. But he didn't know that Gong Miaoi now had no bottom line in order to rescue his father. And his so-called guarding bottom line has become very funny. After Jian Wushuang left, a grimace appeared in Gong Miaoi's blood Luo Jing. That is her ultimate eternal treasure. At the beginning, even Triathlon was very jealous when he saw it. The ultimate eternal treasure, it is rare, and few people of the Sixth Order Emperor have it. Generally in the hands of Juding. Even if Tai San is in a high position and worth a lot of money, there is no ultimate eternal treasure. What I use on my body is just a set of top eternal treasures. The ultimate eternal treasure, it is the ultimate treasure that cannot be found, you can't buy it if you want to buy it. Most of the ultimate eternal treasures in the four secret realms are owned by the owner. The number in the hands of the Sixth Order Emperor does not exceed the number of one hand, and the rest are in the hands of absolute top. Of course, there are still a lot of eternal treasures in the Qixin Temple, but they are all in the Vermilion Bird Temple, and generally they will not be taken out. It is impossible to buy, especially the veterans of the Senate Palace. Those top eternal treasures are reserved for inheritors. If the inheritors want to get it, they need to make great efforts. Gong Miaoi was able to obtain this supreme eternal treasure at the beginning. It can be said that luck is against the sky. Among them, there has long been a deity's arrangement, and now it appears to be useful. The face of Grimace is very ugly. If Jian Wushuang sees it, it will be easy to find that the owner of that face is a god. Jie, Gong Miaoi respectfully bows down. Silly girl, you were deceived. You are just in the hands of Jian Wushuang and Wu Zue. Do you really think Jian Wushuang will help you? They began to induce. In fact, what was said was the truth, and even showed evidence. The rules here can't affect me. Let ye see how your lover told Wu Zue. The grimace trembled, and then turned into a starry sky scene. In the starry sky, there were two consciousnesses, which was exactly the scene where Jian Wushuang had just talked with Wu Zue. Although I can't hear what they are talking about. But this is enough to show that everything is an illusion. Robbery, snatching relatives, and fleeing. All fake. Gong Miaoi's eyes trembled and her lips turned pale. Ever since she escaped from the Yuan's palace with Jian Wushuang, this grimace has been following her, constantly inducing her. But she never believed that this time when the other party appeared, she originally wanted to ask the other party to save her father, but she saw the scene before her. Fake! Gong Miaoi muttered. This blow still hurt her a bit. Originally, she was about to completely believe in Jian Wushuang, but now that she learned the true thoughts of the other party, she didn't know whether it was sad or happy. End of this chapter. Chapter 55-46. Sadness and joy are indescribable feelings. If she had seen Jian Wushuang's wolf ambition clearly, it would be a happy event. Sadly, she was already tempted. She even imagined that she rescued her father and lived the life of the three together. All this turned into a bubble. Gong Miaoi crouched on the ground, paused, and then respectfully said, I also ask Senior to help the junior rescue his father. I am willing to do everything. Okay. As long as you agree, those who make things difficult for your father will disappear immediately. The was overjoyed. The investment in Gong Miaoi finally saw a return. The guidance along the way has now been completely won. He really valued Jian Wushuang, especially after Jian Wushuang discovered the giant egg. He began to plan how to catch Jian Wushuang. Unexpectedly this time, it could be delivered to his mouth. Want to calculate me? The spirit leaked a sneer. It's far worse. He is a god, an omnipotent god. Although trapped in the first prison, there is always his shadow in the four secret realms. Little girl, you only need to put these 6 spirit flags into the 6 designated places. When I grab Jian Wushuang, I will send you and Ye Yuan to the realm, where someone will shelter your father and daughter. 2. They said sincerely. Gong Miaoi had no choice. She didn't want to wait any longer. Besides, who knew that Jian Wushuang had thought about saving her father? Everything is a chess piece. Maybe she will be abandoned if she is used up. After Gong Miaoi put away the 6 soul flags, the grimace disappeared. Before disappearing, they did not forget to remind. Remember, don't believe anything about Jian Wushuang, he is a complete liar. Others don't know, but the gods are very aware of the nasty things Jian Wushuang has done. On the other side, Jian Wushuang just broke the sound transmission with Wu Zue, and he sneezed, always feeling obedient there, and his mind was a little turbulent. Could it be that the gods noticed me? Jian Wushuang muttered to himself, it is really possible. He had asked Wu Zue to find a way to contact Nie Yuan, and wanted the other party to cooperate with them. Now there is only such a way. You cannot kill. Can only win each other. In the corner of the mine, the guards around Nie Yuan suddenly dispersed for some reason, and were not going to make things difficult for Nie Yuan. Nie Yuan was surprised at this, but didn't think much about it. His will was very firm and he must go out from here. He also had to go to the Tomb Mountain, where he could reverse the time and space to revive his Taoist companion. But at this moment, a consciousness entered his body. Nie Yuan! The voice is very familiar to Jian Wushuang, and Jing Wu Zue personally transmits it. At present, only 3 people know about this matter, and Nie Yuan is now the 4th. The first 3, Jinling, Wu Zue, and Jian Wushuang, joined forces, and the entire temple of Qishan was in danger of destruction. Nie Yuan, a 5th Order Emperor, was very lucky to be able to know such top-secret things, and it was still a matter of safety with the Qishan temple. This time, as long as the plan is successful, the resuscitation of his Taoist companion will be a trivial matter. Don't just revive a person, those emperors who have fallen in the 4 secret realms can all be revitalized. Unless it is the collapse of the mind and consciousness, it can be resurrected. True spirit has this method, it is easy to resurrect a 4th Order Emperor. Gong Miaoy's mother was just a 4th Order Peak Emperor, and could not consume much power from the Sea of Origin. When Nie Yuan heard the voice in his mind, the whole person was stunned. He thought he had auditory hallucinations. He was shocked. The Emperor and the strong man appeared auditory hallucinations. This was probably because his mind was fragile. It's a dying performance. There are still many things he has not done, how dare to die, and there is still no epoch since he was born, how could his mind and consciousness show signs of weakness? Don't be surprised. I'm from the Senate Palace, not named Wu Zue. Nie Yuan was a little surprised when he heard that it was from the Yuan Palace, and then a little angry. He was murdered by the people in the Senate Palace. Now that his apprentices are still robbed, he hates the Senate Palace, especially the people in the Law Enforcement Hall, for a long time. Wu Zue? Nie Yuan didn't answer yet, but he remembered the name of this familiar and terrifying person. Wu Zue. This name is very resounding in the Northern Realm, or in the entire Celestial Realm. If the 2 deputy heads of the Law Enforcement Hall are 2 executioners, then Wu Zue is the Yama who judges sentient beings. Not to mention how horrible the other party is, just why Wu Zue would look for him, this is a very delicate question. But Wu Zue didn't give Nie Yuan a chance to speak at all. For Wu Zue, the other party was a small person. If Jian Wushuang wanted to protect him, he would be lazy to find an indigenous emperor to explain. Everything I say next, you must listen clearly, don't ask, don't have any doubts, you just need to do what I say. Wu Zue's tone is very domineering. Nie Yuan didn't want to take this set, and immediately replied, "Huh! Don't say you are Wu Zue, you are the palace lord of the Yuan Lao Palace, no matter right or wrong, it is no different from the magic way, don't talk about it, I have everything won't agree." When these words were said, it was Wu Zue's turn to be surprised. When did an indigenous emperor dare to talk to him like this? Don't you be afraid? He is Wu Zue, the hall master of the Law Enforcement Hall, a disciple of the gods, the pinnacle of existence, and the 3 major palace masters are not his opponents. Had it not been for the fact that the Senate Palace was a true spirit's personal power, he would have beaten the 3 palace masters in turn. It was just 3 slaves who had been looted and built the temple of Chishan. How could they have the right to sit on an equal footing with him, let alone, now that he is not qualified to sit on an equal footing? This is the most hateful. If he had the temper in the past, he would not bother to enter the Senate palace. But now, because of the appearance of the true spirit, he has deprived him of his discipleship. Otherwise, he wouldn't be in the same relationship with those in the Senate palace. Now he was scolded by an indigenous emperor, and he still didn't know how to answer the other party. This is the most aggrieved. Had it not been for Jian Wushuang's face, he would have pinched Nie Yuan to death. For the sake of big plans, for the sake of the overall situation. Can only bear it. Listen, Nie Yuan, the next thing is related to your daughter. Wu's voice sank. Then he concealed part of the plan slightly and told Nie Yuan. Particular mention is made of Gong Miaoi. Nie Yuan was completely stunned. His daughter is still alive? And it's in this mine. Daughter! There was a hint of warmth from the bottom of my lonely heart. His daughter is still alive, but her mother has fallen. But Wu Zhe also promised him that as long as he cooperates, not only can he get out from here, but he can also go directly to the Tomb Mountain and resurrect his Taoist companion. Chapter 55-47. The previously slim chance of hope is now in sight. How could Nie Yuan let it go, and immediately agreed. At this time, Jian Wushuang followed Fengqing Master and others towards the place where the ore was originally mined. This time, we will take 10 years as a time limit. We will take a break every 10 years. We will be free after a short period of time. The Wind City Lord chuckled and the group was very motivated. Jian Wushuang blended into it, and he was also looking forward to it. But Gong Miaoi was a little uneasy. When looking at Jian Wushuang, his eyes also changed. It's just that Jian Wushuang's mind doesn't know Gong Miaoi's body now, and he hasn't found it. After going to the mine, a few people started mining silently. Gong Miaoi found a remote corner to mine alone. Mining the magic weapon, within a month, a small hole can be made in the rock wall. Gong Miaoi buried the soul flag in it. Only in this mine, there is only one location designated by the gods. For the remaining locations, you need to go to other places. In order to prevent outsiders from doubting, Gong Miaoi said to Jian Wushuang, "I'll go and see elsewhere, you don't have to worry about me." Jian Wushuang knew what she was thinking about. She must be worried about Nie Yuan, and didn't doubt it, just nodded to remind the other party to be careful. Gong Miaoi was disdainful in his heart. Jian Wushuang's concern now seemed disgusting to her. Without a trace of true feelings, everything is calculated. Mouth full of benevolence, justice and morality, full of wickedness in the belly. After Gong Miaoi left, Jian Wushuang received Wu's transmission again, and Nie Yuan had already arranged it. The drama of father and daughter recognizing each other is about to be staged. But in advance, Wu Zhe had arranged for Nie Yuan to arrange a large formation, and it would not be easy for the people in the law enforcement hall to win them. I hope that the gods will end in the hands of the match, otherwise the plan will be ruined this time. They only have a quarter of an hour. There are only 3 sixth-order emperors here. They are all native emperors. With average strength, he can deal with it alone, as long as there is a 6th-order peak emperor from the outside world, and he is also the veteran of the Senate Palace. This one will be there within 3 breaths. As for the law bodies of the 3 palace masters, it is the palace master Lu Hua who sits here. Although Jian Wushuang is already wanted on the face of it, he will not be too ruthless, and it will definitely be delayed for a while. Moreover, this matter is being handled by the enforcement hall. As long as it does not threaten the mine, it should not take action. It's the people from the law enforcement hall who will arrive in a quarter of an hour. Everything is within this quarter of an hour. If the gods are really unprepared for anything, then they can only recognize it and work for nothing. Jian Wushuang was mining on one side, while the deity came out of his body on the other. With a trace of thought power, he began to find the location of Nie Yuan. The war is about to start. Nie Yuan is already looking for Gong Miaoi now. That is a faint transformation of the soul. Another soul flag was injected into the mountain. Only the last one is left. Gong Miaoi held his breath, not daring to stop. Even she did not hesitate to use the origin of the fifth order peak to forcibly mine, and she was able to mine a small hole in an instant. Then put the flag in it. Another place. Gong Miaoi followed the guide and looked for. She didn't know that, with a trace of thought power passing by her. At this time, Gong Miaoi was desperate and seemed very panicked. The deity of Jian Wushuang in the power of mind saw Gong Miaoi's heart sinking. Although he didn't know what happened, he had a bad feeling in his heart. Forget it, the real spirit is the best, she won't be able to turn over any waves if she doesn't come. Jian Wushuang's eyes flashed a bit of fierceness. This time he was careless. Now that there is some discrepancy with the plan, Gong Miaoi's strange behavior must be related to some people. It may be the law enforcement hall, or it may be the gods. It's hard to say. Jian Wushuang manipulated Nian Li and continued to move forward. He was going to find Nie Yuan. Take the other party to find Gong Miaoi to recognize each other. This time, directly broke the jar. Here, sooner or later people from the law enforcement hall will find out, and if they have not rescued Nie Yuan, the gods will be suspicious. He didn't know that the plan this time seemed to be seamless, but it was actually in the hands of the gods. Void, in a gap of silence and darkness. Click! A thunderstorm flashed by, illuminating the gap in the darkness, and light flashed by, and there were tens of thousands of people gathered here quietly. Each is an emperor. And he is also the strongest among emperors. They are all fifth-order emperors. Thousands of fifth-order emperors, the Yuan Lao Palace and the White Tiger Palace have such a large scale. These gods arranged for the strong here. Now, just waiting for Gong Miaoi to arrange the formation, and then rushed into the mine in one fell swoop. If you fly in slowly from the periphery, I am afraid that you have not seen the mine yet. It will attract the top powerhouse of the Senate, and kill them in one fell swoop. This time, the gods gathered all the members of the Celestial Shadow Sect, and there were 5 strongest members alone. There are dozens of people in the 6th Order Peak Emperor. There are also hundreds of emperors at the top level of Tier 6. This force can sweep anywhere except the temple and the palace of the elders. The mine is no exception. Even if Lu Hua's deity came in person, he couldn't hold it. Lightning flashed. These people's faces were very pale. They had just accepted a special inheritance. Soul Road secret method. Soul where? Hum. An ancient buzzing sound rang. These people seemed to have received orders, and they took the initiative to dissolve their physical and divine bodies. Go grab Jian Wushuang. All the others will be killed, not one left. Yes. Mine. Jian Wushuang spread a large circle, and finally saw Nie Yuan, and then he didn't pretend to be, and directly transformed into the appearance of the deity. Nie Yuan! Hearing his name, Nie Yuan was stunned, because the voice calling his name was familiar, as if he had heard it somewhere. Then he turned his head to look. Jian Wushuang! When he saw Jian Wushuang, he was a little surprised. He didn't expect that the inheritor Wu Zhuo was talking about was Jian Wushuang, who had had several connections with him. Jian Wushuang was just a Taoist at the beginning, and his strength was at best comparable to the 2nd Tier Peak Emperor. Looking at the breath now, it is stronger than him. Inheritor Hukanshu. Calm is really extraordinary. Nie Yuan was shocked. Come with me! Jian Wushuang didn't talk nonsense, he treated each other directly and frankly. I'm afraid that someone will find out after a while. The people guarding this place have not yet discovered it. He still has a chance to breathe. Nie Yuan followed behind him, and the two of them did not retain any reservations, and they moved forward at full speed, their figures resembling electric lights. Those who passed by looked at them in surprise. Where is my daughter? Nie Yuan couldn't help being excited. Jian Wushuang didn't turn his head and whispered, Her position is a bit off, but you can see it right away. By the way, I forgot to tell you that her name is Gong Miaoi. Gong Miaoi Miaoi! Nie Yuan's eyes flushed, and he was about to see his daughter. End of this chapter. Chapter 55-48. Just as the two were walking towards the location where Gong Miaoi was, a huge soul power quietly descended. This power Sword Wushuang is very familiar with it. It is the inheritance of the soul Tao among the three kings. He had walked through the soul ladder at the beginning, and was familiar with this breath. But why did this breath appear here? Jian Wushuang was very surprised. Shouldn't this breath fall into the turbulence of time and space along with the three kings' court? How could it appear here? Too weird. Huh! 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 Powerful souls began to descend one after another, and the power of the soul road became extremely strong. Jian Wushuang and Ye Yuan also stopped, because a powerful soul appeared in front of them. The soul of the head of the beast, in front of the two of them, began to transform, and on the illusory soul, divine power began to appear. That power was the power of the space fire stone. These souls are actually swallowing the power of the space Humingshan to supplement their own divine and physical bodies. Jian Wushuang was shocked. After that, in a panic, he transmitted a voice to Wu Zhuo. "It's a god, he did it!" Wu Zhuo said excitedly. But Jian Wushuang was not so excited. Because that soul body is staring at him. It seems that I still have to do something to him. Jian Wushuang immediately drew out the Jiuyan sword. Then a hand was placed on Nie Yuan, and a majestic life force was injected into Nie Yuan's body, instantly returning Nie Yuan to his peak state. Jian Wushuang reminded, "Take these things, you will need them later." Then he took out a mustard seed and handed it to Nie Yuan. There were some treasures in it, a complete set of eternal treasures. He was afraid that Nie Yuan would fall, and these treasures could also defend himself. These soul bodies are not simple. And there are people from the law enforcement hall who will do it. At that time, the situation is very chaotic. If you are not careful, the Sixth Order Emperor may fall, let alone Nie Yuan, a Fifth Order Peak Emperor. "Let's find Miaoi first," Nie Yuan said anxiously after seeing the change. He was worried about Gong Miaoi's safety. Hearing what Wu Zhuo meant, there would be a big battle here. Now that he found his daughter, he wouldn't let her suffer any more harm. The mother who didn't protect her at the beginning, today said that she must keep her daughter safe. Jian Wushuang nodded and was about to move on, but the soul body that had not recovered its strength blocked their way. "I found Jian Wushuang, after regaining his strength, Su." Before the other party's words were finished, Jian Wushuang's soul body was cut with a single sword. The strength of these soul bodies is very fragile. Depending on the strength of the soul, the opponent is at least at the level of a Sixth Order Emperor, but he can't stop him with a sword. At this time, he has the fighting power of a Fifth Order Emperor at most. And there is no defense. "Go!" Jian Wushuang took Nie Yuan and quickly left, rushing in Gong Miaoi's direction. The methods of the gods are too mysterious. These soul bodies came in an instant. Not only Jian Wushuang, but Wu Zhuo was a little surprised. But this also happened to be in their arms. The powerhouse of the law enforcement hall was originally planning to look for Jian Wushuang, but when he ran into the powerhouse of Shadowzong, he just diverted his attention. The strongest man sitting here, Emperor Lu Hua, one of the three masters of the Senate Palace, had already descended in an instant, and the formation of the space Humingshan had also begun to descend. If it is purely for Jian Wushuang, this is not necessary. But the current situation has exceeded their imagination. Those soul bodies recovered to their peak in less than 3 breaths of time, and tens of thousands of Fifth Order Emperors slaughtered wantonly. However, they also have a division of labor. One Zhu Dian is responsible for resisting Emperor Lu Hua, and another Zhu Dian is going to set up a certain formation and pave the way. The final goal of the best is Jian Wushuang. "I found him, follow me!" The supremely strong man ordered to go down, and several Sixth Order Emperors gathered in an instant. The guard in the mine couldn't stop it at all. There are only 3 Sixth Order Emperors who can only be forced to defend. They did not expect that someone would dare to attack the mine one day, and so many powerful men would come in an instant. The strong guards from the outside and the reinforcements of the law enforcement hall are on their way to attack, and it will take some time to reach this place. Emperor Lu Hua's law body was still blocked by the supremely strong man, and he couldn't take it out at all. "You messy ministers and thieves!" Emperor Lu Hua was furious. The mine cave that was originally extremely hard had already begun to collapse at this time. His Dharma body will not last long. At this time, the deity is at the headquarters of Yuanyang Old Palace, convening to start. Yuanyang Lake, the base camp of the Yuan Lao Palace, is not only the elders, but a large number of inheritors, as well as the top powerhouses among the indigenous emperors, have received orders, but it is a task for the inheritors. In just one breath, 100,000 troops were mobilized. But it is obviously impossible to send so many people in the past at once, and it can only be sent in batches. It takes time. Emperor Lu Hua could only send his deity first to stabilize the situation. In an instant, the battle rose to the top level in an instant. Emperor Lu Hua's deity shot himself. The entire mine is shaking. But one person is hard to beat with 4 hands, and tens of thousands of emperors and powerful people have long messed up the entire mine. Jian Wushuang took Nie Yuan and struggled to find Gong Miaoyu's whereabouts in the chaotic battlefield. The outside world is constantly pouring into the strong, and the battle is very chaotic. The strong on the side of the gods will almost kill everyone without hesitation. Both sides are now looking for Jian Wushuang. Jian Wushuang and Nie Yuan also had a hard time walking, but fortunately, most of them were the fifth-order emperors, so they were easier to deal with. "Don't fight with them, find Miaoyu first!" Nie Yuan roared, bursting out a battle power comparable to that of a sixth-order emperor. His kendo is different from Jian Wushuang's ultimate kendo. It cuts out with a single sword, as if the opponent can't resist at all, or he doesn't know how to stop it. Those fifth-order emperors, as long as they received Nie Yuan's sword shadow, their bodies began to be distorted, and the whole person turned into paper, from the three-dimensional walk, into a thin piece of paper. Essence leaked from Jian Wu's eyes, and the power of this kendo was very similar to the ultimate way in Gong Miaoyu's body. In other words, it is the epitome of Nie Yuan's kendo. This time, he really didn't come in vain. After this crisis, he must study Nie Yuan's origin, which is of great help to his ultimate swordsmanship. Jian Wushuang casually killed several fifth-order emperors who were blocking the way, pulling Nie Yuan aside, and then leaving the core. The two of them turned 7 and 8, and entered a series of narrow caves. There are also some emperors who mine ore. These people are very weak. Most of them are fourth-order emperors. Going out is a dead end. As long as a fifth-order the emperor can sweep them all, so hiding here is afraid to go out. Jian Wushuang felt Gong Miaoyu's breath, and he was nearby, without any hesitation, and rushed forward with Nie Yuan. Chapter 55-49. At this moment, a weird emperor attached to the stone wall opened his eyes and said with a hoarse voice, "Jian Wushuang is here with me, come here soon!" The reason these people came here was for Jian Wushuang. Killing these people was just to create chaos. After everyone received the news, they all gathered here, and soon 5 sixth-order emperors had arrived. Jian Wushuang! Gong Miaoyu! As soon as the 3 of them met, they were already besieged in the mine. Fortunately, there was only one exit that could only allow one person to enter. They were just blocked. Nie Yuan stared at Gong Miaoyu, staring intently. The 10,000 words that had already been organized in his heart came to his mouth, but he didn't know how to say it. Until Gong Miaoyu took the lead and said softly, "Father!" Father and daughter embrace each other. Everything goes without saying. Jian Wushuang took a look, and wittily blocked the gap, temporarily blocking the opponent's attack. At the same time, the sound transmission is black. Faigo hasn't appeared yet? If you rely on these people alone, it is actually very easy to catch him, but this is a mine. There are countless strong men gathered, and the strong men from the Senate Palace are coming in large numbers. Even if he is caught, he may not be able to retreat. Wuzwa was also very anxious, and the transmission replied, "I haven't found it yet." Their goal is Fuego, not these ordinary emperors at all. Even if they seize the 3 absolute tops, they will not have much impact. Jian Wushuang, otherwise you pretend to surrender and go with these people first. I think that Fuego has no plans to come. It's better to go further. Maybe you can see Fuego then. Don't worry, as long as Fuego appears, Lord True Spirit will definitely end in person, and no one can threaten you by then. Jian Wushuang frowned slightly. Isn't this really nonsense? Let him go one step further. It would really be overwhelming. Moreover, he didn't dare to believe all the true spirits. If the true spirits were so capable, how could he not find a disabled cosmic master in his lair? But now, he had no choice but to do as Wuzwa said. Brother Wuzwa, don't make jokes at this time. Once I go with them, if Master True Spirit can't arrive at that time, you will be fully responsible for all of this. Jian Wushuang said ugly things before and gave Wu pressure is applied to the left. This is also for myself. Wuzwa gritted his teeth and then agreed. This time, the two of them not only bet on their future, but also their lives. Jian Wushuang was okay, the gods caught him, and they used it at best, and there would be no life-threatening. Wuzwa was different. Once the plan failed, the true spirit could not spare him. At that time, maybe he would go to the second prison to suffer. Boom! While talking with Wuzwa, Jian Wushuang's powerful force penetrated directly through his chest, and that force directly hit his divine body through the candle dragon's inner armor. The 50,000 times divine body burst instantly. The origins are trembling. The opponent's strength is definitely the highest existence among the Sixth Order Emperors. I am afraid that it is not weaker than the Turtle Spirit Island Master of the Earth. This time Jian Wushuang did not destroy the origin. With just one blow, the whole person was bombarded, and he was directly bombarded on the stone wall. Nye Yuan also knew at this time that when he was not in love with his father and daughter, he stood in front of Gong Miao at the moment. This made Jian Wushuang very embarrassed. Although there was a conspiracy behind him, at least it was to save the father and daughter. Can you give me some face? Even if the strength is invincible, at least behave. Everyone, I will go with you. Jian Wushuang got out of the stone wall with difficulty. His body was extremely weak, and he was already seriously injured. I saw a scarlet figure at the entrance of the cave, and the whole person was bathed in flames. The breath on his body was extremely terrifying. This person is the ultimate. Jian Wushuang's eyes shrank. I thought it was a Sixth Order Emperor, but he didn't expect to be an absolute powerhouse. It is estimated that this outstanding person was afraid of killing him in one blow, suppressing his strength when he started. Everyone gathered at the designated place. I have taken Jian Wushuang. Call! Jian Wushuang clutched his chest, panting heavily, then turned his head to look at Gong Miao and Nye Yuan, and said, Surrender, we are not opponents. Nye Yuan didn't have any comments on this, because he knew the plan. But Gong Miao is different. At this time she took the initiative to step forward, bowed down respectfully, and firmly said, Junior Gong Miao, Lord God once promised. But the words hadn't been finished yet. The supremely powerful man made a move instantly, and a flame instantly rushed to Gong Miao's side. The power of the flame was enough to incinerate the world, extremely terrifying. Even the space firestone is melting. Nye Yuan reacted extremely quickly, and instantly stood in front of Gong Miao, blocking the flame. When Gong Miao just stood up, he was surprised. This matter is getting more and more complicated. Jian Wushuang's face also sank. He didn't want to believe it at first, but now that the facts are in front of him, he has to believe it. Gong Miao betrayed. Although he was using the other party, he really wanted to save Nye Yuan. Even if he was taken away, he would also beg the other party to let them go, even if he was taken away by the people from the Yuan Palace. Wuzwa, who knows the plan, will not embarrass the father and daughter. Why bother? Jian Wushuang looked down indifferently, without saying a word. He knows the true spirit too well, and will never stay after using Gong Miao. At the beginning, the White King had recovered to the peak, not to mention that he died after he died. Not to mention a Gong Miao, if you catch him, Gong Miao has no use value. The supreme powerhouse bathed in flames, without any expression, said coldly, "My Lord God, I didn't tell me to take you away, so you are going to die." The gods only told them to take Jian Wushuang away, kill those who saw it, and destroy Gong Miaoyi. This is a disaster, and cannot be left behind. If Jian Wushuang is really emotional, I am afraid he will not kill Gong Miaoyi, and he can keep Gong Miaoyi at that time to threaten Jian Wushuang. But Jian Wushuang and Gong Miaoyi used each other, so there is no need to keep it. The absolute strong shot directly without any hesitation. A fiery snake, like lightning, is extremely fast. Gong Miaoyi and Ye Yuan are both Tier 5 emperors. Even if they can exert the power of Tier 6 emperors, they can't resist them. Dui Jian Wushuang can stay behind. It is completely unnecessary for these two. Jian Wushuang was aside, still a little unbearable. A sword flew out of his hand, and directly stopped the fire snake. "Give me a way to survive," Jian Wushuang said. "This matter has nothing to do with her. I will go with you." Absolutely strong, very surprised, Mingming Palace Miaoyi betrayed Jian Wushuang, and actually even interceded for the other side. "She must die." If the didn't order, he could give Jian Wushuang a face, but the name Dao and said that if he wanted to kill Gong Miaoyi, he would never keep his hands. Chapter 55-50. The other party was very firm. Jian Wushuang looked at Gong Miaoyi and said calmly, "Time is also destiny." Gong Miaoyi was very crazy, staring at Jian Wushuang, and said angrily, "Jian Wushuang, you don't pretend to be a good person here. You are a complete demon. You will be careful in your calculations, and you will never become an emperor." These words were shouted from the bottom of her heart, extremely vicious. Never become an emperor. Jian Wushuang's expression also sank. He longed for the emperor, and yearned for the road in the future. He dared to curse that he would never become an emperor in his life. If he were someone else, he would have died 10,000 times. Trying to suppress his anger, Jian Wushuang closed his eyes. "Destroy it!" No one stopped this time. The fiery snake first passed through Nye Yuan, and instantly incinerated Nye Yuan's body, leaving only the divine body and origin. "No!" Gong Miaoyi shouted heartbreakingly. "Obviously just met." Although Nye Yuan didn't know what happened to Gong Miaoyi and Jian Wushuang, he probably guessed that his daughter was taken advantage of. This time, he waited for a long time. Perhaps, he should have died long ago. Died in front of the Taoist couple. Shouldn't be struggling here. This time, it was worth dying for my daughter. Nye Yuan slowly turned around. Both the divine body and the source were constantly shattering. He stared at Gong Miaoyi calmly, and said calmly, "Miaoyi, live well, no one can hurt you, no?" Hum! A huge force erupted from Nye Yuan's body, and the divine body and origin that had been about to be incinerated once again recovered. The divine body has also become golden, and the whole person has turned into a form of law. The tenderness was also lost in his eyes, but with a majesty that overlooked the world. "My kendo from the starry sky, today, with a force of soldiers to dispel the enemy, I beg seniors to give me a sword to break the enemy." Nye Yuan kowtowed with both hands. A golden light broke through time and space, coming from the end of time. Hum! This time, the entire Qishan temple was trembling. Starry sky? Jian Wushuang was shocked. There are people who know the starry sky. He didn't expect that Nye Yuan, an indigenous emperor, could actually touch the starry sky. How can that be? Moreover, he said he would break the enemy with a sword? Gong Miaoyi didn't have any shock, only eyes full of dismay. That Zhu Dian was very surprised, and found that the other party was not right, so he wanted to do it, but the next moment, the entire Qishan temple was trembling. That golden light descended instantly. Hum! Nye Yuan held a golden sword in his hand that exuded the combination of time and space, and the fierce energy in his eyes reached the peak. "Only you, I still want to kill my daughter!" The golden face shouted angrily, cut out with a sword, and the mine instantly turned into two pieces. The huge space where Mingshan was split into two pieces. A huge crack appeared instantly, and a ray of light shone in. Outside, it's daytime at this time. Jian Wushuang was taken aback, slowly raising his head to look at the sky. The supremely strong man has quietly fallen. At this time, the flame went out, and the strongest man also leaked his original appearance, and the shock in his eyes was beyond words. Fallen. The golden statue was also under this sword, and began to collapse, turning into a stone statue. Nie Yuan looked at Gong Miao for the last time. There was no sharpness in his eyes, only warmth. In fact, there is also a lot of resentment, but he dare not show it. He is afraid that his daughter will be sad because of his fall. Father! Gong Miao, 2 lines of tears fell, and rushed forward desperately. Before Nie Yuan's origin had disappeared, he desperately grasped with his hands, trying to keep his father. Now she regrets that she killed her father. If she hadn't listened to the words of the gods would not kill her. All this is to blame her. Jian Wushuang, who was stunned, realized that Nie Yuan's origin hadn't completely disappeared. He shot it instantly, and the vitality in his body burst out, instantly returning to its peak. In the depths of one hand, the power of swallowing exploded in an instant, and a huge amount of life force descended, wrapping Nie Yuan's origin in it, and delaying the crushing of the opponent. Then the force of devouring urged and began to swallow. He had longed for Nie Yuan's origin a long time ago. How could he let it go before his eyes? And after seeing the opponent's sword, he was completely obsessed. The power of that sword is probably beyond the power of the Emperor. One sword killed the supreme powerhouse and was able to split the space with Mingshan. This force might have reached the level of the Lord of the Universe. Chi. Gong Miao turned his head and looked at Jian Wushuang, who was actually devouring her father's origin, full of resentment, and wanted to fight Jian Wushuang desperately. But where is she, Jian Wushuang's opponent? Humph! Jian Wushuang snorted coldly, and the claws of the candle dragon directly grabbed Gong Miao's neck and shouted angrily. If it weren't for you, Nie Yuan wouldn't die, do you understand? He almost broke his plan. He must get the origin of Nie Yuan. If Nie Yuan is alive, he will also learn from it. Now that it has fallen, he can't watch it disappear. Starry sky. Jian Wushuang sighed from the bottom of his heart. Don't know, is he counted as a line of stars? Originally, he thought he was the only one who had entered the starry sky, but he did not expect that Nie Yuan's kendo origins were also obtained from the starry sky. The starry sky has a great influence on him. He has mastered the ultimate way in the starry sky, but Nie Yuan seems to have mastered the sword way. Starry sky. Now he has a doubt in his heart. Even the natives in the temple of Qishan have been to the starry sky, so is there anyone who has been to the starry sky, and how did they go? Huiqing? Jian Wushuang first thought of one person. Huiqing once stepped into Taoism. He always suspected. Later, when he learned that Huiqing was a reincarnated person, he didn't think much about it. But now, for his moment, I am afraid that Huiqing also entered the starry sky with his consciousness at that time. After countless years of reincarnation, it has such a powerful strength. If you simply enter the Tao in one step, your personality will not change that much. Even if it is because of the memory of previous lives, it will not be so outrageous. Although Huiqing in the previous life was also the ultimate one, but the potential was average. For now, it can be said that the potential is average. The current Huiqing, compared to the previous life, even compared to the entire primitive universe, is the first-class Tianjiao. It has only been a long time now that he has already entered the sixth-order emperor. The old guys who have surpassed countless epochs of cultivation are almost catching up with Shang. This potential against the sky is not only due to the past life, maybe it is related to the starry sky. Nie Yuan is the same. It can be deduced from Nie Yuan that he is a native emperor who has not been cultivated for an epoch, but he can reach the point he is today. If there is no inheritor, I am afraid that Nie Yuan's potential is definitely a top-notch talent in the four secret realms. The fifth-order peak emperor, comparable to the sixth-order emperor's combat power, was born in less than an era. Starry sky. Jian Wushuang has a yearning. The Temple of Qixin is a substantial help, but the birth of the starry sky is a yearning for the future. Where is the cradle of the strong? Chapter 55-51. What primitive universe, the long river of time and space, there is not even a master of the universe, it is not the place for them to improve their strength. If the Temple of Qixin hadn't appeared, they would not have reached the time and space of Moro in the ancient times in the long river of time, not even hundreds of millions of epochs. Even if it reaches the level of Moro's time and space, I am afraid it will fall due to strength. Universe, time and space, starry sky. Jian Wushuang yearned for the stars even more. Because of the long river of time and space, his impression was just like that. Although I saw many long rivers of time and space in the starry sky, some rivers of time and space are very powerful. They are the lifeblood of the starry sky, but they are also lines after all. The starry sky is the real carrier. Compared with these, what fuego, what arrogance, what plan is not important. Jian Wushuang cautiously put Nie Yuan's origin into his body, only to breathe a sigh of relief. The biggest receipt this time is not to attract the gods, but to the information about the starry sky. It's a pity that he couldn't find out any news about the starry sky from Nie Yuan's origin, but from the origin road, he could feel a strong sword intent. Unlike his ultimate kendo, Nie Yuan's kendo is more perfect. Maybe it's because Nie Yuan also reached the kendo consummation and he joined together. Maybe because the opponent's kendo came from the stars. Jian Wushuang believed that it was from the stars, and he was still very confident in his kendo. Just relying on guarding against the sky cannot compare with his kendo. At the 8th level of the ultimate kendo, none of the ultimate princes can match him. This is strength. Also emboldened. His ultimate kendo, every step is a huge opportunity. It's just one step away now. As long as he reaches consummation, he can be in harmony. Once he becomes the emperor, his strength can be quickly improved, and then it will directly rival the top, and even be able to reach the top in a short period of time. Regarding the pinnacle of life force, he has been initially perfected, and he has reached the Hinayana realm. After the kendo is completed, combined with kendo, you can reach the Mahayana realm by creating again. After breaking through, you can directly fight on the secret method. As for the path of space and realm, it is too slow. Before the emperor, he could reach the realm of the black hole, even if it was good. After becoming the emperor, he would be able to improve some perceptions of space, and he didn't improve the realm of space too much. It's impossible to reach the peak by relying on the realm. The evolution of space into the universe is half a step into the master of the universe. At present, the only person who reached the absolute peak of the secret method and realm at the same time was Shang. With so many inheritors, only one has reached this level. In addition to the inheritors, Wuzhua is also at this level. As for those puppet hall masters, I don't know. Jian Wushuang left Gong Niaoya aside and ignored it. Whether she could survive this time, it was all good luck. Now he wants to take the initiative to go out. The strong from the Senate kept coming, and the people arranged by the gods soon ended. Now he has to beg these people to take him away. Since the gods have arranged in this way, there must be a way out. Outside the cave, a group of emperors surrounded Jian Wushuang, not daring to step forward because the supreme powerhouse who had just entered had fallen, and the Huaming mountain in the space was split in half. No one knows how powerful Jian Wushuang is. Don't be afraid, we are our own! Jian Wushuang took out a token, and the emperors breathed a sigh of relief when they saw it. This token was actually fake. Originally, he also had a real token, but it was a pity that it was destroyed when he fell into the second prison. But it's enough to take out and fool this person, they are here to look for him, even if they don't have a token, they will take him away. Jian Wushuang, you'd better not play tricks! The 6th Order Peak Emperor who took the lead stared at Jian Wushuang cautiously. Obviously these people were frightened by the sword just now. Not only these people, but everyone present was frightened. Even Wuzhua kept sending him a voice message asking what happened when he arrived, and he was able to split the space Huaming Shan into two. The true spirit in the Sea of Origin stared at the Mung Bean Eye, holding a string of light green bracelets in his hand, and constantly moved. That power comes from the starry sky. The true spirit was extremely shocked. He originally thought that there would be a generation of anti-heaven among the inheritors related to the starry sky. Now it seems that the Chishan temple is not safe. This made his determination to run even stronger. Once Fuego is eliminated, he will speed up the growth of the inheritors, forcibly create a Lord of the Universe, solve the God, understand the cause and effect, and then take the Temple of Chishan to other time and space. Although this time and space has not yet grown, there are too many hidden secrets to stay for long. There were already 2 visitors from the starry sky. Jian Wushuang is one, and Nye Yuan is also the same, and both are practicing swordsmanship. This reminded him of the once Emperor Jiuyun. Will there be some kind of connection among them, or it would be a coincidence that they are all kendo practitioners? And they are all against the sky. Jian Wushuang didn't talk about it with the great Emperor Jiuyun. One represented the peak of the Taoist, and the other represented the peak of the Emperor. Nye Yuan is something that has something to do with the starry sky. When others look at Nye Yuan, I am afraid they will be a little surprised. An aboriginal emperor can be so strong and has good potential. But from Zenling's point of view, Nye Yuan's strength and potential were average, and only the last sword made him a little uneasy. He clearly saw that sword coming from the end of time, cutting through time and space, and descending into the Temple of Chishan. Chishan Temple is the treasure of time and space. It can't be isolated. Like a thatched house, the golden light will come in as soon as it comes in. The power he couldn't resist. The last time I was looking at Jian Wushuang's timeline, I was stared at by Shinkang's big eyes, but this time it was the golden sword that came from Nye Yuan's summons. There are more and more things that can endanger him, and he feels exhausted. In the human world, Huiqing is also threatened. What he values most is actually Huiqing, but in the end it is to raise a tiger. Later I looked at Pei Wushuang, turned out to be a 25 boy. He betrayed him for a while, and then because everything was under control, he ignored it. It was an understanding. But because of the starry sky, Jian Wushuang was kicked out of the successor list. Few people can be seen now. And they are all wandering around the Taoist monarch. They are not the same as Jian Wushuang. Jian Wushuang is about to get together, and those people still have some way to go from getting together. Among the first group of inheritors, the ultimate existence of the light path is like this. The original path has been completed, but the realm and the power of the soul are much different. The true spirit received the 3 kings' court, analyzed all the soul and path inheritors in it, and dedicated it to the other party for enlightenment, but that was not enough. Each has its flaws. There is no truly perfect inheritor who can free him from any pressure. Chapter 55-52. Visitors from the stars are naturally very good and strong, just like Jian Wushuang. But the details are not clean. He is also afraid. Fearing that Zuani's prediction came true, Kishendian made wedding dresses for others. Everything about Chishan must be erased from the timeline. How unwilling this is. The true spirit is also a part of the gods, and the temple of the gods is his. Ugh! Tired. The plan is perfect, it can be implemented, but it is extremely difficult. Everyone is fighting, even the real spirit is no exception. Jian Wushuang is now playing with his own life again. Never considered that the gods would kill him. Following those emperors, he went directly into a hidden space. How many people haven't arrived? Asked the supreme powerhouse who had previously fought with Emperor Lu Hua. Elder Shadow too has fallen, and now Qi is still in the mind to break the restriction. Once the restriction is broken, we can leave instantly. Yi turned his head and glanced at Jian Wushuang, very satisfied. This time it went well. They dared to come here, but they didn't want to leave alive. Don't wait, go directly to Kuei, and go straight away as soon as the prohibition is broken. Lu Hua's strength is too strong and will soon be able to sweep us. Yi's eyes have a trace of worry. The strength of Emperor Lu Hua is indeed well-deserved. That's the absolute pinnacle of bringing the realm of space to the level of the universe. Once the secret method Mahayana had the strength of those gods under the command of the Chishan. This time, several gods did not come, and these people were lucky. If the magic sound gods or the monarch in the cloud came, they would be wiped out in an instant. Those are the ultimate emperors, and they are the ultimate emperors who have elevated the space to the level of the universe, and each has its own peak secret method. And they are all secret Mahayana. God generals, each of them can be compared to the master of the half-step universe. Otherwise, the true spirit won't let the magic sound general and Yin Zhongjuan go to sit in the old palace. The space hidden in the dark seems to be completely divided from this place, and people from outside can't get in at all, even Emperor Lu Hua can't find it. Outside world. Emperor Lu Hua frowned and swept away those mysterious emperors. The mysterious jewel who had just fought with him had disappeared, although he couldn't find it no matter how he looked for it. Then mobilized the formation and found that Jian Wushuang had also disappeared. Jian Wushuang, all this is best to be fake, otherwise you will be miserable. Emperor Lu Hua began to regret it. Release Jian Wushuang, but it still has something to do with him. That is indispensable. At that time, it's not that the palace lord's position can't be kept, I'm afraid that he will lose his life. Thinking back to the words he had said to Wuzwa now, he had no face to look back, and he could only walk to the end one by one. The entrance of the universe. The prohibition is being worn away. The ban is here, even the most powerful ones can't break it. If you want to break it, you need special means, and the gods have long been prepared. It is almost impossible to rely on a few absolute tops alone. When this prohibition was created, it was created by the top powerhouses in the defense. Even if the 18 gods gather together, it will not be broken. But the gods have a way. It was Qi who broke the ban. Territory Qimin is the commander. His identity is extremely mysterious. Speaking of which, Jian Wushuang had fought each other before. At the border of Maluo Nation, I also felt the other side's methods. Qi, it is the elder Mo Luo. When it expanded wildly, it was for this day. Once he leaves, Mo Luo has no shelter and will die. Fortunately, he made all preparations, leaving behind a lot of backhands before leaving. Even if it fell this time, there was nothing to worry about. A series of imprints were punched out in his hand, forming a terrifying catalogue, which was bloody. It was a totem. The gods told him that once the totem is turned on, everything can be broken. Because this is the totem of the giant clan. Giants! The gods are just ordinary members of the giant clan. Fuego and the dome and the origin of everything are both giants. One of the strongest races in the sky. When it was born, it was the highest existence in the universe, and the Mahayana period was able to rule a long river of time and space. In the starry sky, there are just over 100 long rivers of time and space, and there are dozens of powerhouses among the giant gods, and more than half can control a long river of time and space. What a powerful force this is! When the Chishan was at its peak, but only controlled a long river of time and space, and then fell. The giant clan controls dozens of them. Otherwise, one Fuego alone would not be able to destroy the three kings. The various characters that flashed on the totem, each super powerhouse of the giant tribe, the prohibition began to break at this moment. A shout from the starry sky came instantly. It's the starry sky again. Fortunately, it was just a sound, but its power was no weaker than that sword. That sword is pure killing, killing all living beings. This roar was a roar containing all things, directly shattering the prohibition. Prohibition of breaking. Kuei was very excited, and quickly transmitted a voice to Yi. Space is here. Go! Everything went smoothly unexpectedly. Less than a quarter of an hour later, he took down Jian Wushuang, broke the ban, and fled. Light began to glow in the mysterious space. It was a teleportation array. Jian Wushuang stood among these people, looking surprised. The power contained in this teleportation formation was much stronger than the strongest teleportation formation he had seen in the White Tiger Palace. The strongest teleportation array in the temple is cross-border teleportation. But the power contained above is actually not as good as 1/10 of this teleportation array. Where is this to send him to? Jian Wushuang was surprised. Leave the temple of Qixin? Huh! When Lu Hua discovered that power, the teleportation array had been activated, and all the emperors in the mysterious space disappeared. At this time, just a quarter of an hour, the Deputy Hall Master Zhong and Wu Shan came. Seeing the devastated mine, and then looking at the lonely palace master Lu Hua, everything understood. Where is Jian Wushuang? Deputy Hall Master Zhong said anxiously. He always felt that this matter must have something to do with Jian Wushuang. Emperor Lu Hua didn't bother to talk to each other, and left here directly. There is no need for him to clean up the mess. This time, the loss is actually not a big one. But the face is ashamed. You reading www.bakanshu.com. The space when Mingshan was split into 2 parts, and the prohibition was also broken. As for those who fell, it's nothing. This is just a Qianquan mine, and there are still many mines on the mountain. It's the strong man in the Senate Palace. This time he has also fallen a lot. Although most of them are indigenous emperors, there are also some 6th-order emperors who have fallen. The inheritors came last, and only received the tail. Naturally there was no loss. Gong Miaoyi! Deputy Hall Master Zhong stood at the place where Jian Wushuang and others had fought before, staring at Gong Miaoyi on the ground. Jian Wushuang was running fast, not to mention, since Gong Miaoyi was left behind, this time it was not a waste of work. Take her away and her to Yuanyang Lake's prison. I will try it myself. Chapter 55-53. Deputy Hall Master Zhong waved his sleeves, and several people behind him stepped forward to restrain Gong Miaoyi's body, and then left with Deputy Hall Master Zhong. There is no announcement to the outside world. Deputy Hall Master Zhong has also asked Wu Zue, and found that Wu Zue suddenly loses his mind about this matter, and he also has doubts and guesses in his heart. But he should do nothing less. Wu Shan was different. He had already seen that something was wrong. After Jian Wushuang ran with mysterious Zhu Dian, he lost his heart and returned to the Xiao family. Everything fell into the ordinary. Only Wu Zue was waiting anxiously, and he found that Jian Wushuang could not be reached. The origin of the sea. Wu Zue paced back and forth, anxious in his heart. Jinling gave him a big look and cursed. What sway, my eyes are dazzled! My lord, I am incompetent! Wu Zue knelt down directly. He lost Jian Wushuang. It was agreed to save Jian Wushuang's life, but now he is gone again. It was the same last time, it was the northern border, and it was a familiar place. Jinling shook his head and said calmly, Thanks, can't get out of my palm! With gestures of his palm, Jinling frowned. That faint breath is weakening. The bracelet that he played was almost crushed by him. Damn it! After feeling the place where the faint breath had stopped, Jinling yelled angrily. It was true that he hadn't escaped from his palm, but Jian Wushuang's current position, he couldn't go, it was very special. The first prison. It was a one-way journey. At the same time, he also discovered Fuego through Jian Wushuang. No wonder Fuego has not been found, because he was afraid of death and went directly to the first prison. It is impossible for them to escape from the Temple of Qixin, and it is impossible for them to hide. That's only to enter the first prison. Wu Zue was taken aback by the real spirit, and the atmosphere didn't dare to make a sound. Go! Jinling lifted the chessboard directly. Wu Zue quickly retired and left in a desperate manner. This time the plan seemed to be a complete failure. I don't know how many times I hit the palace lord and failed again. He also lost Jian Wushuang. This time he was completely unable to turn around. Even the many benefits of Jian Wushuang could not be converted by the true spirit. This time I lost the woman and lost the soldiers. Jinling stood up, This time it was his turn to pace. The first prison is very strong, but it can't stand the peak of Fuego. At that time, what should Fuego do with the Frosa? Jinling was completely panicked. I started to pray in my heart. I didn't believe this, but now I can only do this. I hope that Jian Wushuang will guard his heart and protect everyone from the individual. The first prison. Master Fuego, right here, yes, that's it, take care of it, my life force is a bit violent. Jian Wushuang sat cross-legged in the void, directing a large number of emperors to arrange a formation. This formation, with him as the core, was specially restored by Fuego. Through this formation, he is like a source of life, constantly able to restore Fuego's strength, and also able to resolve the hidden wounds left by the gods. The gods turned into humanoid beasts, and what they saw from the side was stunned. He originally thought Jian Wushuang would use some tricks, but he didn't expect to cooperate like this. Not only did he propose a formation method, he also took the initiative to say how powerful the life force is, which can help him heal his hidden injuries. In this way, not only can Fuego be able to recover to the peak and reach the state of the Master of the Universe, but he can also return to the level of the Master of the Universe. However, he has been suppressed since his birth, and his strength is much worse than Fuego, and he has just entered the realm of the Master of the Universe. But it would be nice to be able to recover and escape. Having been suppressed for countless epochs, he tried his best to calculate step by step and lay out the 4 secret realms, waiting for this day. But it was also because of Jian Wushuang's special nature that it was able to go so smoothly. According to the original plan, Fuego was sent to the first prison to find an exit. But after a big turn, there was no exit at all. I was almost desperate at first. Only the Efisal and the origin of everything is left. When the opponent is born, I don't know how long it will take. Even if it can break out of the shell perfectly, the strength will first enter the level of the Lord of the Universe, which is not enough to see. True Spirit has made several shots, he has observed, and he is definitely not an ordinary Master of the Universe. Now Jian Wushuang has given him a surprise. The force of life. That is the power of all things, the most perfect power evolved. With this strength, he can not only escape from the prison, but also restore the peak. Quickly, I can leave soon! God Frosa was very excited. Since his birth, he has not been free, and can only rely on his original inheritance to feel the glory of the outside world. Of course, it is not the long river of time and space here. It was the long river of time and space that multiplied to the peak in the starry sky, where was his home. Although they were all divided into a long river of time and space when they were born, not everyone can finally control a time and space. There are also those who can't go to the strong people of the same clan. For example, Fuego was born much earlier than him. Not only did he not control a long river of time and space, but he also encountered a peerless strong man and was almost beheaded. Fortunately, the ability to escape for life is not weak, and relying on a strong fellow of the same clan with great strength can be considered a firm foothold. Compared with Fuego, he is still a bit more miserable. It's worse than him, and it's not nothing. The one in the origin of everything does not even have the ability to break out of the shell. I was relieved when I thought about it this way. The gathering of the 3 giants, which is rarely seen in the history of their clan. Most of the giant tribes are roaming or wandering outside, and the best ones are to control a time and space and become the overlord of the starry sky. There are few opportunities to meet with the same race. Just when the Frosa was thinking about the future, the array that was laid out began to exude tremendous power. Although that power is violent, no matter it is a practitioner, or an ordinary person, as long as it is alive, it is very comfortable to feel that power, but all practitioners in the formation are very comfortable. I feel that my vitality is constantly rising. Success! Jian Wushuang was overjoyed in his heart. He himself didn't expect that he would succeed so soon. He had previously thought that it would fall to this point. Wu Zue has repeatedly assured him that as long as he finds the true spirit of Fuego, he will end up personally. What is the result? The real spirit did not wait, but the gods and Fuego went off in person. Although either of the two's combat power has returned to the level of the Lord of the Universe, together, they are definitely the combat power of the Lord of the Universe. What he can do as a Taoist, he can only recognize the current affairs as the master, and take one step to see. Now that the formation is set up successfully, all that is left is to help Fuego recover his strength. This is also the easiest step, but for him, it is a bit uncomfortable. He needs to use countless vitality to nourish Fuego. Chapter 55-54. He has this power. But I wanted to use so much life force at once, even if I squeezed him dry, I couldn't squeeze it out. Jian Wushuang reminded a little embarrassingly. Master Shiling, this formation has been completed, look. Why, what's the problem? Fuego opened his eyes first and looked at Jian Wushuang. With this formation, it can maximize the transformation of life force into his body. This is the most perfect way. They smiled lightly. But it doesn't hurt to say it. Lord God, relying on this formation, it takes at least 3 epochs to recover from the injuries on the 2 of them. If you want to be faster, but I need the supplement of the power of all things. Jian Wushuang was very tactful. The treasures needed are said. 3 epochs, what he said still has some leeway. It really takes 3 epochs to maintain the strength of self-recovery to run the big formation. If you suffer a little, in fact, 2 epochs will be enough. But he didn't want to waste such a long time. I really have to wait for 2 epochs. I am afraid that there will be several cosmic masters in the Temple of Qixin. By that time, these 2 are really going out. I am afraid there will be a big battle, when he is not a human inside and outside. He can't just look at the present, he has to find a clear path for himself. If these 2 return to their peaks now, no one from the outside world can stop them. He didn't know the true spirit's strength. Even if it could be stopped, he would be evenly matched. At that time, he could still deal with the 2 sides. Don't let one party be too strong, otherwise he will be useless. A useless person will generally not end well. They seemed to be able to insight into his heart, and did not promise anything, but said, How long will it take? As soon as possible, you give me an accurate time. 100,000 years. Jian Wushuang gritted his teeth. This time it is the fastest. If there is a steady supply of all things power in his body, he will be able to help Fuego recover to his peak combat power in 100,000 years. As for the injury of the gods, he has already seen it, and he will be able to understand the other party in 10 years. Okay. They smiled with joy. Jian Wushuang didn't want to procrastinate. He didn't want to procrastinate. Naturally, the sooner the better. He has also been observing the inheritors in the Qixin Temple. The strongest one already has half the power of the Lord of the Universe, so he doesn't dare to drag on. The Frosa threw a mustard seed to Jian Wushuang, and said, These treasures are the treasures I have accumulated through searching countless epochs in the 4 secret realms. It should be enough. As for the extra, it's all yours. In countless epochs, there are countless treasures collected by the various forces of the Shadow Sect and the Qemin. Jian Wushuang took the mustard seeds, pierced in with a trace of thought power, and felt it. Although he was quite knowledgeable, he was taken aback. The treasures in it have surpassed his imagination. Among them, there are not many particularly precious treasures. Most of them are the original treasures useful to the Emperor, but when they are put together, the value can be great. These treasures are enough to cultivate countless emperors and powerful people, and can even feed the entire northern realm. It can be seen how valuable it is. These treasures are indeed enough. And more. Of course, no one would think that he has too many treasures. It's just that the spirit of the gods is different from his vision. What the gods desire is freedom, and once they are truly liberated, these treasures will not even be counted as a hair. You can start. Fuego was already a little impatient, and he was even more eager to go out. Jian Wushuang was not talking nonsense either, nodded, while devouring countless treasures, while injecting massive life force into the big formation. 100,000 years, for them like the strong, it was just a blink of an eye. It's just a pity that Jian Wushuang couldn't be distracted from his cultivation in these 100,000 years. He didn't have time to comprehend Nie Yuan's inheritance. However, he is very close to the 9th level of ultimate swordsmanship. As long as he goes out for a little insight and creates a pinnacle, he will be able to step into the 9th level. Both Kendo and Jaido have a perfect posture. Hadao is imminent. Jian Wushuang took a long breath and said in his heart, I hope everything goes well. For Fuego and others, all this is very fast, but for him, these 100,000 years have not been so easy. Of course, there is the true spirit of the outside world who is as anxious as him. 100 years after Jian Wushuang suddenly disappeared from the mysterious emperors, the gods personally went to the northern realm. At this time, the mine has been restored to its original condition. The guards outside the entrance of Qiankuan Cave are also much tighter than before. After the previous lesson, the Senate Palace had to pay attention to it. Although there is a high probability that no one will break in again, you still have to behave on the surface, otherwise you will be ridiculed by the people of the temple and inaction. When the true spirit comes, no one notices it, as if the true spirit cannot be seen. The guards still stood in place, without knowing that there was a powerful existence just now, and walked in. Space! Jinling gritted his teeth and frowned. The origin of his space has long reached the level of consummation, which is the cosmic space. At the beginning, the teleportation array was built in the cracks of space, and he saw the strangeness at a glance. Since others can build, he may also be able to build a teleportation formation based on some clues. It's just easy to get in, but difficult to get out. Even if he went in now and cut off Fuego and others, he couldn't get out by himself. What should I do? Although he couldn't get out of the Temple of Qixin, but if the real body was trapped in the first prison, it would be even more troublesome. Only relying on the clone could not sit in the Temple of the Qixin. There is still a god staring at the outside world. At the beginning, the god was able to enter the Temple of Qixin through the power of mind. Who knows if he can come in after getting out of trouble? It is true that he is the incarnation of the gods after the fall, but don't forget that God was once one of the origins of the gods. All of this may be possible. In case the magpie's nest is occupied by the dove, he will regret it too late. Except for him, no other person can be sent. Time goes backwards. The real spirit's figure began to dim, and his body entered a pavilion. It is the pavilion in the Sea of Origin. The space where the teleportation array had been established began to twist and change, and everything was turning. The battle of 100 years ago is vivid, and everything is in the eyes of the real spirit. He fiddled with time casually, as if everything was 100 years ago. Seeing everything when it happened, Jinling's eyes shrank. Especially the scene when Ye Yuan broke out, he was surprised. Starry sky. That sword! Open the mountain with one sword and kill all enemies in front of you. It's a pity! Jinling sighed. The loss of such a talent is also a big loss. If it is cultivated, it will not be weaker than those ultimate emperors. Chapter 55-55. Can't wait! Jinling pointed out his finger, the space returned to its original appearance, and his figure disappeared in place. He dared not wait any longer. Now I have to solve all this. If the real body can't go, then you have to go to a law body to see it. If it didn't work, he would seriously hurt that first. Although separated by countless spaces, even the first prison was originally a complete universe. It was a cosmic space independent of the origin of the gods. With the strength of his real body, he could still severely wound the gods. But in this way, treating the symptoms rather than the root cause might make the dog jump the wall in a hurry. So he had to go in and take a look to see how far things have progressed. He knew the power of life in Jian Wushuang's body, and he was afraid that it would not take a few epochs to restore Fuego's strength to its peak. Fuego at the pinnacle is not weak. When the opponent was suppressed, a divine lord was dispatched. The strength of that divine lord was able to rank in the top 3 in the original time and space. The so-called Three Kings Court of the Pinnacle Force is like a piece of white paper in front of the Divine Lord, which can be broken easily. Lord of the Universe. Jinling blinked. There is also a big difference in strength among the Masters of the Universe, and the level division is similar to that of the Emperor. The weak ones are even invincible. The strength of Juyin was not weaker than those of the Masters of the Universe. Powerful, but also very against the sky, such as the gods, and the three major gods. However, the Kishin strength was enough to disregard all the Masters of the Universe in Moro's time and space, and he was regarded as the first-class powerhouse. Even if the three major gods are added together to fight against the gods, it is only a matter of thought. Tear! The space was torn out, and when it reappeared, it had already reached another space. The sky here is dim, there is no sun or too overcast. The operation of the space is also very wonderful. This place is not the space where the universe was born and evolved, but was created artificially. Xuanwu Temple, in the seventh world. As soon as the true spirit descended, Xianyi felt it, and at the same time frowned. He also knew a little about what happened in the four secret realms, and knew the seriousness of the matter. My lord, do you need help from your subordinates? Xianyi didn't make any further detours this time, and went straight to the subject. Jinling is not hypocritical, standing side by side with Xianyi, standing on the top of a towering mountain, overlooking the entire world. This place is the seventh world of Xuanwu Temple, very vast, no smaller than the heavens. It's just that there is no living person here, or there is no practitioner. All puppets. But these puppets are like people. At a glance, although the environment here is different in the four secret realms, the puppets everywhere are just like the practitioners in the four secret realms. I am going to the first prison, Xianyi said in surprise. My lord, you can't come back if you go. The first prison is one way, and the four main hall masters all know this. If they don't go, they will come out within 3 epochs. Then who will stop Fuego? Jinling turned his head and looked at Xianyi. Fuego's strength can destroy the 3 kings. Although his strength is not as good as the Divine Lord, it is not much worse. He did have the strength to block, but it was just blocking it. What if the other party vandalizes in the Temple of Qixin? So he must enter the first prison. Whether it's the avatar or the real body, you should go in and take a look. Xianyi lowered his head and sighed. My lord, what are you going to do? This is the end of the matter, there is no other way, you can only go in and have a look. Don't worry too much, the Temple of Fortune God is really going to end, maybe you are really free, right? There is something in the truth, and there are some dissatisfaction. Xianyi was indeed a little cautious. In the unlikely event that the Divine Temple is really over, Xianyi took the Xuanwu Temple and patted his and left. The current Xianyi is no different from a cultivator, and this point is incomparable to several other palace masters and even true spirits. The true spirit couldn't even go out, and the other hall masters couldn't practice. But Xianyi was different. He had the transformation of that senior at the time, and he was no different from a cultivator. My lord, I was originally created by the god of Qi, and I am a little moved with the temple of the god of Qi. Xianyi was a little moved. He had moved with these thoughts, but the temple of the god of Qi was his home after all. He is not willing to give up easily. Jinling shook his head and said, In fact, it's pretty good. I have to leave some back for the Qixin temple. I don't blame you. In the event of an emergency, he even entrusted some things to Xianyi. This time, I am coming to you and need you to do me a favor. Don't worry about treating you badly. Xianyi hurriedly bowed and said, If you need anything, just speak up, the subordinates have nothing to say. Normally, the true spirit always said one thing, but now that he is in this posture, what he can say must be his full support. I want you to expeditiously help me refine a law-body puppet, a puppet with the main power of the universe. Jinling said. Xianyi was stunned. It was not easy to have the power of the master of the universe, and the cost was higher than the cost of cultivating a master of the universe. Under normal circumstances, no one will do this, it is too wasteful. How long does it take? Nothing else, now the important thing is time. Xianyi thought for a while and said, 100 years. It is said that it is 100 years, but it is actually the fastest time to accelerate. The real time may be hundreds of millions of years. Zhenling nodded and said, all I need is the carrier. I will release the treasure. The sooner the better. After handing a mustard seed to Xianyi, the true spirit did not stay much longer, and left the place directly. He has other things to arrange. Since a law body is dispatched, the combat power can be raised to the level of the master of the universe at most, and some helpers are needed. Ordinary Jupin naturally couldn't get into his eyes. Holy Grave! This place is the most mysterious place in the Temple of Qixin, and it is also the place with the most powerful people. Although the place is sparsely populated, the strong ones that can be born are all strong. In the special life, under the accumulation of countless epochs, several extremely strong men were born, and these strong men were different from those who practiced. These special lives Sokanshu. Calm is a part of the origin of the gods, and there is no origin in itself. Some are just tyrannical divine bodies, so naturally they don't have any defects. In the deepest part of the secret realm of the Tomb of the Gods, there is a purple water pool, and below the water pool is a formation. Since the passage between the secret realms was opened, those special beings who were against the sky were suppressed here. Among these powerful special beings, any one person can sweep across the world. In the heavens, the strongest aboriginal emperor is nothing but the pinnacle, the Mahayana realm of the cosmic secret method. In comparison, they were similar to those of the palace masters in the Yuan Lao Palace, far from reaching the level of Guangmu. And the special beings at the highest level suppressed here each have the strength of the Guangmu Tianzuan. Even some of them are comparable to Wu Zue, or Mayan God General. Chapter 55-56 Barren. Under the Scarlet Formation, on a barren ground, lie dozens of special beings with ugly appearances. Their faces are hideous, and their bodies are suppressed and swallowed by a force of power every moment. This feeling has tortured them for countless years. The true spirit came. These special beings who were tortured to exhaustion stood up one by one, gritted their teeth, and stared at the true spirit. It was this old man with white beard who suppressed them. Special beings, born in heaven and earth, are free and powerful creatures, how willing to be imprisoned here, so they hate and fear the true spirit very much. After all, you can suppress all of them here at will, and the strength has surpassed them too much. Although fearful, there is no fear in his heart, and even a strong will to fight. Damn it! A special being with a threaded horn on his head stared at the true spirit fiercely. The other special beings also gathered around one after another, staring at the true spirit as well. Zhenling glanced around and said with a smile, "These years I still haven't changed the bad temper from you." In fact, the suppression didn't last long. Only a few million years had passed since the opening of the Temple of Qixin. For these wanton and special life, they can't stay for a moment. Humph, I'm waiting for the born god of war who is walking in the tomb of the gods. Would you dare to imprison me without fear of the rules of this world? The true spirit didn't care about it. He controlled the rules of this world. What was he afraid of? Thanks, Tusk, you elm bumps, really stubborn. Zhenling shook his head. At the very beginning, he was still preparing to subdue these special beings. After all, his strength was not weak, and he was much stronger than the wastes of the Senate Palace. But this bad temper caused him a headache, so he was suppressed here. Zhenling didn't bother to talk nonsense with these special beings, and said straight to the point. Don't you want to go out? Now there is a chance. When these special beings heard that they could go out, their eyes flashed golden light, and they leaned in again. The special life that took the lead changed his complexion, and was also very tempted, but he knew that the other party's methods were special and very treacherous. Some couldn't believe it, so he retorted. Why should we trust you? The true spirit is disdainful. These big idiots, who else can they believe if they don't believe him? The Temple of Qixin is what he said, and without his orders, these special lives would be permanently suppressed. In the tomb of the gods, any special life whose strength is out of control will be suppressed. Humph! Jinling said coldly. If you don't believe it, just stay here forever. After speaking, he pretended to leave. Those special beings suddenly became anxious, and several special beings with not weakened strength stood up and stopped the true spirit. Of course, they are not trying to attack the real spirit, but curiously asked, "The opportunity you mentioned is not to let me wait and surrender you?" "Not all. It's just that this request will be a bit dangerous. If you are afraid, just forget it," Jinling said casually, and continued to move forward. The strongest special beings whispered to each other and began to calculate. As long as it is not surrender, they have nothing unacceptable. As for fear? Is there a special life born against the sky, which one would be afraid of? Even if a powerful person like the true spirit comes in person, they are not afraid. Good! We promise you! The special beings that have been discussed have spoken one after another. True Spirit smiled secretly in his heart. These special beings were still so mindless. Compared to the Chishui walker on the Tomb God Mountain, these special beings here are like a group of children. The True Spirit leaked a smile and said, "That's right, you are the strongest beings in the 4 secret realms. How can you be afraid of death?" With that, he looked at the special beings who were hesitant in the corner. Hearing these words, the other special beings gritted their teeth and stood up. 72 special beings all agreed. Jinling also said the request. He is not afraid of these special beings repenting. What these special beings value most is their face and dignity. Half-Step the Lord of the Universe? After hearing Zenling's request, they all leaked a trace of warfare. In the face of a powerful enemy, there is no fear, but the fighting spirit is boiling. Staying in the Tomb of the Gods, they have never encountered a powerful cultivator. The strongest is the 13 Guardians. Their strength is not particularly strong, but there is a certain kind of treasure that can specifically suppress them. Now I heard that the true spirit would take them to kill the 2 half-step universe masters, and my heart was very excited. As long as this matter is successful, I can not only return you to freedom, you can freely travel through the 4 secret realms in the future, and I will not bother you, as long as it is not a mass murder. I will not care about killing and killing at will. Jinling was a little worried that these people's special lives would not work hard, and then released a huge temptation. As soon as I heard that after success, I was able to travel through the 4 secret realms, and these special beings were even more yearning. They have stayed in the Tomb of the Gods and don't know how many epochs. They have lived in the Tomb of the Gods since their birth, and the boundary wall was broken. They just went out and caught them back. They were suppressed before going to the other 3 secret realms in this place. The bottom of my heart is very unwilling. Now the true spirit promises that in the future, he can travel through the 4 secret realms at will, and one after another leaks joy. These special beings, the various divine bodies, are more than 60,000 times the existence. The strongest one is already 80,000 times the body, which is stronger than the dragon god. Already comparable to Yen's Hongjin. I really want to give them freedom. I am afraid that the 4 secret realms will be messed up. The true spirits are so cunning, but they never thought of giving them freedom. He will take these special lives to the first prison. Of course his real body will not go. If you go to the real body, you don't need the help of these special beings. He wants to use Xuanwu Hall to give him a refining clone to go. Although the clone refining from Xuanwu Temple is alone in time and space, after all, it is not as powerful as the real body, and still needs some helpers. These special beings are the best helpers. Do not say that each strength is tyrannical, is also full of fighting spirit. At least he wouldn't dare to go paddling like those in Wuzhou. By then, regardless of success or failure, they will be permanently trapped in the first prison. Once and for all. Don't worry about these people anymore. I really wanted to give them freedom, but on the contrary, it left another evil for myself. Regardless of the simple minds of these special beings, they can be harmed and no one can cure them. When the time comes, the White Tiger Palace will have to poke his spine. The chaos in the realm now is enough to make the White Tiger Palace a headache. In the future, these special beings will enter the realm again, and it will really be a mess in the world. And apart from the true spirit and several hall masters and generals, no one can shake the special beings of the master. Chapter 55-57. After negotiating the conditions, Zhenling directly withdrew the formation from this place. 100 years will pass in the blink of an eye. The first prison. Jian Wushuang and the others did not discover the real spirit's movements. Especially the Frosa, not even watching the 4 secret realms, just instructs the practitioners who are bewitched by him to make trouble in the realm and attract attention. For 100 years, Jian Wushuang hasn't stopped for a moment, and Fuego's strength has begun to rise. Jian Wushuang lowered his eyes and looked at Fuego unscrupulously. Anyway, the opponent didn't have any reservations. Not only could he feel the opponent's strength, but he could also clearly see the origin. That is a colorful origin, a perfect space origin, very solid, that is the cosmic space. There is also a narrow source, the source of time. Dao Monarch masters the source of mastery, such as Jian Wushuang's ultimate kendo and ultimate kendo. After integrating the essence of major training into the space, he will be the emperor, and he will also cultivate the essence of space. Although he can now cultivate the essence of space, he has not merged the kendo and the extreme way into the origin of space. The stronger the origin of his space now, the smoother the harmony will be in the future. However, it is very slow and difficult to cultivate the origin of space in the posture of a Taoist monarch, and it is impossible to reach a higher realm. Just like now, he has mastered 99% of the black hole, and he still can't take that step. If he stepped into the Emperor, he might be able to master the black hole realm in an instant, or even reach the peak of the black hole quickly. But now it is Dao Jun, but it is binding him. The Emperor corresponds to space, and the Lord of the Universe corresponds to time. The prerequisite for becoming the Master of the Universe is to cultivate the origin of space to completion. When you are a prince, the source of cultivation is to be able to unite without consummation, but when you reach the Emperor, you need spatial consummation. Condensing space into the universe, without reaching this point, it will not be possible to impact the Lord of the Universe. After becoming the Master of the Universe, what you cultivate is still the origin, but the origin of a higher level. The origin of time. That is the even more incredible source, mastering the time of the universe. Space and time are the 2 peak origins. Mastering the complete origin of the universe is the master of the universe. What if we master the complete origin of time? Jian Wushuang thought in his heart. He knew very little about the Lord of the Universe, and he had a lot of doubts in his heart. After becoming the master of the universe, he will master a trace of the origin of time, which he knows, but he wants to cultivate the origin of time to perfection, and he dare not guess too much about it. Time, one of the strongest rules. I am afraid that only the Lord of the Universe will know. Just cultivating the space to consummation is eligible to enter the ranks of the Masters of the Universe. If you cultivate both to consummation, and then merge them into one, what will happen? What level will that be? After observing the origin of Fuego, he has a lot of curiosity in his heart. One is because, in the 3 Kings' ruins, he met Teacher Xian Yi, and he wanted to know exactly what kind of existence Teacher Xian Yi was. The least strength is the master level of the universe, and it will be stronger. The chessboard left to him was the treasure of time and space. Moro was so powerful that there were only a few pieces. He never expected that Teacher Xian Yi's shot would be a treasure of time and space. When I was in other realms, the things I gave were very special, but compared to the present, they were all strange things, not precious. But now, it's different. He felt that he was very close to the secret of Teacher Xian Yi. At the beginning, he was deliberately cultivated. Why, all of this needs an explanation. The closer he got, the more doubtful he was in his heart. Also, does the experience of the starry sky have something to do with Teacher Xian Yi? Jian Wushuang shook his head lightly. This may not have much connection. But the Temple of Qixin definitely has some connection with Teacher Xuan Yi. Even the first true king at the time could not be regarded as a disciple. The Guantian chessboard was also sent to him by the opponent's hand. All these plans were too big. The opponent is the first true king among the three kings, the powerhouse of the Lord of the Universe. This won't be in Xian Yi's eyes. He in the distance found that Jian Wushuang's thought power had weakened slightly, opened his eyes and looked at Jian Wushuang. Why, something on my mind, God Frosa said calmly. He takes Jian Wushuang very seriously. If he could escape from the Temple of Qixin smoothly this time, he wouldn't mind taking Jian Wushuang with him. With Jian Wushuang's life force, it is very helpful for him to stand firm in other time and space. The Lord of the Universe is very powerful, especially Fuego has reached the pinnacle of the Lord of the Universe. No matter where he goes, he is the overlord of one party. But this is far from enough. To rule a time and space, the strength needed is at least the existence of the gods. To that level, the two of them still have a long way to go. Jian Wushuang was a little surprised when he heard the gods take the initiative to speak. He didn't expect this to be very indifferent to this day. According to common sense, this is not the most urgent moment, and there is still this heart that cares about him. This made him a little flattered. At the same time, he also began to worry about the conspiracy in his heart. Although he is a fish now, even if the opponent recovers his strength, it is estimated that he will not be treated like him. After all, his life force is very special. No matter who it is of great use. Jian Wushuang groaned for a while, and then also said the doubts in his heart. The Frosa leaked a smile after listening. He didn't conceal anything about this question. The Lord of the Universe, although he didn't see much, had far less experience than Fuego's earlier born giants, but he knew something based on inherited memory. The Lord of the Universe is actually not as strong as you think, or it is very common in other time and space, very common. Hearing this sentence, Jian Wushuang was stunned for a moment, and then he understood. The vision of the two is different. The other is born as the master of the universe. Not to mention the mortal stage, even mastering the Tao is innate, directly crossing countless levels and reaching the top in their eyes, but in the eyes of the gods, it is just the beginning. In this way, for the giants, the Lord of the Universe is indeed very simple and ordinary. My lord, are you innately consummated? Jian Wushuang asked in confusion. He was very skeptical. The natural space is consummated, shouldn't it be the natural king of beast gods? If the universe is not complete, how can one be born as the Lord of the Universe? The Frosa said indifferently. Actually, it's not all. Judging by the realm of your practitioners, you really need space to reach the master of the universe, but don't forget that the giant tribe is not a practitioner. Speaking of this, Frosa's eyes exuded a proud king's breath. Chapter 55-58. The giant clan is the most powerful creature in the starry sky. Those so-called natural beast gods are only bred in time and space, and our giant clan is the most perfect creature bred in the starry sky, and it is also the number one in the entire starry sky. An ethnic group! This is not an exaggeration. There are only a few natural beast gods, and they are transformed according to all things in time and space, just so few. And it can't reproduce. This is the most important point, but the giant clan is different. Not only can it reproduce, but it also has inherited memory that the beast does not have. That is the real Wei Bao. In addition to these giants who descended in the long river of time and space, there are also some powerful giants who were born in the starry sky. Swim in the endless starry sky. That is the real strong. A space and time can be wiped out at the fingertips. Jian Wushuang was shocked. He never expected that there would be such a powerful ethnic group in the starry sky. Frosa looked at Jian Wushuang and comforted. You don't need to worry about it, you can master the power of life. You are rarer than the Titans. The Lord of the Universe is just the beginning. You have a long way to go. The power of life, that is the magical power that can create all things, no matter how powerful the giant clan is, it is one of life after all. No matter how strong it is, can it escape from all things in life? Even the special beings that defy the sky are all beings given away by the origin of the universe. Unless it is a powerful will-type race, it can give up the power of life. But this kind of ethnic group either died prematurely, or just lacked in strength. Whether it's the universe, time, space, or starry sky, they all love life. This is the number one rule. No way to change. In this way, Jian Wushuang is really hopeful, standing at the pinnacle of this starry sky. But since he knew that Nie Yuan was able to enter the starry sky, Jian Wushuang didn't dare to belittle himself. In the past, he thought that he was the choice of heaven, but now he doesn't look at it like that. Can't be careless. My lord is joking, I'm just a Taoist monarch, and now it's a catastrophe for me to be together. How dare I look at the Lord of the universe? Jian Wushuang said modestly. When the Frosa heard the catastrophe, his face changed, and then he smiled and said, You are right. The catastrophe should not be underestimated. Even the Lord of the universe will fall under every catastrophe, not to mention you little guys. Regarding the information of the Lord of the universe, Jian Wushuang was very sensitive. Hearing the divine spirit mention it, he hurriedly asked, The catastrophe that the Lord of the universe will fall? You don't think that the Lord of the universe will not fall? Jian Wushuang shook his head, and said, Is it true? I'm just curious about what kind of catastrophe the Lord of the universe will encounter. Could it be caused by some fighting? Isn't this, let's tell you this. There were a lot of cosmos lords in the temple of the gods where you were located. You should know that the strongest god of gods is very powerful, even if compared to some of the ancestors in my inherited memory. They are all powerful and against the sky. They can suppress a time and space with their own power, but even so powerful, he has fallen under his own calamity. This said very moved. Although he was suppressed by the gods, he still admired the strength of the gods from the bottom of my heart. After all, it is a strong man who can compare favorably with the super strong in the giant clan. Is it man-made, or is it a catastrophe under the rules? Jian Wushuang felt incredible. The gods have fallen, but their inheritors did not know why they fell. Regarding the fall of the gods, the first true king didn't say much. In fact, he has always guessed, and even thought of what happened to His Royal Highness Moing. On the single-plank bridge he saw the gods, but he didn't see his face clearly, but the other person's tone was full of resentment. And also broke his own origin. It will be swallowed together, and alive withdrawn from the origin of the space. This is a means of self-defeating strength. The Frosa, with a reminiscence in his eyes, said in a serious tone, It is the original consciousness of the starry sky. As soon as the voice fell, it seemed as if a pair of invisible eyes descended, staring at the first prison. The other people didn't feel that feeling, but the two people who were talking felt it. The origin of consciousness of the starry sky. That is a powerful consciousness that is several levels higher than the original consciousness of the universe. The primitive universe has an original consciousness, and the domain also has an innate original Tao. When the domain is controlled by the emperor, the original consciousness will return to the origin of the universe, and the original consciousness of the universe will be controlled by the master of the universe, and the original consciousness of the universe will return to the origin of time and space. Above time and space is the original consciousness of the starry sky. That is the true pinnacle. Although he was in awe and felt the coming of that consciousness, he was not worried. He might be worried about the original consciousness of the universe. But the consciousness of the starry sky cannot interfere with them. This is recorded in the memory of the inheritors. The superpowers of their giants once dared to provoke the starry sky consciousness. Nothing happened. Although it was okay, the gods did not have the guts to provoke. After all, he was not a super strong. With that time really, he might try one or two. You can feel it. The found Jian Wushuang sweating on his forehead, as if being suppressed by something. Jian Wushuang nodded without answering. He couldn't wear it. That consciousness seemed to stand on top of his head, and his breathing was a little unstable when pressed, and the life force in his body was also extremely boiling. Snatcher! Jian Wushuang's eyes suddenly shrank, and a voice rang in his mind, and he seemed to be out of the space here, even out of the original time. Just a few words, let him be like this. The feeling of fear made his mood instantly broken. Call! In an instant, he recovered again, panting heavily, and the cold sweat on his forehead instantly urged. You are a Taoist monarch, you can actually sense the starry sky consciousness. The god's eyes were almost bursting, and he stared at Jian Wushuang in disbelief. His tone was very surprised. Jian Wushuang was a little confused. Could only the Lord of the Universe be able to sense it? Think about it again, that's right. He is a Taoist monarch, and he doesn't even understand time, the strange consciousness of the starry sky above time and space, Ukanshu. How could he feel it? And he also heard a strange voice. Stealer! Jian Wushuang was worried secretly in his heart. What is a thief? It's actually a thief. Is he a thief? Yes. Not really. The power of life belongs to life or not. This is a false proposition. No one can say the exact answer. Even the gods say that few master the power of life. The other party has the memory of the inheritor, which is equivalent to the knowledge of the entire giant clan. End of this chapter. Chapter 55-59. Even the other party said it was very rare. I am afraid that he alone has the power of life in their time and space. There are not many people in the entire starry sky. The life force, one-sidedly speaking, is given by the parents. In the bigger picture, it is bestowed by the universe. But he has this ability? Are you a thief? Stealing the life force bestowed by the starry sky consciousness. No! Jian Wushuang was determined in his heart. It's not just talking about it. In the mundane small world, the opposite is a small world, he did it, otherwise it would not be possible to go to this day. Now in the universe, going against the sky is reversing the original consciousness of the universe. At this point, he didn't know whether he had done it or not. Now a starry consciousness suddenly appeared, saying that he was a thief, and he was very resentful. Could it be that he has just turned the sky over in one step? Jian Wushuang found it incredible, and the gods also found it incredible. It is good for a Taoist to feel the origin consciousness of the realm. Generally, when he is a Taoist, he is considered to be a Taoist against the heavens after being recognized by the origin of the space. Further up, it is the original consciousness of the universe, which can only be peaked by the emperor. But now Jian Wushuang, a Taoist monarch, can actually attract the attention of the starry sky consciousness. How many levels the opponent has crossed. Is it because of the power of life? He is also very puzzled. According to some information in the inheritance memory, he has a comprehensive understanding of the power of life. There once appeared a powerful existence in the starry sky that mastered the power of life, and that existence opened up a long river of life. Time and space are isolated there, no one can find it. Only later someone discovered a dilapidated ancient river, and their giants also sent some strong men to explore it, and finally determined that it was the legendary river of life. As for where the super strong man who mastered the power of life went, I don't know. But this legend has been circulating for a long time. Many people think that the existence has not yet fallen, but the river of life created by the other party has withered. If it hadn't fallen, where would it go? Looking at Jian Wushuang now, Jinling has some fear. He even shook his idea of taking Jian Wushuang away. All practitioners who go against the sky are a curse, and wherever they go, they are a curse. Maybe that day, he will even fall. Master God, this starry sky consciousness? Jian Wushuang wanted to ask, but was stopped by the gods. The Frosa squeezed the palm of his hand and said, Don't mention this matter again. When you become stronger, you will know it. I'll tell you about the Lord of the Universe. Anyway, boring, the two began to chat. The Master of the Universe is said to be the Master of the Universe, but it is not that simple to master a universe. Just like some weaker emperors, you need a second-tier emperor if you want to master the lower realm. The middle world needs a third-order emperor. The higher world needs a fourth-order emperor, The Lord of the Universe is the same. When you first enter the realm of the Master of the Universe, it is not that simple to master a primitive universe. To be precise, before mastering the universe, one cannot be called the Lord of the Universe. After all, if you don't even have a grasp of the universe, there is no such thing as the Lord of the Universe. In fact, the Lord of the Universe is just a title. Above the Emperor, it is the robbery realm. The robbery is divided into 9 calamities. Only after completing the first 3 calamities can you be qualified to control the universe. However, there are very few strong people who can survive the first 3 calamities. Many experts in the tribulation realm will suppress their own strength when they are not sure of crossing the tribulation. Jian Wuxuang was a little emotional. It turned out that there was nothing good at the peak of the universe. If those emperors knew it, they wouldn't be so yearning. After all, the emperor, but there is no disaster, especially the most powerful, the mood is perfect and immortal. Becoming a catastrophe is in danger of falling. However, there was a doubt in Jian Wuxuang's heart. If he suppressed his strength and didn't go to the catastrophe, wouldn't it be enough to wait until his strength was enough? But when he said it, the gods laughed. It's really that simple, it won't be the tribulation realm. The time for suppression is limited. No one can win the tribulation when the tribulation comes. At the beginning, the strong people such as the gods, and the superpowers in our clan, did not who can do it? According to your practitioners, it is impossible to escape. That has nothing to do with Jian Wuxuang's innocence, but just explained with a smile. Jian Wuxuang also laughed. He didn't know how he could say such a stupid method. It was so simple, and the gods would not fall. The spirit said quietly. However, everything has a ray of life. If you can't get through or suppress it, someone will cut off your roots. In this way, there is no hope of further improvement, but you can also live a happy life. It is very common in some powerful time-space long rivers, otherwise the powerhouse of the tribulation realm would have died early. That said, at the beginning, the god of Chisho killed the devouring origin because it was not sure to cross the catastrophe? Jian Wuxuang was a little surprised, but also some loss. The strong people like Qixin all cut their roots. This is too difficult for those practitioners on the road to the strong. I am afraid that most people will face death directly, and are not willing to cut off their roots. When the heard it, he shook his head, and said without hesitation. You guessed wrong, the of disbelief originally cut off his origin. Although I don't know why it was because of it, in the end he fell to his own master. Under the robbery! When I was suppressed here at the beginning, there were some experts in the calamity realm who said that if the gods do not cut off their devouring origin, they can't overcome the calamity at all, so they will cut the devouring origin first, but only cut their own origin. Afterwards, it is a pity that Qixin's strength dropped sharply and eventually fell. The gods were a little bit sighed. Jian Wuxuang was relieved. He respected Qixin from the bottom of his heart. If characters like Qixin were unable to face the catastrophe, his mood would be disturbed. Then he asked curiously, Sir Shenling, don't you know how many catastrophes did the Qixin survive in the first place? Fan Shen fell in the 8th catastrophe. 8 tribulations. That is an insurmountable height. As long as Okanshu calm crosses over, the gods are the real time and space overlords, and they are all superpowers in the starry sky. Jian Wuxuang's heart was shocked. He originally thought that God of God would fall in the 9th calamity, but he didn't expect it to be the 8th calamity. Don't underestimate the 8th calamity! The gods saw Jian Wuxuang's thoughts and shouted. Among the 9 calamities, the 3rd, 6th, and 9 calamities are all hacks. The Qixin can go to the 8th calamity. You can already look down upon the long river of time and space. If the of disbelief had cut off his own devouring origin, it might have passed by. Unfortunately, if you really want to become a powerhouse in the 8 tribulations realm, I am afraid that there will not be the temple of Qixin today. But there is another point. Although the God of God failed to cross the tribulation, how did more time and space be destroyed? Chapter 55-60. Sorcerer, you won't be distracted and mad, and you have to take the entire moral time and space to the funeral. Even the Frosa didn't know this, but I'm afraid he knew it too. Actually, the Tribulation Realm is not as bad as you think. After becoming a Tribulation Realm, after completing the first 3 tribulations, mastering a universe and becoming the master of the universe, it is of great help to one's own cultivation, and every tribulation is separated by time. There are countless epochs, there is enough time to deal with it. Becoming the Lord of the universe, the benefits are beyond words. The resources at your disposal are also different. You can cultivate families, sex, and strengths, and you can also build your own universe into a universe that nurtures treasures, relying on countless treasures to cultivate. That is a whole new level. After the first 3 catastrophes, everything will change qualitatively. After taking control of a universe, as long as it is not too unlucky, you can survive the 4th or even 5th calamity smoothly. But the 6th calamity is different. Even if it is supported by a universe, it will be difficult to get through it. The 3 kings back then and Fuego now are both powerful in the 5 tribulations realm. The 3 great masters of the Chishan Temple are the 6 tribulations realm powerhouses. In the entire Moro time and space, there are a total of 4 6 tribulations realm powerhouses, 3 of whom have taken refuge in the Chishan. The Chishan is a powerhouse in the 7 tribulations realm. Naturally, countless people want to take refuge. It is not only a simple backer, but the most important thing is to get the guidance of the Chishan. This is the most important point. Jian Wushuang knew so much all at once, and was constantly consuming it, and the road ahead seemed to be brighter again. His current combat power is about the 6th tier peak. As long as he succeeds in joining the Tao, he will soon be able to reach the top. In fact, it is not very far from the Lord of the Universe. Naturally, you need to know a little more. During the conversation between the two, 100 years passed without knowing it. And the powerhouse gathered by the true spirits is also ready to come quietly. It's just that the 2 of them don't know at all. In the huge formation, hundreds of strong men sat cross-legged above each formation eye. The 3 people at the core are opposite each other, Jian Wushuang, the Frosa, and Fuego. The world suddenly began to tremble, and a powerful breath was coming. That breath came from underground. It may break out at any time. The face of the changed drastically, and he had a bad feeling in his heart. This place is one way. He knows this better than the real spirit. The other party can ignore him and come here in person. As long as he is not the real body, he can block the opponent. But now that breath is gradually rising, and the power has soared to the tribulation stage. Over the years, Jian Wushuang has been recovering from his injuries in Fuego. Although the injury of the gods is not deep, it only takes a few years, but he is not in a hurry. Now it is still half a step in the battle power of the robbery realm. Although Fuego only eased his injury, his strength did not improve too much, and now a sense of catastrophe suddenly appeared, and it was difficult for anyone to resist. I am afraid that the 2 of them are not very sure about joining hands. In this way, not only is time wasted, but it is also likely to be delayed. You stay here, I will go alone. Though was cruel and didn't let Jian Wushuang stop. He was incarnate as a golden dragon on his body and rushed out of the big formation. Countless cracks began to appear on the dim ground. That breath is just underground. Boom! Countless fragments of dust fly up, said to be dust, but each piece is like a huge mountain. The main body of the underground breath of the master can be imagined how huge it is. When he saw the incoming person, his eyes shrank, and he said in shock, "Is it you?" The person who came is not the true spirit. If it is the true spirit, he would not be so shocked, unless the true body of the true spirit comes. Jia, there was a strange laughter, and Jian Wushuang's scalp numb at a long distance. Across the big formation, Jian Wushuang could only vaguely see the silhouette of the other side. It was a huge humanoid beast with a towering body like a world. A huge tail was wagging. They recognized the powerhouse of the robbery realm in front of him, and he sighed with relief. He was afraid that he would not know the other party, and would deal with them as soon as he came. Zhuangzhong! The Frosa let out a smile, and calmly said, "You are still alive!" Seeing Frosa, the behemoth slowly shrank, but it was still 10,000 times in size, facing the gods far away, and said coldly, "You are not dead, this bug, how could this seat fall?" Bed bugs. These two words pierced into the heart of the gods fiercely. He was a proud giant, and was called a bug. If it weren't for being here, he would have died 100 times, and it would not be enough to quell the hatred in his heart. The other party was nothing but a small ancient desolate beast in the realm of a catastrophe. In Morua time and space, it is the lowest level. This kind of ants dare to taunt him, which makes Frosa very angry, but anger returns to anger. Now the overall situation is more important, and can't anger the other party. Brother Zhuangzhong was joking, I was just a fluke. The god's complexion was distorted, and he had to bow his head. The opponent's strength is far superior to him, after all, it is a real calamity realm power. Zhuangzhong was a little surprised. In the past, when Frosa was said to be a bug, the other party wanted to jump and go desperately. How can he talk so well now? He tilted his head and looked behind Frosa, leaked a sneer. I thought you were silly by being locked up here, and you have lost your temper at all. It turns out that you have another plan, Zhuangzhong said, stepping forward to the big formation. Though was anxious, and quickly blocked the way. Manshan couldn't get past, and now he can only rely on his deceptive means to hold the opponent. Brother Zhuangzhong, don't you want to leave this place? Zhuangzhong shook his head, and only said 2 words. Get out of the way! The voice is very cold, there is no room for negotiation. The gods once again persuaded. I know where your magic clock is. This time the opponent paused, but it was only for a moment, and then continued to approach the big formation. Seeing the persuasion not to move, the face of the gods also became cold, the light on his body instantly skyrocketed, and his breath continued to rise. That breath has surpassed those gods, and is even stronger than the 4 great hall masters. Half-step robbery. It is not to be underestimated, after all, it is not an absolute top. You want to stop me? Zhuangzhong sneered. Then I want to go. He likes things that are bad for others the most. Anyway, there is no way to go out here. Back then, even the 5 Tribulations realm powerhouses were suppressed here. He really didn't believe that Frosa could get out. That big formation might have other effects. He just got out of trouble, but he was curious about what he was doing. Zhuangzhong, I don't know why you are still alive, but today, you can't think of doing anything wrong with me. Frosa yelled, and a huge force burst out from his mouth and went straight to Zhuangzhong. The huge energy illuminates the entire first prison. Zhuangzhong felt a threat. When he turned his head, a hot light shone on his face, with an incredible expression in his eyes. End of this chapter. Chapter 5561, Boom! Zhuangzhong's physical body instantly turned into powder, and even his breath was wiped out. Wow! After the huge power tilted, Zhuangzhong relied on the trace of his remaining aura in the space to instantly restore his original shape, but his aura was weaker, obviously injured. Zhuangzhong was very shocked. The opponent's combat power was obviously only half a step, and it could actually hurt him. I dare not look down on each other for a while. The Frosa panted heavily and stopped Zhuangzhong's path again. Your move just consumed 10% of his source. It's an injury for an injury. If you can't stop it, you can consume the opponent's strength as much as possible, and Fuego will be able to deal with it. Do you need me to take action now? Fuego was also paying attention, transmitting the voice to Frosa. He was really afraid that Frosa could not stop it. Jian Wushuang was also very entangled. At this time, this kind of thing happened, and I don't know if it is good or bad. If Fuego does not regain his strength, he will never get out. But if he regained his strength, he was afraid that he would kill the donkey again. Frosa slowly shook his head calmly, without a voice transmission, but said loudly, Don't worry about me. Are you so confident? Zhuangzhong was a little surprised. He was really bluffed by the Frosa. The move just now really hurt his origin, and he is now in a dilemma for a while. From the underground world, he also experienced many difficulties and dangers. At the beginning of the fall of the Qixin, the tribulation powers who were suppressed in the first prison were all suppressed deep underground, trapped in a furnace, and served as fuel for the temple of the Qixin. Now that he finally escaped, he didn't want to sail in the gutter as soon as he came out. Frosa saw the other party hesitate. His face slowly became cold, and this was in his arms. Although he didn't know how the other party was still alive, since the other party had just appeared, I'm afraid he wouldn't want to fight him hard. You can try. Zhuangzhong stared at Frosa, and said with some uncertainty. In that big formation, is the power of life exuding? When he first came out, he hadn't cared about it. Now that he could feel the power of the big formation, he realized that the power contained in the big formation was actually the force of life. In ancient times, to obtain a large amount of life force, you need to spend countless sources of all things to refine. Today, the life force contained in that large array is extremely strong, and it seems that it is not refined by the power of all things, but from a person. The power within the practitioner. This surprised him very much. At the beginning, he didn't believe what Frosa said, but now he understands a little bit. In the big formation, there is still a breath. The power of that breath is similar to him. It is all in the robbery realm, and it seems not weak. Talk? Zhuangzhong put away the power on his body, and looked at Frosa with a smile. Frosa was overjoyed and seemed to succeed. Of course you can talk, as long as you can hold the opponent. Once Fuego recovers his strength, he will kill the opponent. But before he could answer, the sky began to become gloomy, and a huge vortex began to condense. This scene surprised both of them. Frosa had been prepared for a long time, and he knew that the true spirit must be unable to bear to come in. He didn't expect such a coincidence. He just got Zhuangzhong and the opponent came. Zhuangzhong was a little confused about all this. The vortex slowly formed, and the power in it leaked out, and every trace was enough to make the Lord of the Universe fall. This is also the reason why this place is one way, and even the 5 tribulations realm cannot be broken. At the beginning, there was only one person who could open this place at will, and the rest could not open it. The 3 major gods cannot destroy this place. Call! In the depths of the whirlpool, a group of people faintly appeared. Jian Wushuang, the man who took the lead, was very familiar with him, and he was the true spirit. It's just that there is no change in his face, but the body has undergone earth-shaking changes. This is nothing. Behind the true spirit, dozens of special beings, each hideous and terrifying. The true spirit is here. At this moment, Jian Wushuang was embarrassed. Jinling glared his small eyes and glanced around. It was self-evident that Jian Wushuang had completely rebelled. One person surprised him. Zhuangzhong! You! Zhuangzhong was also surprised. He didn't know the other party's direct lineage, but he could feel a familiar breath from the other party. That was the breath of ambivalence. After feeling this breath, Zhuangzhong quickly backed away. The deterrent power of Qixin was too shocking for someone like Zhuangzhong, who was strong in the one tribulation realm. Not to mention the gods, even if he was the Lord of the Universe who had survived the first 3 kalpas, he would tremble when he saw it. No! Zhuangzhong reacted quickly. He could feel that the breath of true spirit was very similar to that of Qixin, but that breath was very weak, not much different from him, or even not as strong as him. Almost bluffed by the real spirit. Why are you here? True spirit didn't pay attention to Frosa, but asked why Zhuangzhong appeared here. Except for Frosa, the rest of the tribulation realm powerhouses were suppressed in purgatory and became part of the temple of Qixin. Why did Zhuangzhong suddenly appear here? Jinling suddenly turned his head to look at Frosa. Frosa knew what the other party was thinking and didn't make any response. This time the situation has become a little confused. The appearance of Zhuangzhong disrupted their plans. Originally, the true spirit came to kill or hold Frosa and Fuego. The wants to live in peace, and it only takes 100,000 years before he can leave from here. The appearance of Zhuang Zhong completely disrupted the situation. No matter which side you are on, there is a certainty of victory. If you help Frosa, then the clone of the true spirit will lose, and there is no possibility of winning. Even if the true spirit cannot be defeated now, it can still hold the true spirit. For the current Jian Wushuang, this couldn't be better. Not only can he go out, at least he won't be settled by the true spirit. But if Zhuang Zhong turned against the water and stood on the side of the true spirit, it would be different. Not only would the great formation be broken, both Fuego and Frosa would fall. You reading www.Bakanshu.com. No matter whether the true spirit kills him or not, he can't leave this place. Wow! Jian Wushuang got up directly and stopped the big formation. Fuego also stood up, and now everyone except Zhuang Zhong himself knows that life and death are in the hands of the other party. Jinling's complexion slowed down. Instead of asking questions, but leaking a smile, he said, Zhuang Zhong, the first strongest of the Zhuang family, he was originally from the Three Kings' court, right? How do you know who you are? Zhuang Zhong was very jealous of the true spirit. Although his strength is not as good as him, the aura of ambivalence can shock him. Seeing this situation, the gods quickly explained the true spirit's identity and the current situation of the Qixin temple. He was afraid that Zhuang Zhong would be bluffed by the breath of the true spirit. Zhuang Zhong's expression changed, and then he laughed wildly, with no fear in his heart. Chapter 55-62. Haha, I really didn't expect that one day I will become the dominant player, and even the dominant temple of the gods will be destroyed. Zhuang Zhong was a little crazy. His strength was a small figure in the ancient times. Although he was also a strong man in the robbery realm, he was not even considered an ant for a character like the god of tribulation. At least he had mastered the tribulation realm of the universe to be able to enter the eyes of the gods. He was just a barren beast who had just entered the tribulation realm, and his family power was also very ordinary. The ancestor was just a strong man in the second tribulation realm, and he had a bit of a say in the court of the Three Kings, but on the side of the Qixin, there was nothing. Now that he can actually dominate the decline of the Temple of Fortune, how can this not make him crazy? God of God! Zhuang Zhong gritted his teeth. When the Three Kings were annihilated, from the Temple of Qixin came, suppressed them all and plundered them to the Temple of Qixin. He has never forgotten this hatred. Seeing the other's aura rising and being full of hostility, Jinling's heart sank. This time the plan seems to be defeated. The Frosa was ecstatic in his heart. As long as the real spirit's law body was killed, everything was easy to say. He didn't believe that the true spirit dared to let his deity descend. If the deity came, he would recognize it, and it would be a big deal to be trapped here together. He bet Jinling would not dare to do this. The inheritors have just risen, and the true spirit will not give up. No one in the outside world can provoke the beams of the Qixin temple. Once the true spirit is trapped here, the Qixin temple will have strong enemies on the outside and rebellion inside. He knew the god of the primordial universe, and the other party was still using his power to break the seal. That god's strength was not weak. At the beginning, it swallowed the avenue and turned into 3 gods. One of the gods was beaten to pieces, and turned into 5 big demon masters, the mountain monarch of Moying Mountain, the 10,000 demons of Xuanwu Temple, and the blood demons next to the monarch in the cloud. There are 2 remaining, a wind demon controlled by the true spirit, and a heart demon who has nowhere to go. Each has a half-step robbery realm combat power. Turned into 5 parts, they are all so powerful, and God's strength is even more terrifying. The God suppressed by the primitive universe has the power of the 5 tribulations at its peak. Just being injured by someone, coupled with being suppressed, now the 3 tribulations realm is considered good, but even so, it can threaten the Temple of Qixin. If the true spirit sits, it's okay. Without the true spirit, relying solely on the external defense of the Temple of Qi, I'm afraid it will be difficult to stop that god. So the real spirit dare not gamble, he dare not let the real body into this place. But without the real body coming, the current law body alone couldn't stop it. When Fuego returns to his peak, there may be some way to escape from this place, otherwise Frosa will not dare to let Fuego in rashly. Idiot! Jinling shouted angrily, staring at Zhuangzhong and cursed. What are you? I will kill you first today! The real spirit is not talking nonsense, just shoot directly. The black brilliance flashed on his body, and a whole set of cosmic treasures exploded with power, from the armor on his body to the amazing power on all sides, all exuding dazzling light. It's just that the light is different from white sunlight, but black light. Jinling shot, right in Frosa's arms, sitting on the mountain and watching the tigers fight. Zhuangzhong shouted angrily, swelling up likewise, turning into a barren beast covering the sky and the sun. Black Yaojing Light Lake! In the face of such a powerful treasure, Zhuangzhong did not flinch. As he said, he is now in charge of everything. With a blow in the face, a humming sound from the ancient times rang, and the wild beasts living in the darkness fought with the true spirit. What everyone sees is enthusiasm. This is the powerhouse of the robbery realm. Jian Wushuang was equally shocked, although the gods said that the robbery was worthless, but the breath of the opponent's body made him very yearning. He is a Taoist monarch. In this kind of battle, I am afraid that he can't survive for a while, and a random wave of air can crush him. Go, kill them! They turned his head and pointed at the people in the large array in the distance, and said to the special beings behind him, Don't keep any of them! Those who are particularly strong in life have long been gearing their hands and can't stand it any longer. Hearing the words of the real spirit, they immediately set off. With dozens of special beings with outstanding combat power, the Frosa frowned. It would be nothing if it was an ordinary absolute peak, but there were still a few special beings that were comparable to the half-step tribulation realm, which was very troublesome. The rest of them protect Jian Wushuang, leave them to me! Fuego stood up at this time. It's about the overall situation at the moment. He must get rid of these special lives first. The gods can't hold them alone. Boom! The special being rushing in the front is 80,000 times the divine body. Before entering this place, the true spirit also bestows them many treasures, if their strengths soar. 80,000 times the divine body is already the limit of the emperor. Even if he stepped into the tribulation realm, it would be difficult for the divine body to increase to 80,000 times. But the other party is a special life, a natural perfect divine body. Like Qishui, it was 10,000 times the body at its weakest. Now it is normal to grow to this point, but it is a bit difficult for practitioners to reach 80,000 times the body. Even for a special divine body, it is difficult to do it. Boom! Huge palm prints descended, and the gods turned into golden dragons and roared to the sky. The strongest special being, alone entangled the Frosa. Thanks Tusk, happy, no loss is a strong robbery realm. The rest of the special beings looked eagerly, but they didn't go together either, but rushed towards Fuego. Among these special lives, the two special beings ranked in the top 3 exploded one after another, and the divine body of 78,000 times was undoubtedly revealed. This guy will leave it to both of us, you go to destroy the big formation. Although the special beings are bloodthirsty, warlike, and their minds are not too bright, they are not fools either. Know the severity. Before entering this place, the true spirit had already given orders. There was only one person on the battlefield who had the final say, and he had to listen to his command. Yes. Among the remaining dozens of special beings, the weakest is more than 60,000 times the divine body, and there is one special being 74,000 times. Faced with these special lives, the faces of all the people standing in the big array were ashamed. No! The elders of the Maluo kingdom were so desperate, the black robes flew up suddenly, and a gust of weather erupted. Jian Wushuang quickly backed away. Although the formation of is a large formation that transforms life force, it still has some defensive power. For a while, those special lives still cannot be broken. What to do? Jian Wushuang was anxious in his heart. This kind of scene is beyond the scope of his ability. There is no way at all. The hard thing is absolutely impossible. Jian Wusheng stared at the three-way battle group. The battle between Jinling and Zhuang Zhong was the most intense. Both of them were complete robbery realm powerhouses, and the breath that erupted was the most intriguing. The second is the gods and Fuego. The two of them originally thought that they could join hands to stop all special beings, but found that the three strongest of them could actually compete with them. End of this chapter. Chapter 55-63. For a while, there is no way to tell the outcome. However, with the means of the gods, there should be a backhand. As for Fuego, who was once a powerhouse in the Five Tribulations realm, it goes without saying that the pure strength is equivalent to the special life, but the combat experience and skills are far beyond the opponent. In the long run, they still have a good chance of winning. But Jian Wusheng was afraid that the two of them were too slow, and if a big burst broke, they would all fall here. The last battlefield is this big formation. The emperors who came from the four secret realms in the formation, the strongest ones, were just ordinary peers. Even if the great elder of the Maluo kingdom burst out with super strength, he couldn't stop it at all. As for the Shadow Sect's few extremists, they are even more useless, and a special life outside the array can destroy them. Everyone, the big formation won't last long, we must change the formation. Following the voice, Yi, who was speaking, was the number one strongest in Shadow Sect. Jian Wusheng frowned, and said coldly, "Change the formation? You treat this as your home, and you change when you say it changes. This formation is not simple. He is involved in the formation, and knows the difficulty of it. I have a way!" Yi's figure changed, and the golden light burst out from her body. "Puppet!" Jian Wusheng took a closer look and found that the other party was actually a puppet. This surprised him. It seems that there is still a bit of a backhand. Jian Wusheng did not hesitate at the moment, directly took out the token that the formation mobilized and threw it towards the opponent. The body of a puppet is not a life, it can be integrated into the big array. Even sacrificing oneself to become an array spirit can change the big array. If this formation becomes the main defensive formation, with these people, it can be held firmly. Although the strength of these people is not that great, there are also a few outstanding, hundreds of sixth-order emperors, and it is not difficult to hold on. After receiving the formation token, Ying looked happy, and then began to give up, preparing to inject his consciousness into the formation token. The battlefield in the distance. What the gods care about most is the formation, and even more afraid that Jian Wusheng will fall first. I have been staring at the rear all the time, and now I have figured out the other party's direct line. A barbarian with 80,000 times the divine body can't threaten him. And? They found something wrong. The formation is changing. Right now, he directly transmitted the sound of Jian Wusheng, and asked about the accident. Hearing Yingyi's incarnation as a puppet, his entire complexion changed. "Stop him!" The Frosa roared too late to explain, and then his aura skyrocketed again, and the golden scales instantly changed into color, and for a while, the power of the tribulation realm broke out. The special voice of the 80,000 times divine body sneered, trying to stop the divine spirit, but was directly swallowed by a flame of arrogance, and the divine body began to shatter. This trick was used by the gods to exchange injuries for injuries. Seeing the gods in the distance desperately, Jian Wusheng was also stunned, but the great elder Mo Luo on the side responded quickly, and he understood right away. "Kujichi is a spy, get rid of him!" Boom! 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 At the critical moment, the elder of the Maluo kingdom directly burned the origin and the divine body, and instantly burst out several times the combat power, directly rushing over. Putting his hands together, an impact directly pierced both hands into Yi's chest, and then a grimly roar, and the whole Bodis aura skyrocketed again, and an explosion directly tore Yi's puppet body to pieces. Late! Huh! Kujichi's consciousness has completely entered the formation token. Hum! The big array began to change. Jian Wuduan was like dead ashes. He knew that this time was completely over. Ini is not the backhand of the gods, but the backhand of the true spirits. What he should have thought of. The gods are trapped here. Only consciousness can descend on the four main sources. Without any substantive power, how can it be possible to refine a puppet? The big formation stopped running in an instant, and the original strong life force, together with the power of all things, burst instantly. The extreme operation of the large array suddenly stopped some of its fragmentary parts, and directly turned into dust, and the already violent power of all things directly emitted a fiery flame. Go! Jian Wushuang also reacted quickly, and the beast god's wings suddenly shook behind him, and his figure disappeared instantly. The big array burst out with strong light and shadow. Boom! A powerful force burst out. Jian Wushuang, who had escaped a long way, was still shattered by a flame of arrogance, and the divine body began to shatter, and the origin quickly dried up. Fortunately, he now masters the power of life and constantly recovers himself. Time after death, time after time recovery. Let his strength continue to rise. Don't forget that the extreme way he mastered has another advantage, that is, every time he dies he will explode with the potential to surpass the limit, causing his strength to skyrocket again. It would be useful to deal with ordinary extremes, but now they are facing those special lives. Even though he escaped from the big formation, Jian Wushuang still had nothing to do. Yi stopped the big formation forcibly, and took almost all the emperors to death. The real spirit who fought with Zhuangzhong looked happy. This is his backhand, and he didn't expect to play such a key role, but it was beyond his expectation. As for the fallen Shadow One, he is nothing more than a puppet, and he is well worth the money. There is nothing to regret, even a practitioner is nothing, it is enough to be able to destroy the divine spirit's tactics. Call! Few people escaped from the big formation, besides Jian Wushuang. There was also the great elder Mo Luo, but now the other party's aura was very weak. Jian Wushuang hurriedly rushed over. The opponent was a dead man of the gods. He was absolutely reliable. He had to help the opponent recover his strength. Otherwise, who will protect him? Huh! Jian Wushuang went directly to the opponent and put one hand on the shoulder of the elder of Maluo Kingdom, and then a powerful life force was injected into the opponent's body. You! The elder of Maluo State was very surprised. He didn't expect this life force to be so strong. Although he knew that Jian Wushuang had a special ability, he didn't expect it to be so strong, instantly restoring a supreme source and divine body. Even the physical body is very complete. There is a surprised elder of the Maluo Kingdom in his eyes, Ukanshu. Kam didn't say much in the end, just gratefully said, "Thank you." "Don't thank me, stop those special beings first." Jian Wushuang's views on the elder of the Maluo nation changed a bit, but he didn't expect the other party to say thank you. He thought the other party was a dead man. It turned out to be a bit human. After helping the opponent to recover from his injuries, Jian Wushuang did not stop, and at the edge of the battlefield, he began to help those emperors who survived by chance. In addition to the elders of the Maluo Kingdom, there is also a Zhu Dian who also survived, as well as a few lucky sixth-order emperors. Although it is useless to know the other party, he still helps the other party recover their strength, and it can be counted as one if they can survive. Since mastering the power of life, he seems to have a kindness to all beings. In the past, it would take care of these people. Chapter 55-64. Only if he can help him will he go to help him. Now the sixth-order emperor is not helpful to him, but it is still a burden. In fact, it's no better than wasting energy, it's better to take the opportunity to escape. Those special lives were staring at them, but fortunately, the Frosa got out to block those special lives. Jian Wushuang tried his best to calm his emotions. At this moment, either escape nor fight will work. If Wus can't do it, he has to change his mind and write. These strong players on the field are divided into 3 parties to be precise. Zhuangzhong counts himself as one side, the true spirit and the special life are one side. The rest are the gods Frosa and Fuego, and these two are regarded as one side. In fact, in terms of combat power, it is equal to 3 tribulation realms. The current situation is a stalemate. If the big formation is still there, perhaps their side still has a chance to win. But now without the big formation, as long as they attack him, the gods and Fuego will throw the rat. Now that the situation has changed, he has become very critical. If he hesitated stupidly, I'm afraid the real spirit will take action against him. Need an opportunity. Or a set of rhetoric. Jian Wushuang did not hesitate, but first transmitted the sound to the true spirit. Master True Spirit! Then again the voice of the gods was transmitted. He had a countermeasure in his heart. But it depends on whether the true spirit is willing or not. If he wants, the battle can be reversed in an instant, and even internal threats can be completely dismantled, and he himself will survive. As for Zhuangzhong, it was nothing more than a desolate beast, except for some bargaining chips in such a shutdown situation, it was useless. Zhenling and Zhuangzhong played against each other, and the two were on par. At the same time, he noticed the change of the situation, and he had half confidence in his heart, but it was only half confidence. Still need to fight now. Killing Jian Wushuang first is the key. As long as Jian Wushuang is killed, everything will be solved. Although it is impossible to completely eradicate the remaining troubles, at least it can be delayed for a few epochs. When the time comes when a strong robbery realm appears among the inheritors, he will also have no such worries. Jian Wushuang? Zhenling was a little surprised. The other party dared to transmit a voice to him. Are you not afraid that he will follow the cause and effect and kill him directly? Master True Spirit, the current situation is not beneficial to both parties. Even if I fall, Fuego will recover to its peak one day based on his own recovery speed, and there will be a catastrophe in the Temple of Qixin. The True Spirit said with disdain. Jian Wushuang, no matter what, you are going to fall today, don't blame me. Although it was he who arranged Jian Wushuang as the bait at the beginning, but now he has to remove Jian Wushuang. As for Jian Wushuang's begging for mercy, it will make him a little disdainful. As a strong man, how can he beg for mercy? Jian Wushuang continued to persuade via voice transmission. Master True Spirit, don't you want to eliminate the troubles forever? Thanks, do you also fool people with this set? Zhenling sneered and said, This place is the first prison, no one can break it. Then why are you here? Jian Wushuang asked directly. If this place is really so powerful, why does the real spirit still come? Isn't it just afraid of the gods' means? Fuego is a giant of the Titans, a powerful giant of the 5 tribulations realm. If placed here, even if there is no means, the true spirit is probably not at ease. Zhenling's complexion sank, and with a backhand punch, Zhuangzhong slammed back. The voice transmission said, What do you want to say? The Titans are not as simple as you think. Jian Wushuang poked at the key point and continued. Master True Spirit, they are the Titans, the overlord of the stars. We don't have any deep hatred with them. Why do we have to suppress them? He talked a lot with the gods, knowing that the other party had nothing to do with Qixin Temple. Since there is no holiday, it is better to simply let the other party out. It's not good for anyone to keep fighting like this. Of course, the most unfriendly to him. Thinking about it from the trial to the present, as long as he has a relationship with the gods, he almost fell. The last time he was looted by the White King, this time he was looted by the gods. Both stand on the opposite side of the Temple of Qixin. He didn't want this either, but he was helpless but just a pawn. Let's talk about the Temple of Fortune, suppressing the giants of the giants. Are you afraid of causing disaster? At the time the 3 kings suppressed the Frosa, but it attracted Fuego. Isn't the true spirit afraid of attracting a stronger tribulation realm powerhouse? Now the gods have fallen. Without ambiguity, it is hard to say whether the first prison is still one way. After all, the gods can teleport them here. I am afraid there is also a way to go out. Maybe this method needs Fuego to restore the peak, or need the help of a 5 tribulations realm expert. It's all possible. In this case, it is better to let the other party go. Jinling was also taken aback when he heard his persuasion. But I don't think so from the bottom of my heart. Although the gods told Jian Wushuang many secrets, there were still some key reasons that were missed. Perhaps the gods didn't know why the gods had to suppress him. The true spirit knows the reason. This also has a big reason with Moroa time and space. When Moroa time and space collapsed, there was something to do with the Titans. What if the opponent was released to retaliate? Jinling thought a lot more than Jian Wushuang. The current temple of Qixin is still the overlord in this long river of time and space, because this place is a long river of time and space that has just been born. Anyone who comes to the Tribulation realm will be able to dominate. But in some time and space that was stronger than Moro's time and space at the beginning, there were Tribulation realms that were stronger than Qixin. The Temple of Qixin is a moving treasure house. In front of such a strong person, it is nothing at all. Even if there are many backhands, the original intention of the Qixin Temple is to cultivate the inheritors, and it is really to be remembered by some great abilities. Not only can it not train the inheritors, but the Qixin Temple will be trapped to death. Jian Wushuang, what you think is too simple. Jinling once again shot open Zhuang Zhong severely. The breath in his body skyrocketed again, and he wanted to get out. Jian Wu's double-faced color changed, and he still had to insist. This was his only way out, but he couldn't just give up like that. He felt the true spirit's killing intent clearly, and if this continued, he would be finished. Master True Spirit, what if they are willing to take the oath of life? Hearing the vow of life, Calm really stunned for a moment. This time Jian Wushuang had no voice transmission, and the gods and Fuego also heard it. Oath of life. That is a major event that can affect the future tribulation. No one will swear such an oath for no reason. Fuego turned to look at the Frosa, and asked, "You agreed?" The did not speak, but his thoughts were turning. He did not agree or refute. The natal oath will indeed affect a lot, but it also depends on the conditions of the oath. If they swear not to retaliate against the Temple of Qi, and only ask the other party to let them out, that would be great. But Jinling didn't have the ability to let them out, so he had never thought about it that way. End of this chapter. Chapter 55-65. Now it's different. As long as the true spirit promises not to interfere with them, he can also swear that after going out, he will not be disadvantageous to the Temple of Qixin. This sale is a bargain. That's why he didn't refute it. Jinling was also stunned when he heard these words. He knew better than Jian Wushuang about his life oath. In the past, the two sides had no room for maneuver, so they didn't think about alleviating them at all, but never stopped dying. It's different now. Everyone sat together. Jian Wushuang saw that there was a play, and then said, "Master True Spirit, as long as you swear not to interfere with their plans, they can also swear not to do things that are detrimental to the Temple of Qixin. The best of both worlds." Fuego was originally very cautious, but after thinking about it, he couldn't help but clap his hands in applause. If this is the case, there is no need to fight. After regaining his peak, the Frosa has a way to take him out. As for revenge on the Temple of Qi, he really thought about it. As soon as he leaves here, he will notify the superpower of the clan to come. The Qixin Temple combines the power of a long river of time and space, and there are countless treasures in it, and it is the remains of a half-step Jia realm. The Seven Tribulations realm's great power is very eager. Of course he didn't want to let it go. Judging from the current situation, he could just go out and leave everything else. Frosa looked at Fuego and nodded, both of them acquiesced. Now I really nodded. Jian Wushuang was also very nervous. He was not afraid that the real spirit would gamble, betting that there will be a super existence among the inheritors in the future. Even if Fuego can get out of the first prison at that time, he can still be in the Temple of Qixin. Kill. The true spirit is also afraid. What if 1/6 Tribulations realm or several 5 Tribulations realm does not appear? It was too risky to deal with Fuego just by mobilizing the Sea of Origin. Fuego's peak combat power has half a step and 6 calamities. The true spirit mobilizes the Sea of Origin, and is not an opponent, and can only rely on geographical advantages to deal with it. Too risky. Jian Wushuang, this time you have done a great job again. Jinling finally gave up the adventure and chose peace talks. Zhuang Zhong was stunned when he heard this. Do not fight? Peace talks? What about him? Frosa, do you dare to play with me? Zhuang Zhong was very atmospheric, and finally managed to survive until now and became the protagonist, but the two sides stopped fighting. Then he is useless, maybe the two sides will work together to kill him first. Zhuang Zhong backed away quickly, frowning. Jinling turned his head to look at the other party, and said coldly, Zhuang Zhong, you beg for mercy now, I can spare your life and take you out. A tribulation realm, and a complete tribulation realm, also has the potential to rise. It is a good helper, provided that the other party submits and makes an oath. If so, the true spirit can bypass the opponent. The more important reason is that he seems to know how this guy escaped from purgatory. This is very important, because some of the tribulation realms imprisoned in purgatory are not even his opponents, and there is absolutely no room for error. Moreover, purgatory is the core of the operation of the Temple of Discord, second only to the Sea of Origin. No mistakes are allowed there. Zhuang Zhong gritted his teeth and stared at Frosa angrily. Although he was a bit reckless, he was not stupid. Frosa abandoned him. He could not only turn his head to the real spirit, but was at the mercy of others. The Frosa didn't call the Zhuang Zhong, but looked at the real spirit and said, Let's take an oath first. I think it's better not to worry about Zhuang Zhong. He was also afraid that Zhuang Zhong had just taken refuge in the real spirit, and the real spirit would act on them again. Although I think a little bit more about this, it's about whether I can get out from here, and I have to guard against it. No problem, but please state the content of the vow in advance. Jinling doesn't care, he cares more about the vow. The two sides formally negotiated peace talks and began to discuss oaths. Jian Wushuang was finally relieved. This time the crisis is resolved. If there is no reconciliation, he must continue to fight. He can only hide and enter the Guantian chessboard to survive. But to be trapped here forever, thinking about it is no different from falling. The strong should have traveled through the stars and traveled through every cosmic time and space, and being bound is really no different from falling. It's better to let the other party give it a lot of fun. Those special beings standing aside are a bit boring, talking to each other one after another. This is the end? The special life of 80,000 times the divine body obviously hasn't been addicted yet, which is very regrettable. I thought it would be wonderful, but so... Jian Wushuang was not far away. He sneered in his heart when he heard the other party's words. After the battle, in fact, the two sides did not have much backhands, and the true spirit sent a clone to come, definitely not little preparation. After all, I was not sure. Just letting a puppet arranged in Shadow Zone take the shot is nothing. If it weren't for his carelessness, the other party wouldn't be able to pick it up. There is also the Frosa, who has prepared countless epics, and the backhand will not be less than the true spirit, and it is also useless. I really want to do it all. I'm afraid these special lives won't survive a few. It's already good to be able to stand here and talk now, and these special beings are all real bodies who come in, and whether they can go out is a problem, and they will even consider whether they are addicted to fighting. The two sides discussed for an hour, and finally the oath was finished. No problem, my request is not too much. Jinling kneaded the fleshy beard at the corner of his mouth and looked at Frosa. Frosa frowned, and said coldly, Isn't it a bit too much to not appear in the same time and space with the Temple of Qixin at the same time? Over the years, he has also understood that the plan of the Qixin Temple is huge. Not only must he cultivate inheritors, but I am afraid that he will go to some more powerful time and space battles in the future. If he encounters it, should he still have to hide? Don't forget, he is of the giant tribe, and he also wants to fight time and space. Could it be that you have to give up when you encounter the Temple of Qixin? Humph, so much time and space. Are you going to be an enemy of Qixin Temple? Zenling's small eyes glared, and he shouted angrily. The Frosa is not to be outdone. For this, it was another hour of entanglement. Jian Wushuang couldn't stand aside anymore, so he couldn't take a step back and take a step back. After entangled for such a long time, in the end, each retreats half a step, and can be in the same time and space, but Frosa cannot threaten the sphere of influence where the Temple of Discord is located. You can't even step in. Frosa is also satisfied with this, because either side can step into their respective forces, which is also good for him. Well, since there is no problem, just swear according to the above oath. Wait. Frosa stopped the real spirit. Zhenling asked impatiently. Have you ever finished? One more witness, Frosa said. Witness. Actually, it is optional, but for the sake of formality, it is better to find one. With a move of Zhenling's eyes, he turned to look at Jian Wushuang. The gods also looked over. The two stared at Jian Wushuang, and Jian Wushuang looked straight. Chapter 55-66. Vower, Frosa! Jian Wushuang stood in the middle of the two with dignity, his voice high and powerful. He also held a piece of jade slip in his hand with the vows on top. Originally thought that two sentences would be almost the same. Unexpectedly, the two of them listed thousands of vows in them. I didn't expect it to be so troublesome. Although he felt a little embarrassed, the gods Frosa and the True Spirit were very serious, and after hearing their names, they responded. Frosa stepped forward and said loudly, Yes. Vower, True Spirit. Zhenling also stepped forward. His voice sounded loudly. Yes. Are you too? Jian Wushuang frowned slightly. This time it was his turn to talk, and he finished talking for a long time. The Frosa and the True Spirit showed a hint of pride on their faces. After all, they were both established. I do. The two answered at the same time. Jian Wushuang gave a dry cough and continued. Let's start. Yes. My Titan, Frosa. My God Temple, the first True Spirit. A long series of vows, it took a full half an hour to say, before it was completed. At the moment when the oath succeeded, an invisible air descended in the starry sky, and then merged into the origin of the two. If Frosa breaks his oath, he will fall through the catastrophe. Since the True Spirit is not a cultivator, he has pressed the sea of origin of disobedience, and if he violates it, the sea of origin will collapse. Without the sea of origin, Qixin Temple is just an empty shell. The real spirit dare not take this risk. Call! Jian Wushuang let out a sigh, and finally everything was done. Jian Wushuang, you did a good job this time. Once the giant clan in the origin of all things leaves, that origin will be yours, Zhenling said with satisfaction. The origin of all things, in fact, should have been given to Jian Wushuang. This time it was a smooth ride. Jian Wushuang was very excited about this. Not only did he save his life this time, he could also get the origin of everything, which is naturally best. Right now, he bowed respectfully and thanked him. Thank you, Lord Zhenling. Well, let's recover the strength of this seat soon, and leave from here soon. Fuigo didn't speak the whole time, and now he couldn't help but remind him. Zhenling raised his hand slightly to signal that those special beings were backing away, and a large formation rose again here. This large formation was originally used as a backup, but now it seems that the gods are fully prepared, and changes have long been expected. Jian Wushuang and Fuigo stepped into the big formation at the same time, and the gods followed suit. This time, first recover my injury. Frosa still felt a little unstable. Afraid of another change, his original source recovery speed is relatively fast, it only takes 10 years. At that time, there will be a complete Tribulation Realm combat power. Even if there is a change, there will be confidence. Fuigo didn't care about this, sitting cross-legged in the center of the formation, relying solely on his own recovery ability, began to recover his origin. And Jian Wushuang is to help the Frosa begin to repair the origin of the opponent. As for the clone of the True Spirit, it was viewed from a distance. Anyway, it's just a clone, and it's okay to stay here, so they chatted with Zhuangzhong and asked about purgatory. Zhuangzhong lowered his head, a little lonely, changed his previous vigor, and whispered, "There is indeed something wrong with purgatory, and several tribulation realms have fallen." Jinling's complexion changed drastically, he didn't even know. Although he could not directly enter the purgatory, he was able to sense the opponent in the robbery realm. Those familiar breaths are clearly there, how could they fall? "It's devouring!" Zhuangzhong's expression was moved, and there was fear in his eyes. When Jinling heard the word swallow, he was also surprised. But he reacted quickly and asked, "Which god is it?" "It's Gu Jun." Zhuangzhong was a little sad. He almost fell to purgatory. The opponent's strength was really terrifying. Fortunately, he was only a small person in purgatory. The ancient Lord God did not care about him, but slaughtered the lords of the universe and swallowed the other's origin. Although the masters of the universe had fallen, the origin was swallowed by the ancient monarch, and the Orin naturally remained. So the real spirit didn't find it. "Gu Jun!" Jinling's expression changed sharply after hearing the name. One of the three Allahs fell and turned into the 5 great demon lords. There are 2 other people who originally thought the Temple of Ignorance, but they didn't expect that the evil would still be left. Perhaps it was the original being kind and unwilling to let it all out to harm the starry sky. Suppressed one of them. The true spirit closed his eyes slightly, and his subject consciousness returned to the deity. In the Sea of Origin, the true spirit sits in the Sevuing court and begins to deduct it. At the same time, some memory fragments are still being swallowed, that is the memory of the gods. The real spirit's deity and the clone opened their eyes at the same time. In my mind, there was a large picture and the conspiracy of the 3 Allahs. The first prison. The avatar of true spirit was a little cold, staring at Zhuangzhong and interrogating. "How is the strength of the ancient monarch?" After learning about the conspiracies of those Allahs, or the evil thoughts of the gods at the beginning, they passed on to the source of devouring, so that the other party would remember them all the time. After all this is still the bane left by the gods. Although purgatory is strong, it is a treasure of time and space, but its power is also limited. If it is broken by the other party, the Temple of Qixin is really going to be finished. "Compared with the original desolate god lord," Zhuangzhong replied. "Comparable to shortage." Jinling was in a daze. The strength of the desolate god lord is the pinnacle of the 6 tribulations realm, and can be ranked in the top 3 positions in Mora time and space, and only the god of desolation can stabilize the desolation. The remaining 3 6 tribulations realm mighty powers, one is a newly promoted 6 tribulations realm, and the other 2, there is one that does not belong to the Temple of Qixin. The true spirit is not known much, but Huang's strength is faintly among the 3 great gods the strongest. Gu Jun can compare favorably with Huang, which is very different from the memory he got. The 3 Allahs at the time were not so strong. Why is it so strong now? Fortunately, one fell. Now one is suppressed in the primitive universe, and one from is in purgatory. They are all on the head of Qixin Temple, like a stone. Retribution. This is the catastrophe of the Temple of Qixin. Can't hide it. Now that the internal troubles of the Titans have just been solved, a bigger hidden danger has come. The kind of lunatic Gu Jun is not so easy to talk about, and he really wants the other party to come out, so he can't lift the Temple of the Gods. Jinling was afraid after a while, but fortunately he knew it in advance, and could deal with it in advance. "You mean there was a crack in the battle? Follow the crack and you got here?" Jinling couldn't believe it. Purgatory is the treasure of time and space. How could there be a space crack? Zhuangzhong nodded and said firmly, "It's true, it's just a gap in space that just appeared in front of me. Only I escaped, and I don't know why I appeared here." You're tuning into the Phoenix Knights YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.